If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Live, and we are doing fantastic. I'm in New Orleans, but Jimmy, you're somewhere different this morning.
Good, sweet God Almighty, by the way. All these people are sitting here in silence. And Donnie Tolk, who's from Tulsa Tech, is down at the other end of the table. He knows, and so does Brad Bentley. BB the King is here with me. They know that right now, in this quiet room, Phone Master Dre is whooping it up and throwing it down over in the city of New Orleans at our own Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans. We're not there, Dre. We are not there. As a matter of fact, Louisville, I've discovered, is a state of mind. It takes about 15 minutes to drive across the entire city of Louisville on the way to Chillicothe, Ohio, unless, of course, there's an accident on 65. Unless, of course, there's a second accident on 71. And an hour and a half later, I found myself rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling into the city of Chillicothe about 9 o'clock at night. So I somehow managed to make it, somehow managed to get here. They didn't have me on the list, right? They did not have me on the list. They don't want anything to do with Road Gang Radio. They didn't want any part of us. They're like, sorry, sir, we don't know no Jimmy Mack. You ain't getting in here. But fortunately, my good friend Brad Bentley had my pass, which I'm out wearing now in defiance, in oppositional defiance to the rules, here over at the Chillicothe Kenworth plant. And of course, if we're here, it means there's a big old truck here, Trey, which is a righteous thing. A big old truck means, of course, what?
Pictures.
I will send you pictures. Brad, would you please send Phone Master Dre pictures of this truck? Because
Thank you,
he's dying
Brad.
to get a look at it. Everybody else here has gotten a look at it. And by the way, we are with a group of people who are the exact opposite of overrated. Brad gets that reference. There are only two kinds of people in this world. There are people who are overrated, and there are people who are great Americans. And I got three great Americans sitting here with me this morning here. It is the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. And, of course, that means at the end of the day, somebody's driving someplace with a big old Kenworth truck. Righteous, positive, we get all that stuff. But we're going to meet these folks this morning on a special early edition of Road Gang Radio. If you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, if you've given your heart to iHeart, if you're making FaceTime on Facebook, yakking it up on YouTube, or if, in fact, you keep the drive alive on Live 365, we have a place at the table for you. And, by the way, if you're listening later, it means, you dig the whole podcast thing where you're downloading us and you're streaming us. This is the greatest transpo show in the known universe. That's it. The one that's live. The one that isn't live, of course, is Trucking with Oida. We'll be talking with them later on today. That's the best pre-produced trucking show in the known universe. Precious, aren't you honored to be on the greatest trucking show in the known universe? You don't have to answer that, by the way. Good morning. Good morning to everybody here. I'm going to ask these three wonderful people to go around the table and introduce themselves. I'm just getting to know Precious. I'm just getting to know Nick. I'm just getting to know Joe. But let's go through this and do this right, okay? Tell us who, first of all, tell us who you are. Tell us who you drive for. Okay. We'll get to all of these.
Okay.
And then tell us what branch of the service you were in.
Okay.
Go.
I'm Precious Cannon Scott. I drive for J.B. Hunt. I was in the Air Force.
Happy Air Force Day yesterday, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember all this kind of stuff. How long have you been doing this?
Trucking?
Yeah.
Actually, the 14th of this month is 6 months for me.
And that's the point, by the way. I wasn't just being a jerk in it. I actually know the answer to that question because the thing is all of the people here have only been in trucking for a year and change at the most. This is about coming into the trucking industry from the military space. It's an amazing program. And at the end of the day, we're looking at people who have made the transition from the military into trucking. How's it been going so far?
It's been going great.
Not bad. You're at Chillicothe.
Yes.
You're up for an award, so did something right.
Yes.
Right? It's good to have you this morning.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself. You know the drill. Take us through it.
Yes, sir. I'm Nicholas Bond. I drive for Warner Enterprises, and I was in the Army and now in the Army Reserves.
Well, welcome, by the way. And how long have you been doing the gig?
I've been doing it for just over 9 months.
Are you excited about all of this, or are you more overwhelmed? You got that overwhelmed look, Nick.
I'm becoming a little overwhelmed
It's okay,
Today,
by the way.
starting today.
By the way, it's okay to be overwhelmed because you're also sitting in the company of people like Precious and the guy next to you. Introduce yourself.
My name is Joseph Brody. I work for Warner Enterprises. I've been doing this a little over a year now. I'm just recently retired from the Air Force. However, I was prior service in the Marine Corps.
Joseph, what about trucking do you love so far?
So far, I love the freedom to get to explore the United States. I've got to serve my country being overseas and got to see a lot of that overseas, but I haven't gotten to see a lot of the States.
Big place, isn't it?
So yeah, it's very, very interesting.
I know a lot of people on the East Coast who have spent a lot of time in Europe and had no idea how big the Hudson Valley was.
Yeah.
Had no idea. I mean, you actually
Yeah.
laughing,
Yeah.
Precious. Where do you drive, by the way, Precious? What part of the country do you drive in?
Well, I've been over the road like a lot of states first, but now I'm more regional, local. So I go to like Arkansas.
Big place too, by the way. I don't know if they have a little thing called the Ozarks there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of nice.
And
over there.
then I live in Tulsa, but I travel outside of Tulsa, like Oklahoma City, Shawnee. I've also been to Wichita.
Well, you know what's so funny is the fact that there's a lot of states in this country that, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there are land masses in this country that, like, almost fill up all of Europe. I'm not being exaggerative. So you look at a place like Oklahoma, and that in and of itself is a gigantic wide open space.
Yes.
You know what the best part about Oklahoma is? Johnny Toke lives there. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
I wanted to, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
go with that.
And,
You can go with that.
and he was my director at my school.
I
So
know.
yeah.
We're all headed there. And Nick, to ask you the same question, you enjoy, what do you enjoy about the job itself?
Just the military like bearing of it, the fact that it's just like being in the military almost, and you get to travel everywhere and see everything, and it's just almost like a family.
And that's really kind of a great kind of entry point for the three of us, just kind of a brief conversation about that, is the fact that there is so much about trucking that lends itself to the military.
Yes.
And everybody here, by the way, is nodding because nodding on radio is fantastic. It works really well. No, but that's the absolute truth, though. I mean, is the sense of there's a regimented sense to it. And let's face it, all of the military actually is logistics. I mean, you
That is
really are
true.
figuring out ways to get places. What you do when you get there, those missions change, but at the end of the day, what you're really doing is you're getting people there. Joe, tell us about your family, and tell us, is anybody here with you, first of all?
Well, I do have my teammate, Daniel Jenkins, which I served with him in the Marine Corps. We've known each other for 15 years now, so at this point, he's blood. And, that's attributed to the camaraderie that, he had in the Marine Corps. I met Daniel overseas. So he's been great, most selfless person I've known. Other than that, my wife, she, back at home, I'm out of Ruskin, Florida, near Tampa. So she's holding the fort down. We got 3 huskies, 2 cats, and then other family got small. My sister lives in Colorado Springs.
I'm so glad you don't have kids, do you?
No, sir.
No, I'm actually. He's doing that surf thing
yeah.
again. He's got to stop.
The military,
Military,
By the way,
yes.
kind of drills that. Yeah.
But that's okay, and that's part of the point of what I'm kind of getting at here. And I want people listening, by the way, to understand what it means to actually hire a service member. In many ways, what you're going to get is you're going to get respect, you're going to get soft skills, you're going to get people who forge long-term bonds. Nick, talk to us about your service a little bit.
So I started enlisted in August 2004 as an MP, and I deployed to Iraq, came back, decided to go active duty, switched to the infantry in 2010, and then went active duty infantry till 2023, and got out of the active duty, went into reserves, and then I'll be retiring 1st of January.
Talk about the experience with Werner and what it means for them to onboard you as a veteran.
It's amazing. For them to be able to come out and visit us at this school, especially at Fort Hood, was amazing, and just their camaraderie to come out and show us what they had to offer and who they were, and to just represent us so well, especially with the Operation Freedom trucks and everything, is just amazing.
Precious, talk to us a little bit about your own service and how it's helped shape who you are on the road.
Well, I joined the Air Force 1999. basically my senior year of high school. And I started out as a chaplain assistant, which I really loved because it gave me a chance to meet everybody, different religions, different cultures. It just opened up my eyes to see like just people and how people are, and it's okay for everybody to be different. And you just kind of got to have respect for it, even if you don't agree with somebody's religion. You just have to have respect for what they believe, and that's just how.
And it makes you realize the people that serve come from everywhere.
Yeah, they come from everywhere. People who Jamaican, Africa. I mean, I met so many people. I met somebody from Panama. I mean, and I'm friends with some of the same people that I was at basic training with. So yeah, we keep in touch.
I have to ask, just between you and I. So what's Tolk like as an instructor? Any good?
Well, he's great. He really is great, and he's always like just being positive, encouraging you, and he loves like coming into the classroom, even though he doesn't really teach our classes, but he's our director. But he comes in the class and he actually watches and see what we're doing, and
it's like the Bear Bryant of he likes that analogy. We only got about a few minutes left here. Talk a little bit about what you would do if you won the truck, Nick.
If I won that truck, I would immediately try to set up a nice little front for me to go owner operator, and keep running around the country with Werner and just pushing those miles and delivering those goods to everyone. It'd be amazing.
You said you weren't media savvy, and yet here you are with a prepared answer.
I guess.
Didn't have a prepared answer for that one. You get a shot at the title here. What would you do with the truck, Joe?
Same owner operator. And still work through Warner. You got to think. A lot of these trucking companies, they don't necessarily give you the training and the assets you need to be prepared when getting into this career field, especially transitioning from the military. They prepare you through Roadmaster. I've heard, other truckers that don't nearly get as much time practicing and whatnot. So you got to give back to Warner. They took a chance on you. They've given.
This is why people should hire military people. I'm going to dance with who brung me. It's kind of a nice thing. Precious, you get the last word. What are you doing with the truck?
I'm going to do the same thing, like owner op, and just continue to run it and hopefully just change.
Brad will
the
get
world.
this. Not overrated, Brad. Not a single one of these people is overrated. They are great Americans here. Dre, we got to take a break because the people that take care of us got to take care of themselves. Say your names one last time. Let's go.
Precious.
Nick.
Joe.
Great Americans all. Dre, we will take a quick break here. I can hear the music. They cannot. We're over here live in Ohio in Chillicothe. I'm going to go to Moonville later on today and go check out the ghost town. We'll be right back on the other side of these messages. It's Road Gang Radio. Guys, go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch, back on the road. You got to get up and truck down. They've been doing it since 1997. I am out.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game.
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Amen. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
That is right, Dre. I've got that wee touch of an echo.
Okay, we'll make it go away.
There it is, by the way. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just figured if I just did it really slow and let it really annoy myself deep in the bowels of my ears, it would probably go away at some point. Thank you, Phone Master Dre, guys. The reason why we're going to get these occasional technical blips and bloops has nothing to do with Phone Master Dre. It's the fact that we're broadcasting live from Chillicothe, Ohio at the Kenworth plant. We're going to make this simple and easy for these wonderful young Americans, and you are all young. I'm looking at one guy in particular over here. Tell us your name. Tell us who you drive for, and tell us your branch of service. Go.
My name is Ryan. I drive for Prime
Ryan,
Inc.
do you have a last name? Somebody gave you one of those, too.
Oh, yeah. My name is Ryan Gordon. I drive for Prime Inc., and I was in the Army.
Well, welcome and good morning.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Corretto. I drive for Rail Transport, and I'm in the Army National Guard.
Oh, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Federico Hudson. I drive for Van Wyck Inc., and I serve in the Air Force.
And by the way, you guys are going to notice this listening to the broadcast over the course of the next hour and change or so. Some of our friends here are still serving. Some of them are reservists. Some of them did a full 20, got their retirement. Some of them did 5. It doesn't make any difference. If you serve with honor and you did your gig and you did your bit and you did what you promised you would do, which is an ongoing theme in this show today.
Mm-hmm.
If you did what you promised you were going to do and you've been in trucking for less than a year and a half, you are eligible for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. It, of course, is our friends at Fastport. The Chamber of Commerce is hiring our heroes. And, well, Kenworth, by the way, don't know if you guys have noticed, there's something really cool that somebody's going to walk away with in a couple of months. Let's start with you, Ryan. Tell us a bit about your service and tell us about why you gravitated towards trucking.
So my service, I served in the U.S. Army for 9 years honorably. I gravitated towards trucking because I'm a second generational driver. So my dad drove, and growing up, I watched him drive, and I was always fascinated with the way he did things. So I decided to come into this industry and do it on my own and try to do it better, and grow it.
Let me ask you a question. Has it been as easy or as hard as you thought it would be making that transition?
It's been pretty easy. So the military has set me up pretty well in order to make this transition. Yeah.
Yeah. So you feel like that's something you were actually set up for success because of your family and all about that. Okay. Tell us about your background.
I joined when I was 22, and I am still currently serving, hopefully doing all full 20 if everything goes well. I decided to go into trucking because I thought it was pretty cool, and I love the trucks, the way they look, the way they run, so I thought that it would be a pretty great career to get into.
At what point did you decide they looked really cool? What was that moment of coolness,
Just
Catherine?
watching them going down the highway. I mean, you drive trucks when you're in the military, but it's not
the same thing.
Not the same
It's not
thing
the same
at all.
thing.
No.
Matter of fact, military trucks only look impressive when they're all together.
Oh, yes.
That's when they look impressive,
Right.
when they're in convoy. Then you're
Right.
like, okay, and for a whole bunch of reasons. If number one is like, there's a lot of big green things rolling down the road, big,
Right.
whatever it is. But the other reason look impressive is we all know what they're coming for, because either they're coming to restore some order or maybe make a little chaos. Your turn.
Sure. I did 22 years, 2 months, and 1 day in the United States Air Force, and I retired. And so a little bit of the background, I was logistics. So I have done a little bit of logistics from all points, whether it be ground transportation, whether it be air transportation. And so transitioning to the retirement life, I wanted to do something different. I thought I was going to first, go work Boeing and all that kind of stuff. But, over the last couple of years of my career, I did a lot of work with moving parts and moving a lot of aircraft stuff on the ground. So I had to work with a lot of truckers, and it just got me curious to think that, I could probably do this and provide a way of living to a lot of other, individuals. And so my vision in the future is to have my own company, not just, be an owner-operator.
Yeah, and in many ways, what you guys are doing, we had an instructor on our show Education Station just this week. He had worked as a driver, as a dispatcher. He had an MBA. He had actually run a couple of the companies on the ground. He now runs his own education program. But you can only do that, right? I mean, part of what it is and what the military gives us, Kathleen, is a wide view, right? We get a chance to see how the sausage is made behind a lot of things. What do you do if you win this thing?
I plan to run it and be an owner-operator. I think it'd be great and fantastic. And I got to see the inside of that truck yesterday, so I'm like, yes, this is it. This is me.
Well, that's the thing, too, is the fact that this is a really great thing that Brad calls it an asset, right? It's not a truck. It's an office.
Right.
Yes.
It's a hub from which you can run everything. We bring the question to you, Ryan. What do you do with it?
If I win this truck, I plan to keep driving for Prime, and plan to wash, rinse, and repeat. So drive long enough, get me some more money, get another truck, and keep going.
There is a certain logic to that, to hold on to the asset and just continue to kind of drive for a fleet. Tell me about your service. Tell me about your own service. Like I said, I'm getting a sense of what everybody here did, but let's get you kind of down here.
So, fun fact about me, I actually did nothing with logistics. I did like IT work, signal support systems.
Logistics.
Yeah, but I'm not
You're
transporting.
in the military. You're not transporting, but you're moving information, aren't you? They call it the information highway for a reason.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. But yeah, I did.
Data guy trying to inflate what he does. Just moving information. No, I get it. Talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, so I was a signal support system specialist. So I dealt with computers and radios. So I'm kind of like what you're doing right now. So yeah, and I didn't really like that in the military. It's kind of boring to me. So I wanted to get out and be able to do something where I'm on the road,
It really is about the action, right? I mean, I think at the end of the day, the people who kind of gravitate into the space of the cab, right, like the action. I've always said that you kind of like moving, you like going, you like doing. Kathleen, do you like people?
I love people.
Well, there's two kinds of drivers, right? There are people who just want to be left alone, and we know those guys and gals, and that's okay. And there are people who can't wait to get to the next dock, have the Will Rogers attitude. Since you've been in the industry, who has been the most interesting, colorful character that you've met?
Oh man, I've met so many. Just going all over the country. It's
should
kind
say
of
Tim Norland right now, just to
Tim.
pick on. No. But go on.
You meet so many people from different places that you just check in and you talk to them and they tell you a little bit about themselves and it's great. I mean, I met so many. I can't even say one specific person.
You talked about a lot of people making a living, right? Mm-hmm. About not just yourself, but you like the idea of having people being responsible for people, not being in charge of people. It's a very different thing. You want to be responsible. Talk to me about what that means and how your military service informed that.
Well, obviously, as far as military members, we're all about service, and so one of the things that I'm really interested in serving others, the same way the military served me, as far as providing me a way to provide for my family. I really look forward to helping others to be able to provide for their families, but not just provide, to come to an environment where they're respected, where they feel like they're really, loved and cared for. And that's one of the things that I, over the years, some of my bosses, I'm not going to say all my bosses were great. I had some really bad ones. But over at least the last 5 years, I had some great bosses, and I still have friendship with them even at this point. And one of the things that I appreciated from them is that I never felt like a number. I felt like part of a family. And so that's one of the things that I really look forward to making people feel like they're a part of a family where they look forward to coming to work.
This is a real weird question, and but I like asking it. Any nicknames here? Ryan, you got a nickname?
Like over the road? No.
Yeah, I'm not a handle. I mean, do people call you anything other than Ryan?
They just call me Ryan. Sometimes they add a G to it, like because of my last name. So where I'm from, it was like more than one Ryan. So it's like, Ryan G. I might call the other guy Ryan something else.
Yeah, by the way, my actual last name, I won't tell you it, but everybody calls me Fitty. Because the first part of my last name actually turns into Fitty. What about you, Kathleen? You got a nickname?
Cat.
You're a cat?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is your nickname?
Freddie.
You're going to go straight up Freddie?
Yeah.
Even though it's a Fed?
Yeah. Yep, that's what a lot of people call me, Freddie.
Yeah, and it's one of those funny things. I'm sorry, I actually was getting to you as I was going. I said I know people call him Freddie.
Yep.
He's not a Fred.
Yep.
He's not a Fred.
Yep.
He's Federico, and that's a very different entity and animal. But that's the kind of thing is that I think people in the military also gravitate towards camaraderie.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks that trucking is an isolated business. I don't think you survive in trucking if you isolate yourself. You might drive a lot of miles, but you won't make a lot of friends and you won't make a lot of money. And so much of that is kind of based in the military service. You talked about the good bosses you had, Federico. You talked about them. But can you kind of talk about the experiences, how the military informed what's going to happen next? And then we'll just take you guys through that, okay? Everybody take care of that. Go ahead. Start with you.
Sure. Obviously, again, one of the things that we are instilled is service. And so one of the things that the military did for me is that it prepared me for environments that we might not be necessarily ready for the change. And in the trucking industry, changes is constant. And so, adaptability, being able to be adaptable, all those things prepared me for this industry. And just over the year that I've been driving, the transition has been pretty seamless because of what the military has done for me.
It's the principle of the objective.
Right.
It's like we're not worried about the tactics or the strategy. It's like, no, the whole point is to get to point B. I'm at point A. How do I get to point B? That didn't go the way I wanted it to go. Still got to get to point B, right? Kat, talk about what your experience was like and how they continue to inform you. I do pay attention.
I mean, like he said, the military teaches you adaptability, self-discipline, so you can work by yourself and nobody has to be after you, and you get the job done, and that's what you're getting paid for, to get it done, and nobody has to be like, hey, where you at? So I just
see, none of these skills, by the way, in the military suggest that people should hire military people for transportation jobs. Absolutely none of them whatsoever. If anybody's listening, makes a lot of sense, guys. Be vet ready, not just vet friendly. Ryan, same question to you.
Well, the two people before me, they did pretty good. Adaptability is very great, and being able to have discipline and taking the initiative. Also, it converts over for me because, before we would go on our, convoys and everything, you have to do your pre-trip with the trucks. And you kind of do the same thing out here.
They never pre-trip in the military. The military never pre-trips. It triple pre-trips is what it does.
Quadruple.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Let's really quickly. Is there anybody you want to say thank you to? Anybody you want to just that you have here today with you, or anybody at home you just want to say, hey, thank you for being a part of my life?
Yes. I want to thank Prime for giving me this opportunity to be here. I want to thank my trainer, James J.C. Rose. He also notified me about the opportunity. I want to thank my mother, and that's all.
I also want to thank my company, Rail, for nominating me and giving me this opportunity, and my family for being behind me and supporting me.
I want to first of all thank God because faith is one of my biggest things. I want to thank God for this opportunity. I want to thank also my wife for being there with me throughout this whole journey. And then I want to thank Van Wyck for really taking the opportunity or taking that risk of hiring me and giving me this opportunity.
Federico, Kat, Rye. By the way, I'm gonna call you Rygie.
That's cool.
Rygie. I mean, I think that works. It's like a planet from Star Trek full of really cool people. Hey guys, this is Road Gang Radio. Phone Master Dre, let me ask you a really quick question. Should we do the Pledge and National Anthem here? I mean, it's up to you. It's going to be your call while I get the next group of people set up. What's the best way to go about doing this, my friend?
Let's do the Pledge National Anthem in Java, my friend.
Okay, we're going to do a Pledge National Anthem Java. We'll get our next group of people set up. By the way, best of luck to you. As I've always said, not overrated, Brad Bentley. All three of these people are great Americans. We'll be right back.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. I pray that you are doing well. Hey, do you know today is Friday? So I want to share this with you. In John chapter 14, verse 21, whoever has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and manifest myself to him. I hear so many Christians say, I just feel like I don't know God. I don't feel like God. I hear God. And you know why I believe a lot of us don't know God and don't hear from God? I think it's because of the fact that basically now listen to me, we haven't spent the time with him keeping his commandments. We hadn't spent the time with him, watch this, loving him back. So this weekend, before you get back on the road, I would like for you to take and spend some time asking God how he wants you to love him. What is it he wants you to do? What is it he's trying to get you to do? That's great. What is it he's trying to get you to do? And I promise you, he will tell you. So enjoy your Friday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, I always love his messages on Friday. Don't you there, Jimmy?
Friday. The people here in the Chillicothe boardroom that we're meeting in over at the Kenworth plant think I'm absolutely insane. We went from total silence, Trey, to this guy at a microphone going, Friday. The guys
sober.
here. I am sober. I've been sober for 31 years. Thank you for asking. Listen, this is kind of great because if the mics had been hot about a minute ago, you would have heard some people who really like each other because they really like picking on each other. It's all about the dog. We got a dog over here, Dre. We got a dog.
What type?
What type of dog is it, by the way?
He is a Chihuahua.
Say it one more time with feeling.
Tito is a Chihuahua. He has two different colored eyes, a brown and a blue eye, and he's 3.5 months old.
Well, we might as well start with you. The game. Oh, go ahead, Dre. Ask me. I'll ask her.
No. I'm just gonna say I plead the fifth on that being a dog. Next.
He pleads the fifth on that being a dog, by the way. Is that the commandment or the amendment? I'll plead the second. Okay, let's kind of get going here. I want you to tell. I'm gonna go across the table here in short order. Tell us your name. Tell us who you drive for, and tell us your branch of service. Go.
My name is Galen Hensley. I drive for Melton Truck Lines, and I served in the United States Army.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
Hi, everybody. My name is Macy Lima Tice. I also served in the Army for 8 years, and I also work for Melton Truck Lines as well. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel Hempill. I served in the Army as well, and I drive for Wayne R. West Trucking in Sierra Blanca, Texas.
And Daniel, I think you and I are friends on the Book of Faith, right? I think you and I are on Facebook or friends.
I am not on Facebook.
No, I think we are. I'm just making stuff up, by the way. We've got to go along here. Good morning to all of you, by the way. Thank you all for your service. It's great to have you. It's great to have you here. Let's start by just going around the table one more time and tell us about your time in the service, what you enjoyed about it, and how it's helped inform what you're doing over the road.
I served for about 12 years. I think what I enjoyed about it was about every 2 or 3 years you get the opportunity to go to another duty assignment, go to another post. You would catch up with friends from long beyond, meet them at the next duty assignment. And plus you get a chance for advancement, and you can kind of go and you become a leader, and you can always, I don't know, I just felt like there was a sense of adventure the whole time I was serving.
It's okay to start with that, by the way. People always, the idea of saying, why did you do it? It was a good time. It's okay, I think.
I enjoyed my time of service.
Yeah.
I miss it to this day.
Well, and that's exactly it. It's okay. I think a lot of people often feel bad about having a good time when they served. I think people feel bad about having a good time when they're on the job. And I think that is to feel bad about that or apologize for that. We don't have to do that. I mean, you enjoyed serving. And in many ways, what it sets up is the idea that's why you like trucking, because it gives you a lot of the same thing, doesn't it, Galen?
It does. It gives you the chance to, a little freedom of the road, a little sense of adventure. It does.
Macy,
Yes, sir.
here we go again with this stuff. It's going to keep on coming. I work for a living. My name's Jim.
Yes,
or
Jim.
Jimmy. That works. Yes, sir, Jim. Okay. Talk a little bit about why you like trucking so much.
I love trucking because it is the open road. It is an adventure for myself every single day. I enjoy adventure. My whole family knows that I'm all about the adventure. When I'm at home, I do nothing but hiking. I'll do hiking with my dog and any of my friends.
You ever done a Tough Mudder?
A Tough Mudder?
An obstacle course?
I've done the Spartan races with my brother.
Well, good for you, but by the way, you were supposed to say, I was in the Army. Of course I've done an obstacle course.
I have done obstacle courses. I've done competitions of obstacle courses in the Army, and I've been in first place a few times.
What do you like most about it?
The most that I like about the Army is that it taught me a lot about myself.
I meant the obstacle courses. I don't want to hear about the Army.
Sorry. Jimmy.
No, I'm totally kidding. Go ahead.
Well, about the obstacle course, I'll answer both. Obstacle courses specifically because, like I said, I'm an adventurous person and I'm highly competitive. I wrestled in high school. I was the only female on an all-males wrestling team. And yeah, I grew up with an older brother, so I highly looked up to my older brother. And if it wasn't for my brother, I probably would have never done wrestling and something more like cheerleading or something like that. But I always grew up a tomboy.
See, you strike me as the kind of person. If you were a cheerleader, you'd probably throw the pom poms down, get out there, and get in the field. If I can't take this anymore. I can't take this.
Yeah.
Galen, did you play sports in high school?
Of course. I'm from Oklahoma. We all play sports.
Boomer Sooner, huh?
That's football, baseball. I liked basketball. It just wasn't my thing.
What did you think? Baseball or football more?
Football was definitely my favorite sport. I was better at baseball.
Isn't that funny? We're better at one thing, but we love the other one more. I have the exact opposite relationship with the two sports. Talk to us a little bit about your service and what you enjoyed so much.
Yeah, I loved everything about the Army. I loved the friendships. I loved the adventure. Just as a combat engineer, something different every day. We never knew what we were going to.
Is there ever been a job more than trucking set up for success for people with genuine ADHD? You know what I'm saying? The idea is like something new every day, something is coming every day that I'm actually able, because I make the joke all the time, we hear about ADHD and all that kind of stuff, but the joke I make is it's like being left-handed. It's a different skill set to be able to move on from one task to the next in rapid style succession. If you win the truck, Galen, what are you doing with it?
Couldn't be driving that bad boy. I'll be doing the same thing, just in a nice brand new truck. I like the career. I like the job. I'm good at it. I've got the nuances down, but that truck is beautiful. So
it's something else.
I'd be washing it.
It's something else, man. You start with the tires. Always do the tires. That's a really big thing. Talk to me a little bit about trucking, Macy.
Trucking is not not a career for everybody. I drive over the roads, so I do not make it home often. A lot of people begin to miss home after maybe the first month. I've heard it from many of the new drivers that are hired on for Melton. As a flatbed queen, I drive a big old 53-foot flatbed deck, and you're throwing up 80-pound tarps, 60-pound tarps. They weigh double the amount of weight when they're wet. You're working in snow, wind, mud.
God, and if only you had a background in obstacle course racing and and wrestling. I mean, if you had those skills, you'd be okay in this
If
situation.
only I had those skills.
And a little tiny dog to support you on the way. Galen, I have to ask, do you have a pet?
No, I do at home, but not.
I don't mean the couple. Do you have a pet? What kind of pet do you have?
That's a pit bull mix.
Nice. By the way, my pet will never be around your pet. We actually have a pet chicken. And you want to talk about a love chicken? 13 years old. Sucker is there. Those things die at 7.
I didn't even think they lived that long.
They can live that long. By the way, the French vet, when we brought him in, said, we're worried she's a little bit down. He goes, she's a chicken, 13 years old. Miracle. Go on, get out. You got any pets, Daniel?
I do. I have 4 dogs, 1 cat, and believe it or not, 2 raccoons.
I believe it, by the way. Did you guys see the thing the other day where the raccoon was given CPR by the nurse? This baby raccoon got drunk in a dumpster and was going to die, and the mother raccoon was running in the parking lot looking for help, and this nurse jumped into the back of a dumpster, pulled it out. It had eaten fermented peaches, gotten drunk, and drowned in water. She performed CPR on it and saved the raccoon. And I suddenly liked raccoons, and then they stole the stuff off my porch. I don't like raccoons.
They're so amazing. Mine can come and go as they want, but we found them as little babies, bottle fed them, and they're just like little children.
Oh, that's so cool.
Very mischievous children.
Just don't let them around the Chihuahua. That's just not a really good thing.
They would play with it.
Well, don't allow the pit bull mix. They'd be like, excuse me.
He's right. Don't come near me.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Is there anybody you want to tell thank you to today, Dan?
I do. I want to thank Del Mar College, my instructor, Mark Vela, of course, Mr.
They're
Wayne.
good people over there, aren't there?
Excellent people.
Except for Lynette. I don't like her.
Lynette. No, she's good. She's super good people.
She's the best, yeah.
And Wayne West for taking chance, on me as a new driver.
It's good to see you, Daniel.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Good to see you.
Anybody want to thank Macy?
Yes, there's a few people that I would like to thank. First and foremost, my parents and my brother. I wouldn't be here and who I am without my family. Very important to me, and they have had to deal with a lot of me throughout the years, and we all know I'm not the easiest person to get along
Jumping
with.
from the top turnbuckle, better known as the bunk bed, you mean? You're laughing. You know exactly what I'm talking about. By the way, I am the smallest of 3 brothers. By the way,
I'm
6'2". I'm 6'2", and I'm the smallest. And Brad has seen them. He knows of what I speak. By the way, anybody you want to thank, Galen?
Melton Truck Lines for hiring me, giving me this lifestyle. My family, of course, my family. Yeah, every moment I get up, I do it for them. But most important, I want to thank the Lord, and I want to thank myself for doing what we do.
By the way, nothing wrong. Once again, 2 things. 1, you can have a good time. 2, you can be proud of yourself. I'm proud of all of you guys. I want to thank Brad Bentley for making all of this possible. He, of course, is over at Fastport, where they are onboarding veterans, where they are actually working on national apprenticeships, where they're doing it through technology, they're doing it through people. Go to nationalapprenticeship.org or fastport.com and find out what they can do for you. We will be back on the other side of this. You hear that New Orleans jazz music? They can't, I can. It's groovy. We'll be right back. It's Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, guys, Lindsay Lawler will be joining us in the second half of the show. Lots of great stuff, including the chili pepper eating competition.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Amen, but he's not at the Passport Studios. Where are you again, Jimmy?
I'm in Chillicothe, Ohio, by the way. Is Lawler coming in early? Is she coming in early? Because I'm going to look busy, by the way. Hey, guys, welcome back. It's Road Gang Radio here on Radio Nemo. We do it 4 days a week. We do it Tuesday through Friday. On Mondays, of course, that means Nemo Nation, the fastest-paced trucking show in the known universe. This is the greatest trucking show in the known universe. Forget about those liars in Zebulon 5 with their space trucking show. Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of trucking. He is not here this morning. It's good to have everybody here, though. We're going to go around the table like we've been doing all morning long. It's the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. Somebody getting a truck in December. Somebody getting a truck in December and driving away from the Chamber of Commerce. Big thanks to Fastport, the Chamber of Commerce, and of course Kenworth, who gave us the truck. We will begin by asking the simplest of all questions. Who are you? Tell us your full name. Then tell us who you drive for. Then tell us what branch of the service you were in.
All right. I am Charles Cornelius Jones, Jr. I served in the United States Army. I'm retired, by the way. And I work for Rail. And what was that last question?
You got them all actually in there.
Okay.
You worked it all in. So tell us your name, tell us who you drive for, and then tell us your branch of service.
My name is Bradley Leckie. I drive for Sonopor and Crawford Electric Supply. I served in the Army, and I'm medically discharged.
How you doing? My name is Mark Scriven. I served in the United States Army, and I drive for Stevens Transport.
It's good to have you all, by the way. It's good to have you all. Welcome. Welcome to Chillicothe. I want to kind of talk about this. We kind of covering different topics with different people. How did you find out you were nominated, Cornelius?
I found out I was driving with my wife. We were going to the store to pick up some things for me to throw in the smoker. You know, one of the activities I usually do when I get back home off of my road time. And Rail called me, Lucas specifically called me and said, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know you're a finalist. You're a top 10 finalist." And I'm just like, so, you know, it's a little surreal. So I sat there for a moment. I was just like, let me process this. Top 10 finalists for a competition I had just heard even existed. And I was like, so what does that mean?
And then you met your fellow finalists.
And then I met my fellow finalists. And that's great. And I love, hey, look, if I could meet more veterans in the same industry all the time, you know how great that would feel? It brings a level of comfort.
Well, it's part of one of the reasons why I think that Brad is to point on putting all this together, is putting people together. I think it makes a big difference. It's also one of those things, too, is that you feel good about your nomination. Have any of you, by the way, had the experience where you saw the other people's nominations and you heard their resumes and went, oh, no? Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, when I seen him, I was just like, man, this is tough.
By the way, they think the same thing of you. I just want to let you all know that. They have the same kind of reaction and feeling. They say to themselves, I am proud to be with other great Americans. So keep that in mind. When you feel a little bit small based on somebody else's resume, you got a pretty darn good one, too. Bradley, can you talk a little bit about your service and what that meant to you and how it's helped inform doing what you do now?
So for me personally, my service, it means a lot. So I started because I found out my wife was pregnant, and the life I was living wasn't the best. So I pretty much figured I needed to put on my big boy pants
and get some mad adult skills.
Yes. So I went to the recruiter because my family hates those type of things. So I did it behind the back. I went.
Dude, that makes you such an American. I'm going to do what I want to do when I want to do it. I'm going to put my big boy pants on when I decide to.
So I went and they registered me, and I got my shipping date in like 3 months. And it kind of fell in the same time where my wife was due. But back to the question,
I think you answered it pretty darn good, by the way. I think you did pretty good. So, so we got into the military, and then it informed you. You seem like a real independent operator to me.
Yes, I am, because I really didn't have the support that I needed before, and the military gave me that independence. It gave me the ability to turn my own keys, buy my own cars, go to school, finish my degree. So pretty much the military did a lot for me. It was just pretty depressing when I found out I had to be medically discharged before my time.
It happens. You didn't make that decision. You did not make that decision, but you know what? Are you happy with the people you're driving with now? You're working with now?
100%, because my manager, Joe McDonald, is a vet, and he treats it like the military where everybody's a family. He doesn't treat his employees like a cogwheel. He goes above and beyond for us. If there's any issues, if anybody breaks down, he picks us up, he makes sure that everybody is okay and safe.
My dad was a captain, and he's a big fan. He listens to all this stuff. His description of this program, he says, it's just like the Army, but no yelling. And I've always kind of found that funny. Talk about your service.
My service, what it means to me, a lot, honestly. I got in when I was young, but my family's been in military background with everybody. From my grandfather, my dad, my mom, my brother.
All of them served?
All of them served. Different branches from my uncle. He was in the Marines. My biological father, Marines. But other than that, it was mainly Army. And outside of that, I guess I kind of caught into trucking with that mentality. I kind of treat it the same way. It's just like the Army, honestly. You get the mission, execute, stay on top of your mental health, try to stay in shape and on the road.
It's all the same thing.
It's all the same thing.
Just keep it wrapped tight. Listen, I got something. I haven't told the joke yet, so I'll tell it now. My dad's long Army. My brother was Marine, and they watched the Army-Navy football game together. And anytime Navy would win, my brother would jump to his feet and scream in my dad's face. And one day, my dad finally had enough, and he looked at him and he said, "Well, good, Marine. I'm glad you finally admit you're in the Navy."
Finally.
Okay, then. Talking about.
And that, my friends, was the end of that. Let's take a little bit of time to say thank yous to some people, by the way. Mark, we'll start with you. Tell us about the people you want to say thank you to.
It's a big list. I want to start off with from my family supporting me. Being on the road is tough. Being away, I just had a newborn, so.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
A lot of people having kids and putting on their big boy pants.
You got to. It's my third one, so I had to put it on a couple times. But
they're going to all serve? You're going to get them all to serve?
Honestly, I feel like they will. My son, for sure. I think he'll definitely want to. But my family, Stevens Transport, give me a chance. It's like home over there. Everything's structured nicely. Everybody makes sure everybody's okay. Nice big family over there. Definitely thank God and, for this opportunity as a whole, for, putting us together to have this chance to kind of expand, meet other people and stuff. So shout out to all the fellow veterans out there, everybody. So,
Mr. Leckie, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank that gentleman over there, Chris Miles. From
anybody but him. Really? You got to thank him? Oh, my God.
To tell the truth, he's gone above and beyond. I've been shadowing him all through this, and I've seen how his work ethic is. And if I ever get to that point, I would definitely like to mimic that. I also want to thank Joe McDonald and Colleen from my branch. They didn't have to submit me. I just started working, and they were like, hey, there is this thing going on, a competition where you can win a truck. My manager, he makes this joke that it's not my truck, it's our truck. But he's like, he's like, hey, you're doing the heavy lifting, but when it comes back, I'm the one taking it. I'm like, okay, whatever you say. But
somebody's driving that thing away from the Chamber of Commerce. Ain't gonna be him.
Yeah, definitely not him.
It ain't gonna be him. I can promise you. We can't promise anybody nothing, Brad. It ain't gonna be him. He ain't doing it. What about who you want to thank?
Myself, I want to thank God. I want to thank my wife. I want to thank my parents. I have like 3 sets of those, just so y'all know.
That's okay. By the way, I just buried my final grandmother this year. She was like 97 years old, so I get it, man. Families are big.
It's big.
Families are big.
Yeah, and I want to thank Rail for hiring me, GDA for training me. I want to thank all my past leaders from my military career that, all those things come together to make the sum of me. So, and I'll even thank that guy over there who, took me to lunch the other day. Food is big.
Food is big. Food is big. By the way, speaking of food, by the way, I got into town really late. I don't know if you guys heard this. I was supposed to be here for the banquet, and Louisville, which is about a 15-minute drive across, except when you have an accident on the 65 and the 71, then it's about an hour and a half across.
All day.
And so I got here late, and I'm just exhausted and a little angry. And Brad Bentley of Fastboard, he goes, yeah, I'm over at Roosters. If you, I'm there. Is it with him walking down? I just went over there. There's something about food that just makes everything all right. 2 quick things. First of all, do you have a handle yet? Any of you guys have a handle? Number 1, or a nickname. And number 2, what do you do for fun when you're not driving a truck? Although that's a lot of fun. Go.
No, I do not have a handle because I don't really talk on the CB. I just listen mostly because everybody out there got some funny stuff to say. I'm just saying.
Real funny.
And then what I do for fun, outside my little workout and stuff, I just listen to some good old Southern R&B and I just get my sing on. So that's just how it go.
Phone Master Dre over in the studio right now. He's like, oh yeah. Go
on. For me, I just play.
You don't have a
video
nickname?
games.
What do people call you when they're not calling you your name?
I don't want to say that.
Oh. Everybody's having a good time, Brian. Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, I don't have any handles or any nicknames or anything like that. Not radio friendly.
Yeah.
But I play video games because I have 4 kids, and whenever I get off the road,
It's really a shame that neither I nor Chris like video games whatsoever.
It's a real. With a lot of mental things going on, video games is.
I don't think you realize we're actually telling you we're on your side on this one. By the way, we love video games.
Oh, I know.
Oh, okay.
I know. Nobody hates video games.
My wife loves video games. She just hates it when I play. She's like, you have to keep increasing the volume. I can turn the game down. No, it's your volume that needs to come down, honey. I totally understand. What do you play?
I play mostly story games because I like to get immersed into the story.
Well, give me one.
The last game I played was called Clear Obscure Expedition 33.
Very cool.
It's a story about a world in a canvas.
Very cool. Have you played The Unfinished Swan?
No.
You're basically throwing black ink on a screen, and but you have to do it right, and it slowly brings the entire world to life.
Oh, I've heard of that.
So the swan is unfinished, and you're trying to finish the swan. It's really kind of cool stuff. What about yourself, Mark?
I do have a nickname, Scriv. It's just kind of my last name, Scriven, and everybody in the Army would call me Scriv every time they say.
I got no problem with Scriv.
That's it. Say, what's up, Scriv?
I got Jimmy Max's nickname. That ain't my real name. I like. How about Scrivy?
Scrivy. You know what? Back in my days when I was younger and I used to do the rapping thing, that was my name. I know it's funny. I was 8.
All right, last question. Hey, I got to tell you, my nickname was Fitty. To explain why it was Fitty would take me forever and a day and probably wouldn't be an appropriate conversation. But I like your nicknames. Okay, what do you do if you win?
If I win, honestly, I would probably, get these black chrome rims that I saw and put them on the truck. I'm not gonna lie to you. And then the front on the grill. Gotta get the black chrome.
There is nothing you've said that I have a problem with, by the way.
That's the first thing I would do.
Clothes
honestly.
make the man. I'm not kidding. Clothes make the man. With the death of Robert Redford, people got to bring more style into the world because a little bit of style went out. I say some black tires and a black grill. I'm down with it. What about yourself?
If I won, I pretty much have a network of people who pretty much are willing to help me to set up a business and get the operator owner thing off the ground. It's pretty. There's a lot I would want to do. But, I'm also from the islands. And being from the islands, I was
How long have you been here? How long have you been in the States?
Since 2009. So my truck most likely would be Jamaican-fied. One love across the front, American /
All right,
Jamaican.
we'll all get together. We'll be all right. I understand. Thank you very much. That's the end of the show. Mark, what about yourself?
What would I do with the truck? I mean, so the truck for me is just going to be advancing my already well laid out plan, as well laid out in my mind. But business, it's not always like it works as you plan it. But
what's your nickname, by the way?
My nickname.
I want to get a nickname for it. We got to get it. We got to get something with corn. We got to do something with corn in it. We got to.
Everybody uses my middle name to try to make a nickname, but it doesn't stick. So we just got to let it go.
We'll call you Stick, dude.
Call me who?
I'll call you Stick.
Stick?
That's your nickname because nothing sticks. We'll call you Teflon. We like Stick. He's Stick from now on. That's it. Not a bad. That's a good one. Okay, so you win it. What do you do?
So what I do is I just accelerate my plan a little bit. I go into the owner-operator portion a little bit sooner than I anticipated.
Brad, have I gotten through all these people? Yeah. Sweet mother of pearl. I could just keep these guys. I could keep these guys on for a little bit and just shoot the breeze with them. I mean, I'm talking about black grills and video games. I mean, come on. I mean, what more could you want? Any of you guys play video games or just him?
I play video games.
What do you play?
Let's see. I'm a big Call of Duty fan. I mean, I don't believe in that Fortnite crap. I mean,
hey, Fortnite ain't that bad, bro.
It's
Call
horrible.
Call of Duty is a little bit.
Call of Duty is where it's at.
Well, let me tell you about Fortnite. What I really like about Fortnite is a really great way if you have young people in your life. If you have somebody and you really want to spend some quality time with them, but nobody knows how to talk to anybody.
Right.
Fortnite's great for that.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old, you got in your life, you're like, I want to connect with this kid. I have no idea how to do it. Oh, I'll let him do profane things to my corpse. That's what you can do.
Well, that was when my son was like 8 and 9, and my daughter was down there too. But like now, my son is 16, my daughter is 14. My son is starting to talk about cars, stuff that matter. So I don't have to worry about Fortnite. Y'all can stick with that.
Right.
My kids are young.
Yeah,
so
my son.
They love Lego Fortnite.
Yeah, the Fortnite.
How old we got for your son?
He's 7, and
Oh, it's Fortnite time.
Fortnite all the
Peanut
time.
butter and jelly
and
time.
Roblox too.
Roblox. I would never understand Roblox.
No, he called me every day. He like, hey Dad, what's up, man? I'm like, what's up? He said, I was just wondering. I'm like, how much do you need, man, for the Roblox?
Tell us your names one more time in full. By the way, don't need script.
Not script.
Let's go.
Mark Scriven.
Hey, Mark. Good to meet you, man.
Good to meet you too.
Bradley Leckie.
I told you, Bradley, you'd be okay during this interview. I promised you.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't over yet, but for now, you're okay. Go on.
Charles Jones Jr.
Good to meet all three of you guys, by the way. Pleasure having you here. Best of luck. Brad, not overrated. 3 great Americans. Thank you all very much. Get out of here. Go enjoy the rest of your day, and best of luck, okay?
All right. Thank
you. Guys, you're listening to Road Gang Radio here. You're listening to Road Gang Radio here, of course, on RadioNemo. Good to have all of you guys. If you'd like to drop in, you can give us a call at 615-292-6366. We'd love to have you. You guys can shuffle on out of here. If Dave Harrison wouldn't mind bouncing on down and joining us in the conversation. And Mr. Chris, you going to join us over here? Going to jump on in? We're going to get a little conversation going.
Great job, guys.
Well done, by the way. Always good. Love being here, by the way. People are shooting the breeze, having a good time. By the way, this is one of my favorite times of year because this really starts us all off. This really kind of gets us going into the world. Really kind of, begins the journey to Arlington. That's what I really love about this part of the gig. This is the beginning of our fall season. Our good friend Courtney George is lurking around someplace. We'll be talking to her probably in a little bit. Brad Bentley is on the move, making a lot of stuff happen. Dave Harrison is with us this morning. Hey, my friend, how are you? I'll let you kind of get a lean in. We'll figure out that mic level over there. What's going on, man?
Hello, Jimmy Mack. How are you?
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man?
Jim, Matt, great to see you again. Last time I saw you was New Orleans.
Yeah, and we got a chance to talk. You and I, speaking of video games, we got a chance to talk about some really kind of great stuff that we're cooking up and thinking about and dreaming about in the veteran space. One of the things that I really noticed about a lot of the men and women who we were talking to today, they're seeming to get this, but there's still this discomfort of the idea, if I'm having a good time, it must not be work. And I always find that that's the one thing with some military people that drives me nuts. Love them, but it's like, oh, wait, we're having a good time. We're probably not being productive. On the flip side, I know a lot of people who, they spend their life in the military figuring out how to keep themselves entertained. But, Dave, where do you think that comes from to a large degree? The idea that, is that a cultural thing they bring with them into the military? Because I don't think everybody in the military is ingraining that into them. You can have a good time, right?
Well, I think there's a difference in the thought process. I think that with some people, if they confuse being silly with being engaged, because you find people, they leave the military after a long period of time, and they find that their happiness was in the work and what they were doing and being engaged and those kind of things, and they're constantly looking for those same kind of things. And you find that with most people. You take my good friend Chris here, he had an amazing military career, and he's very involved. He's one of the busiest people I know, and he does so many things for so many people. I mean, he has a circle of service, and the many of us who served are the same way. I enjoyed and I had fun during my service. But the many of the things you have to learn to survive is when and where, much like life, when and where and how. So I think there's a difference in having a good time and enjoying what you do. It's like what you do. You love your job. You love your job. Now, there's a time to be a silly jackass and time not to be, and you can love what you do and not be a silly jackass.
Well, you've watched me do that, actually, being a goofball and then literally taking the headset off and go, you need to be quiet right now.
Well, yeah, we all do.
Right.
I mean, especially when you're around people you trust and you love and you things like that. But again, there's a time. Chris and I, we joke each other all the time, and we rip on each other. And people who don't know us would go, man, those two guys don't like each other. But if it's that whole.
Oh yeah, when I got to the front desk here, guys, we weren't making a joke when we started off. They did not have me on the list, and literally, Chris, the moment he came over to the desk, it started like, well, of course they don't. They don't let trash in here.
No.
I mean, immediately the stream of invective, and this poor security guard just desperately hanging on to her job, doesn't want to make the wrong
I
choice.
wish I'd have been here. I said he's on the terrorist watch list. Why?
But I do think it goes a little bit deeper, though, Dave, because when we bring young men and women into basic training, we train them on how to take and become a team.
Right.
So even as leaders in the military, it's about the team, it's not about the individual. So even when service members transition out, they have a hard time telling their story. Like, what did you do? Not what did the team do, what did you do? So the great thing about those, once they do transition into corporate America, well, they understand. I tell them 80-10-10. 80% has to be about you. 10% has to be about your individual growth and responsibilities, and 10% back to the growth inside the organization. Though you're working with everybody else, and they actually see that you are a team player, and that's kind of that fine line to be able to take and balance it all, just to give them a trajectory where they need to be.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the really cool ways you get through to people, not just people in the military, but there are a lot of people who were raised right, and when you're raised right, you're told not to toot your own horn. My dad has a really. And Dave, by the way, has got a chance to meet my father. He has a great thing where he tells people all the time, he says, rather than tooting your horn, make sure people understand how you fit into this picture. And that's a good way to kind of get through to military people. You need to let people know where you are in regards to the responsibility for the overall function of a situation. And to not do that is to do a disservice to your job, to not let people know this is who I'm responsible for, this is what I take care of, this is who I stand up for, because then people know whether or not to talk to you for a particular part of the mission, whatever that mission is. And I think that's part of the training, the idea that selling yourself is not just about tooting your horn, it's about making sure that people can utilize your talents to the best of your ability.
I think the other big piece, though, also comes to who you put your arms around. Because there's a lot of folks out there that are really trying to move forward in careers, And you have to reach out and become a mentor for a lot of those individuals because they don't know what they're looking for. So when you see those type of people out there, I told Joffe, I was like, Joffe from Warner Trucking, I said, hey, your drivers, I was like, if any of them ever need any advice, someone else to talk to, have them feel free to reach out to me. I do a lot of stuff with the Warner team, really respect what they do. So, and with their veteran population, so no issues whatsoever, going into other companies and helping those folks out as well.
That goes back decades in this space as it's evolved in the veteran transitioning service member engagement space. That was the one thing that unified, kind of led to this transition trucking space, where different companies that, because, and this because you've been involved in this space, you had companies that wouldn't even work together, but the veteran engagement brought companies together and in a very holistic effort. And where we would literally, if I didn't have something for somebody, I'd walk them down to somebody else back when I was with J.B. Hunt a million years ago, and vice versa. And then where we if somebody was struggling with something and a company that didn't have anybody that was a veteran and somebody was having some issues with something, I'd get a call and say, hey, I got somebody going through something. This is in the early days when there really wasn't any kind of infrastructure anywhere. And this happened. And we were going back, 15 to 16, 17, 18 years. And we actually kind of started building support networks in the recruiting networks, the people who did the early days of the Hiring Heroes and those kind of things. And all this is just this is just the outcome of those kind of things. And so that's when I see all this, when I see the maturation of it, and we are, Chris is here now.
Unbelievable.
Well, yeah.
And I talk about taking your own inventory. I want to say this right now. I am so proud of my involvement in this particular event. I mean, it is so important to me. We, not just Brad or you, we've grown this thing. A whole bunch of us have worked really hard to create something real. And that makes such a big difference. Hey guys, just to kind of give you a sense of where we're at, we're in Chillicothe. Chillicothe. I can't escape my father's pronunciation of things, by the way. What you got going on? What's happening here? You
the
sent me
best
something?
photo in the history of transition trucking just made its way to your phone, Jimmy.
I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm gonna be waiting. And
when it arrives, you'll feel better about your intro this morning when you was not on the list.
But it's funny, to Dave's point.
Oh, that's fantastic, by the way. That's the best photo of all time.
Because I met Dave and Brad almost 4 years ago to this month, matter of fact. At Fort Hood, Texas, we were at the Warrior Transition Unit, and there weren't a lot of people in attendance, but they're talking to a driver. I'm overhearing them talking to the driver. I'm like, I'm hiring that kid. And I didn't even know what Fastport did at that point. And then, so that was our first introduction, and then that's when Brad invited me to come to the Veterans Ready Summit in D.C. that fall in December. And we've been clicking ever since.
Yeah, and that's the other part of this is when you meet people. Marnie Holder, our very dear friend.
Can you hold the thought?
Yeah.
I want you to dig in with Marnie Holder when we come back on the other side of the break.
Yeah.
Can you guys stick around a little bit longer?
Yeah.
We'd love to
Yeah.
have you, Brad Bentley, Dave Harrison, Chris Miles. We are here in Chillicothe. We'll be back on the other side of this break. It's Transition Trucking, Driving for Excellence. I had to bribe some people to get into the building. That's the way to answer Lindsay's question she asked me. But I'm here. We'll be right back after this. Go to truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that I can do. And hey, just hanging out by myself over here at the Fastport Studios. Wishing Jimmy was here, but he's off to more important business. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
I am off to more important. You can hear the laughter in the background, Jay, on those microphones.
Get it together, guys.
Get it together. As Ray says, get it together. Tighten this ship up, guys, by the way. Chris Miles, by the way, our good friend Brad Bentley, and, of course, our other good friend, Steak and Temporary Rage and Short-Term Rage, Dave Harrison. By the way, he is the Steak. If it was an action buddy film, it would be Steak and Short-Term Rage. What's up, Short-Term? Shut up, Steak. Floor the car.
Let's write the score for that.
By the way, guys, I don't know if you saw this. I know you guys have. I don't know if Chris has. So Lindsay Lawler over in Nashville, her husband and a contractor friend of theirs, they built her a studio. And the foundation of it is done.
Seen the photos.
I said it is. How did I put it? I said it is. It's gaudy without being tasteless.
And heard you from there yesterday.
I know. I mean, that was, oh my God, what a comedy of errors. So the device that we're broadcasting from is a 6-channel Comrex. We actually, when we made the move from the previous platform onto the new one, we had to get a lot of equipment back from a lot of people who didn't make the trip with us, who didn't come along with us. And the guy who is now on the other platform in the mornings, God bless him, hope he's doing well, he turned over his equipment and didn't turn over the portable router. And people go, just go buy another portable router. It don't work like that, guys. You can't just pick up a portable router and just plug it into your...
No DoorDash for that?
There's no DoorDash for that. And Lindsay and Tara are on top of me. Like, we'll ship you ours. I'm like, by the time you ship me yours, I will literally be done with the broadcast. And so I had to get rid of my flights, just dump them, and then drive from New Orleans to Nashville, do the show from Lindsay's house, pick up the equipment in Indian Mound, Tennessee, which, by the way, isn't even really a town. It's a road in Clarksville.
Oh, I know exactly where it is.
My favorite is Tara's like, well, I don't really live in Clarksville. I live in Indian Mound. I'm like, no, you live in Clarksville on a road called Indian Mound.
Is a southern part of. I know exactly where
ridiculous.
Indian Mound is.
By the way, they're done. Meaning, I don't know you guys. I don't know if Chris knows Tara. She is the on-site producer, and she has now become Nick DeMayo's His Girl Friday. So much of what we do only works because of her. Well, her and her husband have a trailer on 10 acres of property right by a nice little body of water. As I was leaving yesterday, this is what their situation is. So when you drive up here, Jimmy, I just need you to make sure that you realize we don't have a driveway per se. What we have is a lot of stakes. And you might not want to drive over them. I'm like, oh, okay. And so I had to go pick up the equipment and then turn around and go all the way up here, to Ohio. Thought I was going to make it in time, except for the fact that Louisville is a state of mind and a real driving experience. So here I sit with this equipment, but I got a chance to see Lindsay's studio yesterday. It's fantastic.
It's pretty out in Indian Mound, though, isn't it?
It's lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, of course. I would expect no
I
less.
literally used to live not 25 minutes from there. I had a home out in Woodlawn for 14 years, not 30 minutes from Indian Mound.
Gee, what is your connection out to Clarksville? Is there anything out there that you have any sort of emotional connection to?
I don't know. 101st Airborne, Fort Campbell.
I know. As I'm driving.
Plus I coached football at Northwest High School.
Yeah,
I graduated Austin Peay State University when I did my teacher certification. Had kids that graduated from school there.
We're going to have a seance, and we're going to bring back the spirit of Norman Rockwell so we can paint your life. we're gonna do.
Yeah. Big brush.
we were having a conversation about mentorship. It's one of my favorite ones because of Education Station. Dave, you're going to be an upcoming guest on there, by the way, because my wife reached out to me and Claire was like, Dave Harrison counts for Education Station. I'm like, of course he does. Get his ass on the segment. Chris, I wanted to talk a little bit about mentorship because one of the things I don't think we teach people to do right is also to ask people the right questions. Because I will tell you, there's nothing more frustrating. This is a weird thing to say. Okay, so my mom, when I had to make that drive overnight, I came home and I said, I got to go to Nashville. And they know my life well enough to go like, okay, so what do you need? And I said, I really got to take a nap. It was like 2:30 in the afternoon. And I said, I got to take a nap. But I said, I can't be up any later than 9 o'clock. I got to be on the road by 9. I'd like to get up a little bit earlier than that. They said, okay, we got it for you. And what they didn't tell me was my mom went to the store and she bought a couple of chickens. So this will be nice. Bought some chickens. Bought a slab of bacon.
Live chickens or dead?
They were dead already.
Okay.
So
Different stores.
She baked chicken, and she actually cut bacon slabs that she actually dusted with cinnamon, and she made fresh bread too. So when I woke up, there was fresh bread, bacon, chicken, tomatoes, made sandwiches for us to hit the road. I'm not just telling you how great my mom is, although I'm kind of slipping that in there too, is the fact that, one of the things I realized about my mom many years ago is that she has a unique set of skills, just like Liam Neeson. And what she does is that I don't think we take advantage, and I mean this in a positive way, of what people have to offer us. We always want our parents, our friends, our mentors to be something that we're looking for instead of kind of looking at them and being like, wait a minute, you do something for me, and I need to be appreciative of the gift that you bring in and get the most out of the gift that you have to offer. You follow where I'm going here, right, Chris?
Absolutely.
And the idea is, how do we pinpoint not so much what we need, but pinpoint somebody in our life and saying, what do they have to offer, and how can they mentor me in that?
Interesting enough, I was actually up at Purdue University all last week, and I met with their military program, then I met with their Dorothy School of Business. And when you're sitting there having conversations, it's a lot of times no one's asking those young men and women, where do you want to be in 5 or 10 years? Or what career? Like, people are going down a pathway, might be a driver, might be doing something in business, but I'm like, what are the top 5 jobs in your field right now? And they have no clue.
Couldn't answer, right?
It's like, Brad, my driver, it's here. It's like, you're a driver right now. Where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years? He has a degree in cyber. Do you want to take and go down that field? He's like, no, I want to stay in transportation field. And so we've had conversations for the last 2 weeks. Hey, here's the jobs in those fields. I was like, where do you want to be location-wise? And he's like, why are you asking me all this? I was like, because I need to start connecting you now to people in those areas, because those are people that you need to take and start getting into your life and into your circles. Because as an example, just say somebody's here, here from Chillicothe, but they want to take and transition to Dallas, Texas. Well, you need to start building that network, building those mentors now. They're going to guide you on that way in. And that's what a lot of people fail to do, that entire planning piece. The other piece is making sure that you're getting those certifications. And I tell it from the military, you need to be able to take and bridge that gap. No offense, I was in for 26 years. I don't care what you did in service. I want to see how you can transition and how you can fit into that next organization. Part of that organization's responsibility is also to have a military employee resource group and then bring you in and show that we can build you up as well. And the one thing about Sonopar, what we do so well, is we have all the different employee resource groups connects the younger generation to the older generation, Hispanic Unidos, or Black ERA, but everything that takes in brings somebody in so they feel comfortable where they're at and then builds them out. As part of the mentorship, then, it's about having a junior committee program. It's about having a mid-level engagement program, and making sure that employees are aware of those. One thing that I saw coming out of this, just talking with Brad, and because he's at our Killeen, Texas warehouse, is the messaging is not getting down to everybody. So that's one thing I learned from this, is to take back to our team and say, hey, how do we get the messaging better, and how do we make sure it's getting down to the lowest level possible? So there's some work that we can do on our side to make that happen and make sure that we are mentoring properly. But I just think it's about being real with people, sharing your story, and I stumbled in the military, just like anybody else, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, and when you're able to share that with this younger generation, but then show them what you can actually become on the back end of this, it really does mean a lot to them. You know, I'm a fat white guy. I got like 13,000 followers on LinkedIn. My daughter laughed. She's like, why the hell would people follow you? I said, it stuns me too, honey. So it's just about being real and genuine with people, you know, making true connections and actually showing people you can actually help them.
Yeah, I think it's a threefold thing. Being real and genuine is the key to all of it. And what he does so well, and this is what we recognize right off the bat, and we preach this, and what he just talked about is what we talk about in our Vet Ready Summit, and really press upon everybody, is that if you can't articulate career paths, then one, you're doing a disservice to everyone in your organization, and to the people coming to your organization. If you're trying to help veterans or transgender or anyone, it doesn't matter who they are, the young people, all young people. And if we're not trying to help young people today, especially with skills gaps issues that we have, you got these jobs open everywhere that aren't being filled. And you have amazing job opportunities that pay really well that don't require a degree, and you got some jobs that require a degree that aren't being filled either.
You know what we don't do, and I want you to keep going here. What we also don't do, and you and I think, have talked about this. You remember crossovers at football? You have to do you're running sideways and crossover. I remember
really well.
Yeah, the difference between a good coach and a bad coach. A bad coach, does the road thing and hey, you just do it. A great coach, a good coach says, okay, the reason why we're doing this is that there are going to be times you're going to have to move down the line, especially as a defensive player, and be able to keep moving through time and space while keeping your head in another direction. The best way to do it is not turn and run with your head to the side, but keep your head locked and cross your legs over. And what I think we don't do enough, that there isn't enough mentorship, is in the connectivity. Chris just talked about the idea of, I'm here in Chillicothe and I want to go to Dallas. A lot of people will often plan the route and understand what's waiting for them in Dallas. What they won't do is they won't take an inventory of what's going on in Chillicothe, because you can't leave Chillicothe until you wrap your business up there. And I think a lot of people don't. You just did it in a good way. They don't connect it. They don't say, how does it connect?
Well, the other parts of this, so because you're right, and I want to put that into what we're talking about, because the other parts of this is articulating career path is part of that, because you get in the reverse planning, which you have to do with anything that is going to functionally work. If you don't know, you can't get to where you're going if you don't know where you're coming from.
Right.
Period. End of story. Okay.
But the biggest piece of that is a lot of these young women, whether it's military or coming out of college right now, can't tell their story
because they don't know where they're coming from.
And that's exactly
that's part of what I mean.
When I do, it's interesting. So I did 33 pre-screen interviews last week, and after every one, I would be like, "Do you have 10 or 15 minutes?" They're like, "Yeah, absolutely." I'm like, "Let's talk openly. Let me tell you what you can do to improve." And they said, "Nobody has ever done that with me."
That's exactly what I mean. If you don't know where you're coming from, i.e., I can't tell my own story, I can't articulate where I'm at, I can't do my own assessment, I can't assess Chillicothe to get to Dallas.
Exactly.
It's all the same thing. Yeah. That's all part of the holistic thing. That's all about. That's what he does. That's what Chris does well. That's what we try to do well. That's why we try to impress upon people at the Vet Ready Summit, at what we do with everyone, because it doesn't matter what it is. I went and spoke to the Thurgood Marshall Foundation, all their students at about 4 or 5 months ago at a conference, and I literally told 2,000 of them, I think. I was talked until I couldn't talk, and I talked to every one of them, and I told them the exact same thing, Chris. And I tell them, well, who are you? Tell me who you are. Where are you coming from? What do you want? And I challenged every single one of them. At points, I had 30 of them sitting around, and I would challenge them over and over again. I couldn't sit down and do a one-on-one, but I was banging them as much as I could. Here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. Tell me. And I do the same thing with soldiers and with military and transition. When I get in front of them, you got to be able to articulate that. Where you coming from, you got to know where you're coming from to get where you're going, to Chris's point. And so that's part of it. The other part is the circle of service, which Chris has, Brad has, we all try to do. You have it, okay? The circle of service that we bring, and Marnie Holder said this brilliantly last night, and talking about Brad. But it occurred to me that the circle of service that overlaps in this space, we were talking about before, which has led to this, that we went way back when there was a sea of goodwill and nobody had a map to get, and unemployment rate for veterans was so high and suicide rate was so high. Unfortunately, we're back there again. But when we overlap those things and we get a community effort like you see out here, where you have different companies, different organizations, and they will combine to bring new people into this space. Because what I enjoy, when I sit back here and I listen to new people and I listen to people, and when I see people who are doing things and picking up the ball and running with it that I used to run with, and I'm not going to run with very much longer, it makes my heart smile. You have no idea.
Oh, I have a pretty good idea. And by the way, in case anybody has ever figured out, there's a reason why I asked them, what video games are you playing?
Sure.
What are your kids' names? All of that stuff.
Yes.
That's all about that
connection.
It's all about that connection and help people understand. And I think, and Brad, you're going to have a point to make here. The other thing is, too, is it's why I'm a big fan. Everybody here knows the term exposition. It's a theater term, a film term, and the idea is, the definition is everything you need to know in order to understand the story up to now. And I really think that a lot of these young people, one of the best ways we can mentor them is to literally tell them, not just, like I said, not toot your own horn, but I tell people all the time, practice in the mirror telling the story when somebody says, who are you, where do you come from, who are your people, and whose shoulders are you standing on? That's such an important thing. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah,
I thought he said something else that I got arrested for in college. Go ahead.
Well, I think storytelling's kind of been a theme for this contest forever. It's why we have the event at the National Veterans Memorial Museum. But one of the observations I always make, and we've tried to change this on the front end of the process. We have essay questions. We added things in specifically this year for the men and women who are the nominees to talk more about themselves, talk more about maybe some of their commendations, a favorite military moment, all of those things. And lo and behold, it happened again this morning on the air. We learn about people when they're talking to you. There were some great things that came out.
It's my favorite trick in your life. Bring some Vietnam veterans over to a studio. I'll get them to talk about some stuff. My favorite thing.
So Macy, one of the semifinalists who drives for Melton, was a high school wrestler on an all-boys team. And I went up to her when it was over, and I said, I wish that would have been in your essay.
You
Not
buried
that I
the lead, dude. I mean, you buried
I was a
the
high
lead.
school wrestling coach. I was an official for 21 years. I was a wrestler. I loved that. But we didn't know that about her until an hour ago.
If we'd have had a half an hour with just her, one of the things, I don't know if you guys know this, we had on our show a couple of weeks ago the only female competitive eater to ever defeat Joey Chestnut. Let that land. I mean, and by the way, she ain't fat, dude. That woman is ripped. The only time she's putting them away is when she's in the competitions. The rest of the time, it's like salads and yogurt and granola, and that's it. I mean, but it's an amazing story. I went, wait, you're a female? I'd read her stuff, and I'm like, where the hell is that? Tell your damn story.
Chris's guy, Bradley Leckie. Didn't know until we were at the museum walking around yesterday that he was from Jamaica. Wasn't in the original paperwork, right? He was part of a national championship basketball team, right? His favorite sport's actually cricket. Just those little things that you learn about people. You're talking about video games and all this stuff. It comes out sometimes after the fact.
Which in America we know cricket's not a sport.
No. I mean, basically it's a beta launch of baseball, and then things worked out, But no, I mean, my mom, back to my parents all the time. And this is where sometimes, this is both wonderful and sad at the same time. My mom always reminds me to tell people, don't forget to mention the fact that you won the state rally for history in the whole state of Louisiana. Always reminds me. I'm like, that's so silly. But if you think about that, I mean, you know where I went to high school, Brad. It's like, won the whole state.
He was a Jesuit Blue Jay, folks.
But my mom reminds me to do that, though. But this is why, Bo Higgins, we're looking at you, brother. Bo Higgins, we're looking at you. But it's important to remember, a lot of these young people, and some people have great families here and thank their moms and their dads. Yeah. A lot of the young people don't have moms, dads, and grandmas that they can refer to, who don't who aren't there to remind them you won the state championship.
For those listeners who don't know, if you're in New Orleans or around New Orleans, what high school you went to will determine judgment on you instantly.
And where you work, too.
And where you
won
work.
the history title or not.
In Savannah, in Atlanta, they ask where you work. In Charleston, they ask who your family is.
In New York,
and in Savannah, they ask, what are you drinking? And in New Orleans, they ask what high school you went to.
Where'd you go to high school? Where'd you go to high school?
You know, Jimmy Mack, going back to this whole thing about the storytelling, we had more second-generation truck drivers that were sitting around with you this morning. And again, another one of those things. There were a couple of people that talked about it, but I think we had 4 or 5 this morning that came out on the radio. And that's the industry. Should be proud of that, not only the legacy of military service, but the fact that your family business, if you will, is transportation, trucking specifically.
Something that was impactful yesterday, we came back from lunch and we stopped at the Reese Across America mobile trailer. And so went back in, they said, hey, there's an 8-minute movie. I was like, oh, I've been there. I'm like, you know what, let me sit in the movie with these guys. And so you sat in there at first, they're kind of chuckling around, watching the movie. And then stuff got serious.
Silence descends, as I call it.
You're sitting there and then people start asking questions. And they didn't really realize that tied to this event, how all the trucks come in on that Thursday, everybody's setting up, the real story. And then, like, even with Brad, he's like, I did not realize that, Sonapar's been at these things for the last 4 years. And so, like, for us this year, I said, now, Brad, I need you at Killeen, Texas, at the Veterans Cemetery as an ambassador for Sonapar at Reese Across America. While they're sitting there teaching and educating, we're doing that at our own corporate level as well, and incorporating that piece and getting more and more people involved, because we can't forget about that generation that's sitting there, being celebrated.
I've always kind of made the joke. I've always wanted to kind of make a proposal to a major carrier and say, let me be your story consultant. He said, what's a PR person? No. To be able to go in there and talk to every single driver that works for a company and be like, let's practice telling your story. Let's practice kind of telling people who you are, where you come from, because at that point, that's how you figure out if you're in the right job too. Because I can't tell you the number. Bennett and I have talked about this at length. We've actually had this conversation where it's like there are people who they think are great people and great drivers who don't fit their profile. And there are people who have the same reaction to them. Like, I think you're a great company with great values. We're just not the right fit,
We see it in the veteran space, specifically companies that have good military hiring programs, veteran employment resource groups. But the statistic that's been out there for years is people transitioning from the military, about half leave their first job within 6 months. And the companies that do it right, that's why we came up with the concept for the Veteran Ready Summit. To Chris's point, engaging those people coming into the industry, finding ways for them to be involved at the company level in their communities. All of those things will help from a retention standpoint. But it's all really about the culture. And I think the companies that are involved in this contest, they do it right. And they try to get their people involved in different things, whether it's Reese Across America or some of the other things within their communities.
We've got to teach people how to listen as well, too. It's such an important thing, because if you learn how to listen, okay, so follow me on the connectivity. If you, in fact, know your story, if you've practiced your story and understand the truth of your story, it means that you have a grasp of that, which means you're better set up to listen to somebody, because then you're not figuring out your own stuff while they're talking. So you're listening and finding the connectivity, because you're then listening for the things that are the commonalities of the story. Even if it isn't direct experiences, there are emotional connections you can make. Go ahead, Brad. You got a look on your face.
Nope.
Someone
I'm
just
thinking forward to something we got to do in a couple minutes.
Right, but someone just asked me. Very recently, what should I listen for? And I said, you're asking the wrong question. If you're listening, if you're asking someone else what to listen for,
then you're a guard.
Yeah, and you're listening to an algorithm. You're being driven. You're being manipulated. You're being pushed. What you need to do is you need to listen. You need to have an open mind. You need to be totally open, heart, mind, your intellect. Be intellectually honest to yourself for everything, all of it. Go into everything knowing you don't know everything, knowing that you do not know everything. Do not be certain about everything all the time.
Yeah, you are listening to learn. And the thing is, if you are listening, you should be listening to learn as opposed to waiting to interrupt.
Right.
And that is the most crucial thing. I have a point to make, Dave, and I'm going to talk over you right now because I have a point to make.
Right. And if you do say something, it should be either to ascertain something. 80%. You and I talk a lot, and most times, if I interject, I'm trying to get your perspective on something, or I'm trying to foil something in my own mind because I'm still trying to ferret it out, or it's a bad plan that admits no modification. And even if I'm pretty sure, I'm going to throw stuff at my own opinion. And I do it all the time.
Yeah, and there are reasons to interrupt people. One of which is you love them, and you're like going, no, we agree. Where you actually can see them going down a road, and it's like, no, I don't think you understand. We actually agree. Before you actually go off on a diatribe here about this thing, I want to let you know we agree. I don't know if you're actually listening, but it becomes from not listening.
Ever happen?
Never at a steakhouse. Never at a steakhouse does that happen. But I'm wondering about that. We go back to the idea of mentorship because for many of our listeners, veterans, truck drivers, owner-operators, small business owners, running their own fleet, is really teaching them how to listen as opposed to how to giving an order. That's easy, man. You know exactly what you want. You know how you want it done. You tell a person to do it, and either they do it or they don't. But being able to listen and get a sense of what the culture is, if you can develop a culture of listening, that's a real culture.
Chris will tell you right now. Chris, I led troops, but I didn't lead troops as long as he did. I've been in management at various levels for a long time. Chris was a leader for a long time at a very high level in a lot of high-pressure situations. And I'm not going to tell his entire story, but I know enough of it. But Chris will tell you right now that you're not an effective leader, especially in those situations, if you're not able to listen effectively. You just can't.
By the way, what Dave just did, and we can teach these techniques. What Dave just did, Dave Nemo's famous for this too, is stop in mid-thought and hold. You can find out really quickly if somebody's checking their phone to get a timestamp or if they're actually not paying attention. I was paying attention, but I also had to get a timestamp from Dre. We got to take a break here in a second. Dave Harrison, Chris Miles were both joining us here. If you guys got to take off at any time, let me know. But sure enjoying your company. Lindsay Lawler will be here in a half an hour. It's Road Gang Radio. And by the way, Road Gang Radio is all broadcast to you and recorded from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans at the historic Degas House. Both Dave and Chris have been over there. I can't wait for you guys to see the next incarnation. Chris, you're going to love this. Dave Nemo walked into the back room. We finally got it. You saw. It now can be decorated. But Dave Nemo walked in. He went, "You SOB." He goes, "What?" He goes, "You're going to get a TV in here, aren't you?" I went, "Yeah." He said, "You're going to bring a game console in here." And I said, "Yeah," because you're building a game room back here for all your friends. And I went, "Are you my friend, Dave? Are you my friend?" We'll find out. If you guys want to give us a call at 615-292-6366, we would love you to jump in. We would love to hear from you and to be a part of the conversation. Andre, we'll take the break now early. That's okay. Let's just kind of roll into that. I'll go put an extra spot in there or two, and I'm going to go grab a little something to eat really quickly. We'll be right back on the other side of these messages. Road Gang Radio continues, bouncing on down. People are being way too quiet in the background. You can make noise. It's all good here. We're in Chillicothe. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
Hey, I meant to tell you, we tried to...
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that they, the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You darn tootin' are, ain't that right, Jimmy?
You already are in the Road Gang. By the way, if you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, if you're making FaceTime on the Book of Face, if you're yakking it up on the Tube of You. By the way, Marshall, big thanks to you, by the way, for making that phone call early this morning, helping us do a little sound check-in as we rolled into Chillicothe, Ohio. I'm actually going to go over to Moonville later on today. You know, I'm a big fan of some video games that involve, like, you know, the horror stuff, the Silent Hills, the Resident Evils, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys know this, Vinton County, which isn't too far from here, has more ghost towns than any other county in the United States. And it doesn't mean a lot of sad, you know, lonely little places that have been just abandoned. It's the former furnaces and the coal mining towns that have now been turned into state parks, biking trails. There's a tunnel that is still there over in Moonville, by the way. The Finger is making its rounds. Dave is letting people here know that they are, in fact, number one, and that's always a really groovy thing. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, Transition Trucking, Driving for Excellence. Of course, it's our friends at Fastport. The Chamber of Commerce is hiring our heroes, and well, without Kenworth, none of it is possible. Big thanks to our friends here as well, even though they didn't have me on the list.
You don't ever carry a grudge, do you, Jimmy Mack?
No. What is it? I forgive a lot of things. It's the forgetting part that tends to catch up with
that's a hard thing, that forgetting thing. It's rough.
A hard thing, forgetting thing. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I was telling Chris over the break, he's a gamer like I am too. In a couple of weeks' time, Inan Zor, who is the composer of Fallout, you know, dun, 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 and the composer of Starfield will be joining us. He's a former Israeli tank commander. And it's a great reminder that there are so many people beyond just logistics, although you could make it an argument the best of artists like Christopher Nolan are logisticians. By the way, you were talking, Dave, introduce the gentleman to your right, because he was talking a little Ricky Bobby. Little Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, introduce yourself.
I'm Bob Newman from Paradigm Digital.
I was going to introduce him, man.
No, I'm picking on Bob.
You just blew it up. All right.
But the thing is the fact that Christopher Nolan was on the Rich Eisen show, and Christopher Nolan, important films, Oppenheimer, and Inception, and Eisen asked him. He said, "What is your?" They call it a remote drop. You've heard of what a remote drop is? You're watching a movie and you just drop the remote. It's time to watch it. He says, "What's your remote drop?" Christopher Nolan goes, "Well, listen up. If you ain't first, you'll last." And it's like Talladega Nights. And he goes, "Right, we all kind of love this stuff." But Chris, I wanted to kind of pivot here for a second because you and I share a love, as does my wife. It's one of our, I got to tell you, it's made our marriage a wonderful place because when we first bought our PlayStation together, Claire turned to me and she said, she said the return on value on this, she said, we've taken care of in a week. She said between the console and the game that we just bought that we as a couple played for a week together from the couch, she was like, we've paid for this, and we've gotten so much kind of wonderful quality time out of this. And it's really great. Those are really great, for, I think, in the educational space, but I also think in terms of building community, right?
Yeah. So before we went to break, you were talking about the TV. It was going into the studio. Mm-hmm. Well, so I'd like to actually donate a console, so I'll get you a console for the studio, and I'll get that over to you on behalf of Sonopar, our military employee resource group. So I'll get that over there for you.
PS5, please.
PS5, please.
What else is there?
Exactly.
So.
Oh my God! That is such a kind thing. And by the way, with that allow, and just to kind of give you a sense of this, I don't know. We actually
Sega.
we did this. By the way, one of my favorite things, though, Dave, we did this during the pandemic. Dave, Nemo, Claire, and I were big fans of playing the Division 2 together online. And there were a lot of men and women out there on the road who were very lonely and carrying this economy to the finish line during a really stressful time. So we had a little thing where we actually offered it, and people signed up. And because you play in teams of 4 in the division, and we had truck drivers on their off time, and we actually got up one time at like midnight. Because it was when the truck driver had off, and the 3 of us got on different consoles, and that 4th guy joined us, and we actually went and rescued the Declaration of Independence from getting burned. And it was like so much fun with all 4 of us on the headsets. And he was a veteran, and so is Dave. And as you know, Dave, I've been to a few places in my life, and Claire, of course, turned out to be the best tactical operative we had on.
That's
in
awesome.
the field.
That's awesome.
But that's it. I mean, that really is it.
But I'm not going to go into specifics. I'm not going to name the Veteran Service Organization or any of those, but we do have something in the works for a trucker tournament here in the future.
I'm so excited about
this.
We'll
be launching here shortly.
Please share that information.
But it's funny. So I play Call of Duty a lot. And if anybody plays, they'll hear the word camper. You're a camper. I'm like, young man.
I'm a winner.
I was a combat engineer in the United States Army. My job is to hold a piece of terrain and deny you from coming on that piece of terrain. So you can call it whatever you want. But in the end, I'm in the winner's circle. So, when you brought up about your wife, it was funny because my son went in the military. We had a little bit of falling out just on different views. And then that's kind of how we got back into contact, was playing video games together. And then when he calls me, he'll start trying to turn conversations, and I'm like, nope, we're not having that discussion in that area. Let's go back to video games again. And that's always the thing, the commonality thing. He'll be like, hey, Dad, check out what he just asked me to look at. The game will pop in my head. But he'd say, hey, Dad, check out this game. It just came out. Or, hey, this one was revamped. But that's always our connection piece to take and bring back. And funny enough, my 2.5-year-old grandson, before I came out on the road, because I play PC a lot, but I actually hooked up my PlayStation 5 and I brought him in, and I just had like some young Mario Kart games and that type of stuff. And he's not even moving the car; he's a jumping in place, but he's sitting there for like 30 minutes with me, just hanging out, just smiling at me. So still getting that same connectivity from a 2.5-year-old, where he's getting that connection level. So
go ahead, Dave.
So at college football 26 is the only game I play at all right now.
Amazing, by the way.
Well, yeah, it's a great game.
By the way, one of the benefits of NIL.
Yes. No. There's benefits to it.
Yeah, okay.
we're not going down that rabbit
Well,
hole
actually,
right now,
we
Jim.
agree more. By the way, it's one of those things where we actually, Dave and I agree more on this than we sometimes.
As long as it doesn't become the NBA.
No. And Dave and I spend a lot of time arguing on the margins, which is where I think Americans should actually be arguing as opposed.
100%.
Yeah, go ahead.
100%.
Yeah.
But the great thing is I'm old, in case people didn't know, and as far as camping, yeah, I tell young men I was camping in the '80s for real, and the '90s for real, and holding the ground for real, and so it works, by the way. So that's why you do it.
We camped on Red Irish, and guess what?
Yeah,
we won.
Yeah. The high ground works for real, folks. Yeah, but be that as it may. My oldest grandson is like 6'4", 17, going to be 18 in January, and I've got a 13-year-old. Both of them are all boys, testosterone flying out of them everywhere, and they play college football too. They gang up, both of them, against me. They've won once. One time only. But whenever we get together, that's the whole thing. Can they be grandpa? And my granddaughters that are old enough have built mouse pads, grandpa's the champion, this whole thing. And to your point, there's a whole connection line that even when these 17-year-olds have gone nuts, because what do teenagers do? They go crazy and they lose their mind. We can always reconnect, and it gives us a chance to talk and come back to foundation, which is important. So you can use anything for good if you know how to do it and you use it that way.
I want to kind of pivot to Bob here and talk about the idea of what you do, because it's actually going to tie into what Dave and Chris are just talking about.
It's funny because that's good, because I had nothing to add to this conversation at all. I have no kids. I have no grandkids. I have never played a video game that wasn't Pong in my entire life. And you're right, I'm the oldest one here too.
Yeah,
so,
Atari game system is what he was going to donate.
So good. While we were watching the Bears win the Super Bowl, that's how long ago it was.
But I do want to put this in perspective, because I want you to tell people, because you have been, like I said, we got a lot of people in this space who have been with us for a while. A lot of people have been with us since the beginning. And this event, by the way, really is about relationships. What we're talking about, because Dave and Chris talk about the idea of establishing relationships through gaming. But we're talking about establishing a relationship to what you bring to this, that you help. We've been talking storytelling all morning long. You're the visual component of that in many ways. You actually are the record. You are the creator of record for the visual kind of aspect of this, right?
It's, we've been so blessed, honestly, to have met every semifinalist, and we've interviewed and shot video with every finalist since the inception of the contest. And, our team, Eric, Evan, Sam, have the responsibility of really telling a person's rich life in about 2 minutes, and they are able to do that. It's great. This never gets old, and it's kind of a bittersweet thing. It's so much goes into being here, but Brad's going to announce the 4 finalists or 5 finalists today, whatever it is.
It hurts, man. It sucks.
And as painful as you've seen this, we've all seen this, you'll never see an adult get a $10,000 check and look like they're going to cry when they come in second place. This is one of the greatest things. I mean, I think the fact that we're having it during National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, I don't know if we ever mentioned that enough. It's just a way of honoring people, and it brings so much attention to an industry that really fits a veteran on so many levels. We hear over and over again, you're not a Mike 88 to come into this. Every different MOS is looking at transportation logistics, and so many people tell us, I love the idea of it being a mission-driven business. I have a goal, I have something that I need to accomplish, and I can do that. And they get they feel good about what they just did in their work, but then they also say over and over again, I get a chance to see the country that I was defending. I get a chance to maybe decompress a little bit, and I have a chance to feel like now I'm going from being a team to really being my own boss, and then coming back to realizing, wow, I really am on a team again. That's why I love this industry. And Brad and Dave and the other people who came up with this idea on their cocktail napkin, I don't know. This is one of the greatest
It's a real
things.
cocktail napkin idea, and it's one of the great cocktail napkin ideas of all time, I think. It's funny what a bunch of people, I don't know, and Chris and I can tell you this, kind of sitting around on a video chat. It's amazing what you can dream up when you establish relationships, and it makes such a difference to have people who are willing to kind of go with the flow and listen to one another about where this is headed. Talk about, do you have any future plans with this? I mean, has there been anything that you haven't explored in regards to storytelling this event that you might want to try at some point?
It's a great question. We used to give this award and make this announcement at GATS down in Dallas at the Great American Truck Show, and moving it here to the Kenworth Packard facility in
Another great
Chillicothe.
audible, an unbelievable audible, by the way.
Yeah, if there was anything we would love to do, we would have loved to have the opportunity to see the factory tour through the eyes of our participants. We did that a little bit during COVID. We're not able necessarily to do that, and we don't know who the finalists are going to be today, but that's an awesome moment too of them experiencing what goes into this. And I think they feel a sense. There's so many veterans on the floor here. People stop and clap and cheer for our group when they walk through. That's something I wish we could tell as part of this story as well, because there's so much more that goes on behind than just getting nominated, getting your trophy, and all those are honorable things, but so many components go into this. Kenworth, hiring our heroes, the Fastport team. I mean, they really have to keep this organized and going because the voting is so close. All the candidates are so good year after year after year.
Oh, it's awful. And the only thing that makes it bearable is the fact that in the last group we talked to, there was a sense of this. I love these people getting to meet each other. And that really talks about something. Go ahead, Dave.
I want to say something about my friend Bob Newman and Paradigm. And one of the blessings about being involved with this and all this sea of goodwill that I launched into nearly 2 decades ago now, is the fact that there's so many really excellent people that you come across and you become friends with. The people who lead with Better Angels all the time, and the difference makers. This is, and people who know me that candor is my shield and my sword. It is what it is. I'm too old to do anything.
And your calling card too.
Yeah, pretty much. But you know what you get. I am what I am. Bob, his passion when he interviews you, especially in these arenas.
The genuine definition of the word infectious.
Yes. And you know that he cares. He gives a damn about what he's doing. There is a legitimate want to tell the story, a want to share this for the right reasons. I've been interviewed for various reasons on camera by professionals and et cetera, and they're punching a clock. They couldn't give a damn less about you, your story, or anything else. This is just their job. Bob doesn't do that.
Bob sat in the front of this factory and allowed Lindsay Lawler on the front of a truck to recreate her photo that she took 20 years earlier. And that's just kind of the story of him. The other thing I want to kind of give a shout out to Brad and to everybody at this table. I think Brad should write a book, a self-help book called Friends After 50. And I don't think people realize this. You realize that everybody in this room actually is better off than almost 98, 99% of the men in America and around the world. That for men in particular, making friends after they turn 50, getting new friends in their life is really difficult. And if you think about, like I said, and by the way, guys, Fastport's a sponsor, blah, 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 all that stuff kind of done here too. But this is also for all of you out there listening who actually participate in the chat on YouTube as well, because I noticed that hunger is there. A lot of these guys will start talking in chat, a lot of these guys and gals are like, oh, we should meet up. We should meet up. There's a loneliness that if you don't address it, it becomes the giant cancer in the room that just eats everything. I mean, basically loneliness, it isolates us. It is the cause of the 22. It is so many things that kind of play into that. And so much of this like everything else we do around here, is really about creating friendship.
I think Bob brought up a really good point when you're talking about the story. And so it's interesting once the Race Across America's dinner is done, and you'll have a bunch of those drivers together. And I always try and find them. And I'd be like, so, how was the week for you? And they start talking about the sites, the first time they'd ever been to Washington, D.C., and then I'll see them again that night after Race Across America. And, they're just blown away.
Right.
So.
We were lucky about that. Dave, thanks. That was really kind.
Yeah.
I was going to mention something. You've talked about this camaraderie. Evan and Eric, who really put all these things together at Paradigm, all the drivers that are finalists, all the winners, they text them. They know. They send photos because they all want to know, hey, could I get that? Could I get a piece of that for my friend, for my family? Could you get a photo of me for this? It is, and then all of these people we have, from I think last year or the year before with Brandon, all 4 of the finalists were on a chat, a text string together, kind of sharing photos, sharing experiences. It is a really unique thing.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something too really quickly about Chris here. Another thing about Brad, but also about Chris. So he and I were going to have a meeting together to talk about some video game stuff and all that stuff. And I remember, and Brad will tell me, they really like gaming. I'm like, okay, yeah. And then the camera came up on you, Chris, and there's literally Funko Pop stuff all behind him, consoles everywhere. It's a dude's gaming room. And I went, oh, no, we got a gamer here. And I was so delighted. And I had 2 thoughts. I'm really going to like, I already talked to Chris. We'd done a really great interview talking about Rhode Irish and all that stuff. But I'm like going, oh, my God. I'm like, I found a kindred spirit. And the next thought was, Brad knew it. And one of the things about listening to your friends is that if you're really listening to the people that you meet and you love, what are you doing? Then you're meeting other people and going, oh, you know who they would love? You know who they would get along with? And that makes such a big difference. And I would encourage everybody out there listening right now, if you meet somebody wonderful, think about somebody else wonderful that you know and say, oh, we got to get you guys together. We got to get these people to hang out. And so much of what we do here, what we've been doing it's 10 years now, right, Brad?
10th year.
It's the 10th year. Happy anniversary, by the way. 10 years.
Hey, Chris, are you done saying what you wanted to say? Because you were about to make a really important point, because I've seen it and lived it myself.
So this is a big. This is the first year where I've seen the veterans actually give their story. They went in and told their story. And I'm sorry, anytime I talk about DC, the sites of Arlington get choked up. But when you look at that, it's the first time that so many service members have walked those grounds, felt that. So that's a big moment to them. So, because nobody has heard their story, listened to it. So it's a big moment for those folks.
What I think is so important about that is that, and by the way, you can have silence on radio, guys. Just kind of letting you know something. You can let stuff land. It's okay. It's all good. That is such an important thing. The telling of the story, the kind of constructing the story, is so important, because if you have nobody to tell it to, Chris, you live in silence. And I'm telling you, man, there is nothing worse than watching. And we see it all the time. How many times did somebody run into an old man at a grocery store, a counter, and you say the simplest thing to them, and then words just come pouring out of their mouth?
It's funny you said that. Last year, Corey Troxel, his dad was here with him. Corey, we usually do these interviews are about 10 or 12 minutes. Corey talked for 35, almost 40 minutes, and his dad was crying. He said that was the first time Corey ever really shared out loud, even with his family, what he had gone through. The challenges that he went through, his injuries, the recovery, and he just felt it was a safe place to do that. Obviously, we didn't want to stop the camera or say stop, but it was his dad felt it was a cathartic experience for him. And Corey, if you meet him, he's not a man of many words. He's a very quiet, kind of stoic, sort of sense of humor. But his dad was blown away, and he felt that way because he felt like he was surrounded with compadre in a way that people have experienced everything. What that also does meant that everybody else wanted to tell their 30-minute story, so we had about 2.5 hours of video, which was great.
He just said the word catharsis, and it's exactly what I was thinking about. And the same thing that, years ago, my first real Reeves experience, and much like Chris, I was kind of blown away. Brad will tell you I'm pretty private about my own story, and I'll tell parts of it in chunks and depending on the circumstances. But the thing about this, and the thing about what we do in D.C. every year, and the thing about bringing people into the fold, both veterans, those who served, those who haven't served, those who care, is that the people who did serve and the Corey Troxels and those of us who've seen things, we get a chance to feel like we're part of something and we weren't alone. And we can talk and we can tell our story. People understand, but we also get that community. Bradley said yesterday I was messing with him and I was just jacking with him and cracking jokes and stuff. And he said, looked at me and said, I've missed this. Because I'm just ripping.
There's no reason they have to.
Right. Well, that's part of the reconnection thing, and part of doing the gaming thing. There's some companies that literally use the Discord app so that people can game.
The greatest idea of all.
Well, I spoke at an event and we were talking about how retention for millennials and there's companies that are using Discord app so that people can game online, so that both the office staff, driver managers, et cetera, and the drivers can maintain some level of connection, those kind of things. The other part is it allows a level of understanding with those who never served, because they'll never truly understand, but they get a window, like Corey Troxel's dad.
My dad at Anniston, Alabama. I mean, he has been dying his whole life to get in front of a group of servicemen and thank his wife. It's all he's ever wanted to do. It's all he's ever wanted to do in regards to his unfinished business from the service. He just wanted to get in front of a group of veterans and thank his wife for those 5 contentious years in the Pentagon. And I'll put them in context, guys. 1967 to 1972. So you can imagine what that was like, with having for her to raise 3 boys by herself in an army base while he was.
Did he get it done?
He got it done.
Oh, I was about to say, why don't we bring him to the Pentagon in December? He can do it in the Pentagon.
Brad will tell you, he gave the speech of his life.
Oh,
and
okay.
It wasn't about him, and it wasn't about his service. He wanted to.
It's about her. Yeah.
It was about thanking every single veteran spouse who ever put all of that nonsense. And he wrecked himself, and he wrecked the room. He wrecked Brock, I'll tell you that.
For some, it's interesting, though, how many years and generations it takes
I missed that.
until you can actually have that conversation. Dave brought up Discord groups for gaming.
Okay.
So I do want to highlight the Bob Woodruff Foundation actually just did stand up their gaming Discord group. And what's interesting about theirs is actually tied to the Got Your Six Foundation. So you have all their mental health, all their community support, which is important for drivers, because no matter where you're at across the country, if you go to that Got Your Six site, there's a resource out there that can reach out to you. So that's something that you'll be hearing more about in the future between us.
We're going to keep the conversation going. I got to take a break because look busy, Dave. By the way, our good friend Lindsay Lawler is joining us, and a big thanks to the guys who are on right now. They don't have headsets on, so they can't hear the rest of the world kind of coming into shape. It's just me kind of shooting the breeze with these guys. We have a full show coming up, and guys, just to kind of give you a sense before we hit this break, the end of the show today has the League of Fire competitive chili pepper eating competition. The UK Chili Queen and League of Fire are featured in the hit show Super Hot, The Spicy World of Pepper People. It's streaming now, and that's what we ended the whole day on. This is a terrific show. I love this show. I love Chris Miles. I love Dave Harrison. I love Brett Bentley, and I love my good friend Phone Master Dre. How we doing over there, my man? Outstanding. We will be back on the other side of this message. Look busy. Lawler's coming. Talk to you guys in a minute.
I'll be right
back. And we're out.
Sorry about that, Arlen.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Is that a Kenworth?
The wheels
No, absolutely not. Kenworths don't do that. That's a ship of Theseus right there. That is a reconstituted God knows only what. What's going on? Good morning.
Hey, Lindsay. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. From the Big Easy to Music Sleazy to Chillaqueezy, we are here. Chillaqueezy. I'm not sure. Something like that. We are here.
Oh, that's really good. I like that.
Chillaqueezy. It doesn't make me queasy.
Chillaqueezy.
Puts me at ease. Easy. I don't know. We could keep. It's Friday, so the wheels have probably come off, but we were rolling-ish.
Rolling-ish. Chillaqueezy. I like that. That sounds like a great Italian name. It's Federico Chillaqueezy. I kind of like that, by the way. And I can see my good friend Phone Master Dre over there. I deliberately did not have Google Meets this morning because I'm trying to preserve as much of my battery as I possibly can, but I now have plenty to make it through the rest of the show. Good morning to everybody over here. Our good friend Brad Bentley just stepped out. He says, good morning to everybody. Lindsay, I missed you here. I won't lie, but then again, I think you would have gone absolutely crazy this morning when I could not get past security. Brad had my badge and pass, but I was not on the security list. I could not actually get into the Kenworth studio. Plant.
I wouldn't let you in either. You look suspicious, highly suspicious. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. It's Friday. We have a really fun show today ahead. We've got a killer band coming up next. Maggie Noel is joining us, who's the lead singer of Magnolia Boulevard. Right after that, Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackford from Owida, Trucking with Owida, are going to be joining us. We're going to be checking in. Then it's Breaker Back Talk with our very own Tara Hara Garris, Tara the Turtle, taking your comments, reading your notes, your questions, your comments, your concerns. Concerns? Maybe concerns. We'll see.
Concerns.
League of Fire. It's the competitive chili pepper eating contest. This is actually a show, a show streaming where people choose to eat the hottest chili peppers in the world. People choose to do that. They choose to do that. They choose to do that.
By the way.
And then it's time for country and western music news. Hey, buddy, mute your Google.
We can hear you.
We can
hear you, buddy. We can hear you, man. We can hear you. You're making the miracle happen over there, but you got to make the miracle happen on mute. Mutant
Jim,
time.
before
Go ahead.
we bring this guest on, I want to tell you, I hate to even say excited about Country Western Music News because I have to lead it off this afternoon with today with a really, really bummer, sad story coming out of Nashville from yesterday. We lost a great yesterday here in our songwriting community, and we will get to that. But other than that, Jim, other than that very sad story, there are a couple stories in Country Western News today that are going to spark some really interesting conversation between you and I. I'm really looking forward to it. I picked him specifically not because of the story, but because of what it's going to lead us to talk about. So I'm really looking forward to that. Just as much, Jim, as I'm looking forward to this next guest, Maggie, that we're joined with, who I will intro here. But I know you loved their music that you've been listening to.
Oh, and I'm really excited to have this conversation. And let me really quickly about this show. Along with this crazy morning we had, we are so rack-packed and stacked this morning, so kind of crammed up and jammed up with a whole lot of great content here. Please keep up. Please go on with the jazz. But if you could, like I said, do the introduction here. And like I said, I can't wait. Can I get the first question? I do get the first question, correct? You're going to let me kind of dive in with that?
Sure.
All right,
Sure.
go
I'm sure I'll
go
interrupt
on.
you, but you can start.
Okay, go on. Introduce our next guest.
Do we have a Maggie on the phone, Dre? Sweet. Let's have her put her on hold because I want her to hear us talk about her.
I
feel like
understand.
That's important. You know what I mean? That's an important thing. All right. Today, we are thrilled to welcome to the show. She's a powerhouse, man. I mean that when I say that. You know I don't use that word if I don't mean it. Powerhouse voice. She's soul-driven. She's got so much spirit. Maggie Noel, frontwoman of the Kentucky Rock and Soul Quintet Magnolia Boulevard, is joining us. Magnolia Boulevard first of all, they put on a really powerful live show. I watched a couple videos. And so much so that they won Best Rock Band at the Lexington Music Awards. They took first prize at Floyd's Fest on the Rise Band competition. They shared stages with the likes of Blues Traveler, Marcus King, George Porter Jr. And now, most importantly, I will say, after 8 years of triumphs and heartbreaks and births and losses and lineup changes and all the things that you want in a good documentary but don't want for the band maybe, they're finally releasing their long-awaited self-titled debut LP on November 28th. Very exciting. Now, guys, if you like Tedeschi Trucks Band, if you like Bonnie Raitt, if you like Grace Potter, this music will speak to you. And by the way, if you don't like that music, we are probably not going to be friends. So you can just change the channel now. This record isn't just live music. It's really live experience. You can hear it in it. The band says these songs are them, both from the struggle and growth and demons and angels and all of it. And you can really hear it. We are going to talk about it. We're going to dive deep. The album drops Thanksgiving week with a special Friendsgiving hometown show at the Burl in Lexington. You're going to love this music and this guest. Please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Maggie Noel. Good morning.
Woo! Good morning. Thank you. Such nice things that you had to say.
Maggie, you there?
Yeah, Maggie, awesome. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Jim, can you not hear?
No, I
Okay.
cannot.
All right. My co-host is having a problem hearing you, so we will dive in while we figure that out. Jim, can you hear her now? Maggie, say hello.
Hey, testing, checking the microphone.
Oh, Maggie, you ain't got to check the You ain't got to check the microphone, Maggie. That's on my end. Good morning to you, Maggie.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Doing Dan and Grandy. I'm going to jump in here, Lindsay. I want to ask because there's something about doing a live album. Can you talk about the decision to do that and why you guys playing in the reels is so important? What audiences give you? Because I mean, basically, if you guys watch them in front of a crowd, it's galvanizing is the best word to kind of describe it. But talk to me about why you guys in the live and in the reel are so important.
I've always said we've always been, we feel the audience, when we're putting our sound out, it's always really nice that it's just well reciprocated, and I feel like people really, they get in the groove, they like our lyrics, and it's been really cool. But to clarify, I'm not sure if this is what you said. This album that we're putting out is not a live album. But we're really excited about this album for sure.
It's not a live album, but the live show is amazing, and the tracks that I've also heard off off the record are fabulous. And you know what, Maggie, if you don't mind, I'm just going to dive in. I'm going to go deep because I don't have time to beat around the bush and talk about the weather and the movies that are out. I go deep. That's what I do. And so I'm a songwriter in Nashville, and we actually do a show around here called We Should Write, which is about the healing power of writing. And which, by the way, I would be honored for you to come back on, just knowing a little more about your story and reading about it. Because here's something really important. You guys were writing through. You say it's 8 years, and it's the life lived. And I think it's really important for people to note. I think people listen to music sometimes really passively, which is fine. That's great. If you can escape with music, that's wonderful. But we listen driving in a car, in the background at a party, or whatever, and we don't sometimes think about not only the process of writing the song, the production of it, but more importantly, the life that needed to be lived in order to be able to write that song. And yourself, as well as your band members, have gone through a lot, from the loss of your drummer to you having a baby, which is just a smack in the face of the circle of life right there. Can you just talk about give everybody a little peek behind the curtain as to what it takes when you've gone through all these emotional highs and lows, and then you come back center, the pendulum swings back the other way, and then you meet sort of in the middle and realize, all right, it's time to grow and heal and write through this and then put it out to the world. What is that feeling like to make that commitment to your storytelling?
Oh man, honestly, it's been a little conflicting for me in the past, just because I tend to write out my feelings, and songwriting for many years for me has been somewhat of a type of therapy, to just write it all out and let it out, and so it's a song. Its meaning can change over time as well, But I personally love how a song can mean something to you, and then it can be interpreted in a different way to the audience, And that's really what I love to do the most. Just as long as it touches somebody in some kind of way, to where it's giving them those heart feels, and maybe they can cry through something, or just expressing emotion. It's a really gratifying feeling for me. We have a song out called Sister that I wrote a long time ago for my best friend. But anyways, that song for years, and I'll just add this song I've called my Hallmark song for years. I'm hoping that maybe Hallmark movie will buy it. That'd be cool. But
Hallmark, if you're listening, call Maggie.
Thank you. Yeah, I wrote that for my best friend, and I've had so many people come up and say, this song means so much to me. I play this song for my baby every night, or I sent this song to my sister who, we haven't spoken 10 years, and this was the song was a bridge for our relationship, So, like I said, a song can be interpreted in so many different ways for so many different people, and it makes my heart feel good that people are just receiving what we put out, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
No, and really quickly, I wanted to ask about audiences. I seem to be obsessed with them. You talk about the song meaning something different to other people. Have you ever had the experience, and Lindsay, you can talk about this too, where the song meant one thing to you, and then an audience's response? I don't mean like you thought the song was great and the audience didn't. I'm talking about where you could tell from the way the audience was with you on a song that they were feeling the song in a very different way than you feel it. Does that make sense? Have you ever had that experience where it's like, this is a very different reaction to this, not a bad one, than I thought it would be, but I'm kind of okay with that, and it's helped me understand the song better? Does that make sense?
It does. It does. I mean, that's just kind of, it goes into what I was saying, like it meaning different things for different people. I think that's just such a beautiful thing for music all around. It's just a completely different language that we all speak with one another, But for example, Devil You Know, that will be on the album. We've released that song, so you can hear it now. That one, it was written with the intention of trying to express the emotional side of the other girl, right? So,
her.
And that was a tough one to write about, you know, to really like try to like put yourself in someone's shoes in a kind of conflicting way, you know. But I've had, oh Lord, I'm making a mess in my kitchen. I hope y'all didn't hear that.
It's just a reminder that you're real. You're real,
You're
Maggie.
people.
I'm real. If you saw the mess in my kitchen, then you'd really know that I was real. But
this is not an AI conversation. This is not an AI artist, everybody.
Maggie is actually real. Yeah, real.
But no, back to the devil, you know, like I said, from that perspective, you know, nobody's really going to know that right off, you know. And I've had a couple of people be like, you know, what happened there? You know, I really love this song because you really expressed that, you know, this isn't the right person for me, you know. So,
but Maggie, what's so cool about that is, I think what I'm hearing you say, or what I think that does, is give humanity to the quote unquote villain, the bad guy in the story. You know, I think that it's really important sometimes when we can't figure out why something's happened or why something's done something, someone has done something or acted a certain way. It's a chance to do what you just did, do a little bit of role playing, step into their shoes and be like, how would I have acted in this situation? There's obviously a reason behind it. Hurt people, and or there was something going on behind the scenes that I didn't know. And it's I think you writing a song like that from that perspective, I mean, dare I say, is how we bridge a lot of gaps in this world and a lot of divisiveness when people can hear that thing and emote something that's like, okay, wow, I need to think before I react and realize. It sounds like to me it was like, oh, I realized ultimately this was working out in my benefit because I wasn't supposed to be with that person, right?
Right, yeah. You're exactly right. You know, it go ahead, sorry.
No, I just said that's huge.
I want to say something here too, and one of the things that I've always thought about the other woman, the other man, and all that kind of stuff is that, you know, we often encourage in this society people to kind of go with their gut. When you've met the one, nothing should get in your way. Well, I wonder how many people have been the other person and decided, I'm really sorry that I'm messing with somebody's life and their relationship, but I've met this guy or I've met this gal, and I'm going to have them. And, you know, we celebrate that so much about the idea, especially with guys, like she's the one and I'm going to get her. But, you know, we don't talk about the fact that a lot of these people who actually end up breaking up marriages or coming between relationships wherever they are often people who are responding to somebody else's unhappiness. They're responding to a connection that they've made with somebody. And it's a great reminder, too, that when we make a connection with somebody, we often make incredible decisions, and sometimes we make incredibly bad decisions because those connections can be overwhelming. And it seems like a song is kind of the best place to capture the mindset of somebody who is the other woman. And I feel in many ways you can write somebody else's perspective in a song in a way that lets the audience know, I am not this person, but I am. Am I making sense here, guys? That the audience gets you are not the other woman, but that you're writing about the other woman from a sympathetic place, which is very difficult to do in a lot of other art forms. Does that make sense, guys? Am I getting through here?
You are. You're making total sense. And like, to touch back with what I was saying earlier, that was a really tough thing for me to try to do, to put myself in that person's shoes. And especially, just for my own mental health and my aggression and me not wanting to, like, call somebody's eyeballs out, But, again, it's just it helped me, process things a little bit better.
What's her name, Maggie? What's her name?
I'm saying it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Maggie,
Maggie, I'm going to give you my phone number. You can text me her name and I'll say it. That way you won't have to say it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I want to pivot and talk about your voice, Maggie, because your voice is really, really special. And Two things are at play here for me. First of all, to me, your singing voice does not match your speaking voice, does not match your picture. To me, they're like three different personalities, which I think is actually a really cool thing. And also, by the way, I'm saying that because it's going to make people want to go Google you and find out really quickly and then listen to the music and do all the things. But it's such a fascinating thing to me to be like, I heard your music first, and then now I'm hearing you talk actually on the phone, obviously, and I'd seen your picture. I'm like, these things, that's not what I expected. It's not what I expected in the best way. But also, Maggie, I hear this like in your singing voice, this conversational Southern rock meets haunting Adele thing going on, which I mean as the highest compliment.
Thank you.
That's
Have you ever
pretty
heard
good,
that?
Lindsay.
I like it. I love it. That's a great compliment.
Well, I'm surprised you hadn't heard that, and I'm curious to you, but since your voice does bring that raw conversational thing. When I listen to you sing, I feel like we're in conversation, and to me, that's really important, especially from a songwriting perspective. How much of that is intentional with you? About how much of your sound is intentional? I guess I say, and how much is just like, this is Maggie, here I am. What goes into that?
Man, it's a great question. It's a little bit of a mystery for me, to be quite honest. I've been singing since I was itty bitty, so it kind of came naturally. I'll just say this too: this band that we created 8 years ago. This is the first electric band that I've ever been in. I grew up kind of in like the bluegrass scene, with my family and whatnot, and always played acoustic guitar. So this band was really like my first outlet to like really kind of amplify my vocals in a way that I didn't even know was possible. So
yeah,
you're definitely not the first person to say that. I had one person kind of put their finger in my face and was like, "That's not how you really talk." And I'm like, "You don't know me," but
that's not
yeah,
that's not your purse.
What?
But yeah, I don't know. Man.
I'll
I've
explain.
had a lot of people say that. You like to what?
I don't know. Go on, Maggie.
Go on.
I think that was all I was going to say. I'm moving slow, and my brain's moving slow today too. So if I didn't answer the question correctly, just let me know.
You answered.
No,
it
you did.
beautifully. There's no right or wrong
great.
answer to your voice, obviously. So it's who you are.
No, the thing and by the way, guys, I apologize. You don't know me. That's not my purse. That's a line from King of the Hill. So the way you said it was so in that rhythm. I just was like kind of referencing a television show. But Lindsay's right. There really is, there really is a sense of, that people, even when they've been doing this for a long time, often find their voice or a different version of their voice when they get exposed, because so much of being on stage in a musical environment, in a band, is actually working with your collaborators. And the addition of new instruments, to go from a folk sort of feeling, and then to actually add the amplification of electrics requires you kind of amplify your voice and then hear yourself in a different way. My question that kind of ties in with Lindsay's question is, do you hear it? I mean, when you sing, does it seem like a logical thing that voice is coming from you? I know that sounds odd to people, but there have been people who have actually gone and taken vocal lessons who didn't know they could sound like that. Is there ever a moment where you ever think to yourself, this is coming from someplace else other than me? And there's no right or wrong answer there, but that kind of sense of where you feel the spirit in a way, that there's something different going on inside of you than there is when you're just shooting the breeze with a bunch of lunatics on a Friday morning on a radio show.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of times, and it's a lot of, like you were saying, the collaboration with everyone together. Like, just like sometimes when everybody's passing the basketball around and everything's fitting in the pocket just the way it is, and then I'm able to, pull out this part of my vocal, and I'm able to give myself cold chills. That is most definitely something. That's spirit. So I like that you described it as spirit.
I like to call it downloads. when it comes to me. I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
this came from somewhere else. Okay, let's go. Okay, this album comes
Yeah.
out November 28th, which is Thanksgiving week, right around Thanksgiving time, rather. And you guys have a show in your hometown for the release, which is really exciting. To me, there feels like some symbolic, and I don't know if this was intentional or not, but the timing feels really symbolic. Releasing this debut album that time of year, where the album drops right around a time when we're reflecting on gratitude and sitting, rooted in connection and reflection. Was there a method to that madness, or why Thanksgiving week for this release?
Honestly, I could see where you could see if there was some connection there, but there wasn't. It was kind of serendipitous how it happened. This is actually
that's cool.
Our second annual Friendsgiving show at the Burl, and it just kind of lined up where we were able to release the full album on the show date. So it's definitely gratifying. There wasn't a connection there, but again, serendipitous.
Well, I think that's even cooler, actually, when things happen. They're like, oh, this makes it would have made too much sense if you'd planned it. You know what I mean? It's cooler that you did. It's another reason, like, for me, it goes back to spirit again. It's another reason it's like this is all just part of your story and your plan, and really makes sense. That's my take, Jim.
And like I said, this album has been a long time coming. Brian and I, our keyboard player, we're the two original members of the band. And, as you said, we've really went through a lot of ups and a lot of downs. And, at times it's like, why are we doing this? Why are we self-torturing ourselves? But
oh my God, I can relate to that. Go on.
I say that every morning. I say that every morning.
But yeah, it's definitely this album release on our hometown annual show at that. It's a very gratifying feeling because our community has really stepped up and been through thick and thin throughout the history of this band. So to be able to wrap it all up and release it with our hometown community, it's a really good feeling.
I'm actually going to invoke a little of my co-host spirit here about the whole about the release party and the Friendsgiving, and simply say this: I think it's a manifestation. I think that when you're the kind of people that have it, that actually create a Friendsgiving show, a show in celebration of your friends, it's bound to actually the energy of the universe is going to pull it all together, Lindsay. That's kind of my take.
Yeah.
I think that's where that's coming from. I might actually, Lindsay, make a birthday gift of myself since my birthday is the 25th. I might actually join that Friendsgiving celebration and drive up to Nashville for that.
Hey,
and
it's not in Nashville. It's in Lexington.
It doesn't make any difference. It's all the same drive at the end of the day. It's all the same drive. It's all the same drive.
We make that drive all the time too, buddy. Y'all come on up. Welcome you. We love it.
Come
Sounds
on
great.
up. Come on up, you say. Well, that show's coming up. The music some of the tracks are already out now. You can obviously hear past music that is already out. I'm going to really encourage our listeners. So, Maggie, the vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, and as you know, they have a lot of time on the road to listen to music. What's one thing? We've got about a minute here left. What would you say to the truck driving community? Why this music it puts you in a meditative space on the road?
Oh man, there's going to be a couple songs that would fit pretty well for those types of folks. But I would say definitely listen to "On My Own." Truckers out there, that's a good one because y'all are in your vehicle all day by yourself, and it'll put you in a go-go mood.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Everybody, please check out this fabulous band. It's Magnolia Boulevard. You can head over to magnoliaboulevardband.com. And please do so because the picture of all five of them on the front, first of all, the bald guy on the left. Who's the bald guy on the left, Maggie? What a happy smile.
That is our bass player, and he is most definitely just like a little drop of serotonin anywhere he goes. He's the happiest guy. And
you can tell.
All around.
You can
he's
tell.
great.
Yeah, it's like the bald preppy guy smiling on the left, and then a couple of hippies, and then this hot badass queen right in the middle. So Go on, girl. MagnoliaBoulevardBand.com. Best to you, my friend. Best of luck with this music, and we can't wait to see you out live at some point.
Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate you all and love talking to you.
We love talking to you.
By the way, since Lindsay has now saved my ass, I'm going to say thank you and welcome back to Road Gang Radio. We'll be back on the other side of this. You got to get up and truck down. They've been doing it since 97, 50 states, 8 provinces. What do you got to do, Lindsay?
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. .com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Sapp Brothers appreciate you. That coffee pot is a promise of customer service that aligns with their values. And those folks are showing what they think of you for National Driver Appreciation Week by celebrating all September with scratch and win games, prize giveaways like Yeti coolers and UFC tickets, not to mention 10 full sets of steer tires with any PM service or 250 shop spend, all in the app. Download the app and be a part of a generous rewards program for professional drivers. $2 all-you-can-eat pancakes, steak specials, and cookouts and celebrations. Sapp Brothers serves professional truck drivers. First-rate travel centers, family-friendly restaurants, and world-class maintenance. It's a promise that they, the coffee pot, is there for you. Go to sappbros.net and find the values you expect from home and download the Sapp app.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
And by the way, we like saying RadioNemo.com. After all, this is Road Gang Radio. And if you listen to Road Gang Radio on Tuesday, Thursday, or Friday, immediately after Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com, we always call this the best live transpo show in the known universe. We are quick to point out, too, by the way, though, that the best pre-recorded transpo show in the known universe is Trucking with OIDA, Lindsay. It is so nice to share this particular space and this particular platform and venue with Scott Thompson and Ashley Blackford, the host of Trucking with OIDA, OOIDA, who join us this morning just for a drop-in, just for a hello, and to see how you're doing. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy and Lindsay. How you doing?
Well, we're good, but I have a bone to pick. I'm going to start it off with a bone to pick. Why have I not been able to ever talk to these lovely people before? This is our first time connecting. I listen to them every time. I always see their picture pop up, and I'm like, I want to be best friends with these people, and I feel like someone is keeping us apart. So I'm glad that we're talking finally.
I don't think we've ever met. I do remember seeing you and hearing you sing, actually. I took a video of you at Matt's 2 years ago. But yeah, we've never met or talked, which is kind of funny.
It is funny, and it's such a weird thing. It's actually what I want to talk to both of you, both Scott and Ashley, about today, because, it's one thing. I feel like I know you because I listen to your show 3 times a week. So I'm like, oh, I know those people. And then when I saw your name pop on the calendar today, I was like, oh, wait, I don't actually know those. I've actually not spent time with these people. But that's such a weird thing. Are y'all starting to feel that now that you're on the air doing the show? You're really the face of OIDA here, the voice, rather. of OOIDA and what you guys are doing over there from a media standpoint. Are you feeling, is that an interesting shift to also realize that your voice is going out into the homes and more importantly, the trucks of so many every day, that the same thing, people out there like, I know them. Oh, wait, do I know them? Do you feel that?
Lindsay, I'd never thought about it, but now that you say that, I'm terrified.
Yeah, it's all you're going to think about now. You're welcome.
Now I've got a lot to think about.
Exactly.
No, I think it's a great point. I mean, I think Ashley and I kind of view our positions and our roles here as, sort of amplifying what the association is all about. Obviously, the issues that the association is involved in and the issues that the association has been pushing either for or against in the trucking industry for years, not decades in some cases. I mean, I think Ashley, I keep speaking for you, Ashley.
No, it's all right. No.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of view it as really a gift, right? And that we do get to talk about all the things that the association is so passionate about. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it comes down to many of the people who are probably listening to this right now who are making their living on the road each and every day and dealing with all those challenges that we talk about, whether it's, truck parking, detention time, all these issues that keep popping up on an everyday individual basis. But when you look at the big picture, it's all about us all coming together, I think, and trying to solve some of these issues. And I think we've made some progress in recent years, which is encouraging. But, that's kind of how I view my role. And Ashley, I think you can maybe agree
Very
with
much
that.
the same,
Yeah.
You can speak for each other now. It's a partnership. Your media partnership has two become one, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Ashley, I wanted to ask you this question because, we in many ways face some of the same challenges you guys have in that we changed formats. What we've also done that you guys, I think, have done as well, too, is that you guys have kind of kept some of the stuff that used to be on the previous platform while at the same time expanding what it is and to kind of respond to new trends in regards to podcasting, in regards to broadcasting, and to kind of keep up with that while still wrapping enough of it in a familiar form that a lot of the listeners understand, while at the same time beginning to push the boundaries. Can you talk a little bit about the transition, to go from what landline now to go from that space and time on the previous platform, and talk about what it means to kind of reimagine the world. But you guys have been thinking about this for a while, right? I mean, being enmeshed in the world of podcasting and in the world of kind of streaming media. Talk about what it's like to kind of reinvent the way you brand something in regards to the way you kind of give out information, and how fast you had to do it, and what challenges you guys faced.
Wow. Yeah, it's been an interesting transition going from landline now. And mind you, I've been here, I think it'll be 4 years in January. So it's like opened up a whole new world for me as far as the trucking world. Came from a TV background as a journalist. But no, it's been a great transition. Landline now, I think both Scott and I taught us, got our feet wet, and we learned a lot through that. Transitioning into the, podcast world, I know one thing that I've loved is just kind of the being able to be a bit more laid back has been wonderful. Not necessarily having too much of a time constraint, which is awesome. Because as you know, Jimmy and Lindsay, sometimes you get people who, you could talk to for 10 minutes. Sometimes you get people you could talk to for 2 hours. And I mean, they're absolutely fascinating. So I think just having some more flexibility and being a bit more real. Not that I don't think Landline now is real, but I just think it was very, news driven, and just kind of being able to talk to people, to get to know people. I'm always fascinated how people got into the industry. And so just being able to ask those questions and, just having it be a bit more personal, I guess.
Yeah. I'll just add to that, too, that the trucking industry, and again, you both know this so well, it's just full of incredibly fascinating people who are coming with different perspectives from different walks of life. And to Ashley's point there, with Landline now, it was a bit more, I guess structured is maybe the right word in a way or two. Not that we're not structured, although some people might argue that maybe we're not structured as much as we should be. But there's more of a conversation, more of a window, I guess, for conversation and getting to know these people who are so fascinating and have such fascinating stories and are able to, kind of convey that bit of personality to us a bit more. So I think that's been, at least the most, for me, the most kind of refreshing thing with this new, and I'll use air quotes here, new format that we've been doing here, is that we're spending a little more time getting to know people, kind of what Ashley talked about there, and I really have enjoyed that.
You're saying, actually, everything you're saying is making me really happy because it's all falling into something that I believe so much, that at the core of trucking, I think in you guys, in all the years I've been going, as you guys have too, to these trucking shows and truck conferences, what I'm well aware of is within the trucking industry, we do a great job of reminding each other within the trucking industry how great the trucking industry is. The issue is letting the people outside of the trucking industry understand how great it is. And that's always been my thing. It's like from someone who's not a trucker like myself to be like, how can we bridge this gap? And so exactly what y'all are saying here, the fact that it's real, it's human interest stories, it's getting to know the people and the stories behind it. I think it's important. And so my question to you guys, I brought up this, I think yesterday on the show, the idea of, especially since it's National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, when you're out on the road and you look to the left or the right and you see a person in that cab, to remember something as simple as that is a person. That's not a truck driver or a truck or a big machine. I mean, it is all those things, but that is a person who has a family. And then we got into the conversation of people naming their trucks to make that truck seem less daunting on the road. It's like, oh no, that's not a scary machine. That's just Ruby, and so it became like a whole conversation around that. Have you felt that with a lot of, are you feeling that idea of really humanizing these people is what will hopefully maybe bridge a lot of divisiveness? Do you see that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think on a couple of different levels, and I could probably take a couple of different paths in answering this, but I always go back to the pandemic and, what was that, 5 years ago? Feels like it was either yesterday or 20 years ago at this point. Yeah. But if you remember, during the pandemic, it was all about applauding first responders and, medical professionals. Truck drivers got some of that love as people, I think, realized what they do for this country, not just during a pandemic, but each and every day. And there was that appreciation there that really, I think, was genuine from the general public as they were worried about getting toilet paper or whatever food they were hoping to not run out of stock of. And I thought, maybe because I'm too optimistic, or actually, you probably would say I'm not.
I was going to say, I think you're quite the opposite, but carry on.
I'm an optimistic realist. Let's go with that. But I honestly thought during that pandemic and in the aftermath of it that people would continue to have that in their mind and would remember all the sacrifices that truck drivers made while a lot of people stayed home. They were still out there because they had to be out there. And I've been, I guess maybe this is why I'm pessimistic and skeptical, Ashley. We have lost some of that with the general public, which is a shame. But I do think there is a sense out there that is, maybe it's a little bit better than it was, I guess, in some respects. But, at the end of the day, trucking can be a very isolating profession. You're spending, days, weeks out on the road, oftentimes by yourself, which is why I think, your show and your shows and our show, that's what we're trying to do, is to say, hey, you're not alone out there. We're all in this together. We love to talk with you. Hopefully you like to talk with us. And, again, with the spirit, again, I keep coming back to this. We're all in this together, and that's really this week with Truck Driver Appreciation Week going on. It's always great to remember that we are all in this together, and we'll get there. It just takes some time.
By the way, we live, make you feel better about it, Scott, as another caustic optimist is what I call myself. I like that. Think, yeah, I thought you might. We live in the United States of amnesia. Literally, the idea is that the news cycle moves so quickly and everything kind of just fades into the distance. But part of our job, I sometimes think, Ashley, is that it's our job to kind of and you probably had that sense of deja vu doing the show. There's a thing where if you have somebody who's an on-the-air partner, my wife had this experience with me, I'm sure Lindsay has too, like you're so repetitive, you keep saying the same things over and over again, and then you kind of realize, wait a minute, while we're talking to each other on the air, we're actually talking to everybody out there who has to kind of drop in and drop out and come back and leave. And so much of what we do on this job is we are repetitive to some degree because we've got to keep reminding people the things that are important so that it doesn't get lost in the midst of all the noise as opposed to trying to kind of become the signal. Do you ever get that feeling that there are certain points that you've got to keep hitting, Ashley? Because if you don't, they will get lost in the stream of everything else.
Oh, for sure. I feel like, some of these topics, it feels like we kind of drone on and on about them, but, they're all very important. One thing I've noticed, like I had mentioned, coming from a TV news background and seeing, some of those stories that I think pain all of us in the trucking industry, or at least some of us, I guess, with driver shortage and just the mainstream media reporting on things that they clearly don't understand. And like you said, it's a very quick cycle. And, having background in that and knowing, like, these reporters are just quickly, looking at a headline from one area, dragging it from the next. And that can be kind of frustrating, I think, from our perspective in that they are, getting out a false narrative or just not doing that research. And I think, we obviously try very hard to do that. Of course, I think we're kind of in a smaller area of just the trucking industry, but getting our voices heard outside of that is it's important.
We don't have much time here left. Just a moment or so. I want to kind of ask.
But these are my best friends.
I know. But
okay, we'll come back.
But
Okay,
yeah,
good.
you come back. That's part of the thing too. But I wanted to kind of really quickly with both of you guys. I just wanted to ask because Lindsay and I are still onboarding so many ideas. As you probably heard when you guys came in, we're just getting our new sound design put in place. There's all kinds of groovy stuff we've got cooking. You guys have any plans for anything that you are excited about? Because you're just in the nascent part of this project. Really quickly, anything you're just planning on kind of onboarding anytime soon you want to set our listeners up for? Because they're listening to you after they listen to us.
Yeah, I would say what the show is 6 months from now will probably be different. I wouldn't say wildly different, but we are like you. We are continuously honing what we're doing. Learning as we go. In the early days, I kept saying we were literally building the plane as we were flying it and trying to figure out how to land it. We are in the air right now. We've got the plane.
Liking and sharing both our show, what we're doing here, what they're doing over there at Trucking with Owida, so we can continue to provide this for everybody for free. It's such an important thing where I feel like Trucking with Owida coupled with Road Gang Radio is like the new CB radio. That's the vibe we're bringing in, guys. So keep on listening. Scott Thompson, Ashley Blackford. You can hear them every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday over here at Road Gang Radio at 11, right after we go off the air. It's such a great show. Thank you guys for making us feel more, us dum-dums over here feeling more professional. Y'all are the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, truckers.
Thank you, truckers. That is right. And speaking of thank you, truckers, we're going to talk to Tara the Turtle next because we get your comments over there on YouTube and Facebook and in the email and your calls and on Instagram. You guys are commenting and leaving messages everywhere we go, which is really cool. That's the power of this show, the connectivity of it. And so Tara compiles that every week and checks in with Dave Nemo and Nemo Nation on Mondays and then us here on Friday and gets to share those comments just to prove to you that we are listening, we are connected, it is working. Tara the Turtle, good morning, friend.
Good morning, guys. I am excited for today. I have a lot of weird ones coming at you. Are you guys ready?
Oh,
Are you guys good this morning?
Well, I don't know about that, but we love weird.
I got a weird one coming at you. Is that a euphemism for? Go ahead, please. Go on.
You never know. Well, okay, Jimmy, you recently made a stop at the TA Petro in Slida, Louisiana, also renamed, of course, in honor of longtime friend of the show, Jay Hosty. You cut a little video. There were a couple comments rolling in. First up from Tom Bray, said, been doing a lot of traveling lately and hitting TAs and Petros whenever possible. Cuba, Missouri, TA Petro for today. How was your experience there? Was it good?
It was clean. It was safe. The people who were working there. It was in the early part of the late evening, if that makes any sense. I was greeted with smiles. Place was clean. I was able to splash some hot water on my face and get myself rolling. It was everything. It was everything I thought it would be. And it's, like I said, it's a really nice area. Slidell is a quiet community. It's basically an exurb of New Orleans, and it is a pass-through in many ways. And it was set up as a very welcoming place. You can see it from the interstate, as you can with so many of them. It's in a really great position. Claire and I got a chance many years ago to go over there and eat, and they responded to some of Claire's requests. And actually, I don't know if you know this, they improved the salad bar over there many years ago because Claire asked them to. They reached out and did it. So we have good affection for that particular TA Petro, and Dave got a chance to get over there too. And like I said, if you watch the video, I start over. I'm right in front of Jay's plaque, which is really, really cool. Really liked it. And it's a great way to start the adventure. You get about 30, 40 miles. Dre knows that TA Petro really well. You get about 30 or 40 miles outside of New Orleans. You pull over, you get in there, you take a deep breath, and then you hit the 59, and you're on your way to Nashville to wake Lindsay up at 5 a.m. It's a great trip. Great trip.
Well, speaking of Lindsay, Jerry B chimed in and said, still waiting for you to share Lindsay Lawler's address.
Lindsay,
sure. Lock your doors, maybe. There were quite a few people, I think, in the past year or so that have wanted your address, and there have also been a few people that have wanted some pictures of my feet as well. So we love you guys. Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We might just post a picture with your address, my feet. It'll be great. I'm just kidding, guys. We love you, but sometimes
I'm going to give
it weird.
I'm going to give Lindsay's address right now. It is 2306 Esplanade
right now.
Yeah, 2306 Esplanade Avenue. If you want to come by anytime, you can just let us know you're on your way. You can knock on the door, and you can see the address where Lindsay is on a Google Meet talking to me every morning. Happy to have you. There you go.
That's great.
There's your address.
That's great. Thanks for it. And for Tara's feet, you can find them nowhere. No, she does not have an OnlyFans account for her feet. The people have asked. The people have spoken, and Tara has responded, no, she does not share pictures of her feet.
I haven't responded, actually. This is my response. No, thank you.
Yeah, your non-response is response enough.
Do you remember Claire Marie's message I played for you guys, and I told them, no! Sorry, there you go. Yes. There you go. No!
Hard pass. Go on, kiddo.
Hard pass. But Jerry B also left a more normal comment on Facebook about your interview with Judith Pearson, who wrote Radical Sisters, about breast cancer and survivors and all of that, and said, love the segment with Judith. Breast cancer took my mother, and several of my aunts had to deal with it as well. As far as the pink ribbon goes, I hear anyone saying anything disparaging, I will go full Land O'Lakes on you. Keep up the fantastic work, guys. This new format and all the different ways that you can listen are only things space radio could dream of. So
I love
this comment.
I love it too, Tara, and it's a good reminder. Go back and listen to that interview. You can find it over on YouTube. The videos that Tara posts exhaustingly every day. She works hard on those, so please go watch them because it is please go watch them. But that in particular, it was it's a female author telling you about her survival story and a few other women, but the whole conversation in that interview was talking about how we really touched on how the male drivers out there, for our male listeners, can support their sisters, wives, aunts, nieces, daughters, grandmothers, whatever it may be. It's a really important conversation delivered in an upbeat kind of way. So I highly encourage you guys to check that out. Thanks for sharing, Tara.
Yes, of course. And also, author Lee Pepper also commented on their interview with you guys and said, I really enjoyed the time spent with you all. Thank you. So you can go check out all of those on our YouTube channel. They are up as we speak, and they're always there for you guys. So appreciate you guys watching them.
By the way, I want to let people know, do you know what Jerry meant when he said, I will go all Land O'Lakes on you? You know what he meant, right?
I personally don't. Can you explain?
Yeah, Dre will remember. We told a story a couple of days ago on the radio where a woman from Land O'Lakes, her dog got attacked by an alligator, so she punched him in the face. So basically, I will go Land O'Lakes on you means I will punch an alligator in the face if you say ill. I like that, by the way. I'm going to go Land O'Lakes on
you. Yep. I thought it had to do with like butter and cheese and all of that Land O'Lakes. So
No, it's about being Land O'Lakes, Florida, and smacking some alligators around. That's what I'm talking about. Go on,
Tara. When if you and I were to say it, it would mean yes. If you mess with anybody I love, I'm going to spread cheese and butter all over you.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's what I'm.
And then eat you alive.
And then feed you to the alligators in the Everglades. Go on.
Go on.
Go on. Well, Tom Bray also checked in on the very first J.J. Keller segment after his retirement and said, "Nice job, Josh and Jimmy Mack. Sorry I missed it. Busy being retired and doing retired guy things." And Jimmy, I know you were pleasantly surprised. Not really. You knew it would be great because Tom Bray sent you a very great guy, but it ended up being a great segment.
Well, and by the way, what I really like about him, he's going to be in the same way that when they finally confirmed Derek Barr at the FMCSA, it's going to be the same sort of really great sort of situation. We're going to have a genuine law enforcement agent taking Tom Bray's place. So where Tom was able to talk about it from a truck driving perspective and from a fire chief perspective, our new addition will be able to kind of talk about that from a law enforcement perspective to give people a sense of how to talk to the state troopers, how to talk to the inspectors, but also what an inspector is looking for. Could not have asked for a better person to kind of talk about the rules and the regs than somebody who actually enforced them. And he loves a football analogy, so we really enjoy him a great deal.
True.
Always amazing. Lindsay, Tara, shall we do it for her, Lindsay? Go on.
Well, in reference to your We Should Write episode from this week, we got a comment on the reel that says, "I remember when you said you had him as Blake in your phone. Miss you, girly. I listen to you all the time on Spotify." That was from Laura T. Care to explain this, Lindsay? Did you have him as Blake in your phone?
Oh, wait. Who was it again?
Laura T? I don't have the last name in front of me.
Oh, yeah. Wait, and she said what? Sorry, will you read it again?
She said, "I remember when you had him, as Kevin Post, in your phone as Blake." Like Blake Shelton.
Yes. Okay, here's what happened. The long story short, my dear friend Kevin Post and I were out eating with another one of our girlfriends who's a singer in town. And at the time, Kevin was on the road with Blake Shelton. And at the time, he was married to Miranda Lambert. And at the time, the other girl at our table was playing guitar for Taylor Swift. So at that moment, Kevin put me in his phone as Miranda Lambert. I put Kevin in my phone as Blake Shelton, and then I put our other girlfriend in my phone as Taylor Swift. I don't know what made us think to do that at dinner. We did it. Well, then we forgot about it. And months go by, and I was sitting at the airport, and I'm waiting to get on a plane, and I had my phone sitting down next to me, and Kevin called me, but it popped up as Blake Shelton because I had put him in my phone as Blake Shelton. So my phone starts ringing and it says Blake Shelton, and this lady sitting next to me looked down and saw it, and her eyes lit up and thought that Blake Shelton was calling me. So I answered it and had a conversation as though I was talking to Blake, and it blew the woman's mind. She was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." And as soon as I hung up, she's like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to eavesdrop, but were you just on the phone with Blake Shelton? I said, yes, I was. And then I boarded the plane.
Mic drop. That's amazing.
It was funny.
I love that story. Wow.
That's the best story ever. That's the best story ever. And it's about remaining completely deadpan, not being a bragger, but just being an absolute sort of, yep, moving on.
Well, and the better part is the other one real quick is then also my phone rang later and it said weeks later, and it said Taylor Swift, and I completely forgot that I had put Maggie in my phone as Taylor Swift. And so I looked down and see Taylor Swift calling me, and I was like, "Oh my God."
You were like,
"Why is Taylor Yeah, I was like, "Why is Taylor Swift calling me?" And then I was like, "Wait a minute. It wouldn't pop up in my phone as Taylor Swift. Okay, that's on me. Okay,
caller ID.
That's just Maggie."
Imagine.
Yeah, I really love your song Blank. I'd like to do it. No, sorry, it's mine. Sorry, goodbye.
Oh my God.
T-Dog, you got 2 minutes left. How you going to wrap us up, sister?
Okay, it is National Tradesman Day, which brings up a dumb question, but it's a real question because the Reddit threads, I went in the Reddit rabbit hole as I always do, and I want to know, do you guys think trucking is considered a trade? Because personally, I would say yes, and I think the audience would agree. But there have been debates happening online about this, and someone said it should be, but in the USA it isn't. Drivers are classified the same as unskilled labor. Jimmy, Lindsay, anyone in the chat want to drop through?
First of all, Tara takes Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number 1. I had to do that. Okay, that's first of all. Second of all, the classification is right, and in regards to the classification, is the commenter is correct in the classification. The classification itself is wrong, and I think that all trade skills fall into a growing class of people in this country who are going to save this country. I call them light blue-collar workers, where you take white-collar and blue-collar, and you create people who have to be smart and great with their hands, and be mechanically inclined, and be literate in a number of different kind of technical and language approaches. And I think that trucking is going to end up, in many ways, becoming the way firemen have become, these kind of all-around jack of all trades. That the people who are going to be the truck drivers of the future are the ones who are doing a great job already with EMT skills, with small arms and tactics skills, with security skills, with chemical mixing skills. I think it's a great trade. I think it needs to be reclassified sooner rather than later. Absolutely.
Someone said, if you want to be respected in a trade, become a pipe welder. I'm like, speaking from a welder wife, I don't agree with that. And my mom and my brother work for a trade school, and they just got a new trucking, class, and they're actually coming on the show next week. But it is, and it's Truck Driver Appreciation Week. But every week we appreciate you guys, and what you do is difficult, and it matters, and it takes heart, and it takes passion and grit. And most people could never do it. And even if they could physically do the aspect of trucking that is a physical part, they couldn't handle the schedule or the dedication that it takes. And we see you, and we respect you, and we thank you. So stay safe out there, guys, and thanks for listening always.
Tara for president. Okay.
Thank you.
You have my vote for president of trucking and the world. Tara joins us every week as she does for Breaker Back Talk. Tara, we love you. Truckers love you. You love truckers. Just don't ask for her feet pics, guys. You're not going to get them.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
No.
You can keep trying, though. Coming up next, we're talking competitive chili pepper eating. It's about to get spicy.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We indeed achieved liftoff because we got Lindsay in Nashville, we got Jimmy in Ohio, we got Andre in New Orleans, and we're all doing fine. Ain't that right?
Well, and we got Shahina coming somewhere from over the pond, I think, right?
Yeah, you got it. You get it.
Come on, let's go. Well, first of all, I'm going to give you this long intro, but I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Is it Shahina Wasim?
Absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Ooh. I love being perfect, and you sound like a badass. Okay, here we go, guys. Get your milk ready because things are about to heat up. I'm also going to find out if that's a myth or not. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Fire at the Taco Bell!
Today on the show, we have none other than Shahina Wasim, better known as the UK Chili Queen. Shahina Wasim, the UK chili queen. That's just fun to say. I'm going to say it all day. All right, she is the undisputed champion of the competitive chili eating world. She's undefeated in 97 contests. Let me say that again. 97 contests without a single loss. Okay. She's one of the stars of the hit Hulu and Disney Plus docuseries called Super Hot, The Spicy World of Pepper People. Come on. And she's helped bring this once underground scene into the mainstream. Thanks to the League of Fire, which is, by the way, the official global ranking body for chili eating. Yes, it's a thing. Spicy challenges are now a recognized international sport, guys, complete with, they've got title belts, they've got championships across continents, and an official world ranking system. So think UFC or WWE, but instead of punches or pile drives, they said there's people face down in ghost peppers. Let's go. And hot sauces that are melting paint off the wall, so to speak. So, and Shahina, she doesn't just compete. She's also helping shape the sport behind the scenes. She arranges contests and helps run the League of Fire worldwide. Her story is incredible. She's a badass. We can't wait to talk to her and find out why the heck she does this. We're intrigued. Shahina, welcome to the show, friend.
Wow, thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. I'm honored to be on your show. Thank you for having me.
Well, honored to have you. And by the way, Jim, you saw, I know you went to the website. Shahina's a beautiful, bold badass outside of also being a competitive chili eater. Like, I saw your face and I'm like, oh, I want you both as my friend and in my corner. I know Jim thought the same.
That's so kind. Thank you.
I have to do this. I have to say Shahina Pepper's Burning Hearts Club Band is the only way I can kind of describe what you were up to here. It's really amazing. It's really amazing, and it's so much fun, and it's real understanding that it can be both a competition and a wonderful form of entertainment. You don't forget that as well. But I have to, for the sake of our listeners, get right down to the point of origin, which is when in the name of Sweet Mother of Pearl did you figure out you didn't mind turning your mouth into a 5-alarm fire, and then when did you figure out I can do something with this, like win the whole flippin' thing? Tell us about you. Tell us how you actually took that first bite and went, hey man, a 5-alarm fire in my mouth is exactly what needs to be happening.
Actually, all just started by accident. It was quite a few years ago when I was at university. We're going back around sort of 12 years ago. And I used to love hot sauce and chilies. At that time, I didn't even know there was a whole world of super hot peppers. We relied on what you could get from the supermarket. You know, the Scotch bonnet, I think, was the hottest you could get in the local market. So I always used to have chilies, and my friends used to take the mickey out of me. And then one of them ended up seeing this competition happening near London, and she said, well, we got to go and, you know, you got to take part. And that's how it kind of started. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I'd never seen a chili eating competition in my life before, and that's when I discovered that there are hardcore chili heads, and they're super hot peppers, you know. So I ended up going to this competition, lots of pressure because I had like 20, 25 university mates there, and I could not lose, you know. So it was really hardcore because, like, coming from someone who could just handle maybe a Scotch bonnet, we're doing Trinidad Scorpions. Back then, that was the world record holder. And I had all these people who were quite intimidating. There was like a fireman saying, you know, like, I can get you, no problem, and all this sort of stuff. I ended up winning this competition, and I didn't actually think anything of it for another couple of years. And then I ended up going to another festival, winning one. And then it was my third competition 2 years later when I ended up being in the newspapers, and they were saying, well, look at this girl. She's going around winning, and she's never lost. 3 competitions she's done, and I kind of like took it from there, thinking, wow, what can I do with this? Could I do like 10, maybe 15? And I went from there, and every time I got to my goal, the goalpost went further. So it went to 15 to 25, and now to 100. And during that time, I discovered this whole world of pepper growers, the chili community, hot sauce producers, festivals, chili festivals all over the world. And it got really, like, I got so involved in it, you know, every single weekend of the summer I was going to different places in the UK and in Europe. And now, of course, in America as well is huge. And it kind of like just got into my veins, I guess. I got obsessed with it. And then in 2019, I helped set up the League of Fire to officially recognize the world of competitive spicy eating, because there wasn't anything like that exists. So think of Guinness, but only for spicy eating, and that's what Legal Fire is. And we're doing these events all over the world. We've just come back from Italy this morning. I'm off to America. I'm so excited on Monday for a couple of events, double events on the weekend, and it's just never ending. And I love how much people really enjoy it, Chili eating competition is not just about competing, it's about the festivals getting together, the community, all sorts of different people come, not just people who actually eat the spice, people who just want to come and taste the hot sauce, they discover new hot sauce producers, they discover the world of chilies, there's entertainment for the family, all sorts of things going on, so it just gets people together, and I absolutely love to be a part of it.
Okay, I have so many thoughts. I want to go back. I want to go way back. Wait, first of all, you said you're coming to America. Where will you be here in the States?
So I'm starting from Monday. I'm heading over to Houston. We've actually got our first ever Houston belt match happening at the Spicy Planet HTX Hot Heads Expo on Friday, the 26th of September. And then that's amazing because that's our first ever Houston belt, and it's going to be joining the International Legal Fire Tournament circuit all across Europe, Americas, and Oceania. And then on the Sunday, I'm in Indiana, first time also there, and this is the Wabash Valley Pepper Fest and Hot Sauce Expo, also a first-time event. And we've got people signed up. The competitions are full. There's lots of exciting stuff happening. So that's this weekend, 26th to 28th. And then again, back in America, on the 4th of October, we've got the Pittsburgh Rivers of Fire. And then we've got the Gettysburg, the main one, which is the America's Championship. So all these people who win these contests that we do all across America will then go into the final championship for the year, which is the America's title. And that's happening in Gettysburg on the 11th of October, as well as our world title belt match, which is for the first time coming back to America after 5 years. So that's pretty exciting.
It's super exciting. Okay, good to know. I needed to know where you were so I can come find you because I want to be your best friend. But so let me back up because I want to take. I'm so curious about what home life around the table was like for you growing up. What was it that your taste buds as a child, what were you drawn to as a child, and was your family or dinner time, meal time, whatever, were spicy foods in your family? Were they, did you have a lot of discipline around what you ate, or what did family mealtime look like for you?
That's a really great question. I have my family, my siblings, who can't handle hot food at all. But it's just so interesting because I was a single-parent family with my dad, and my dad would, cook food for us. It wouldn't be too hot, but he'd always have, a green chili. I'm not talking about, crazy hot stuff, just a green chili, and he'd bite a bit of it and then wipe the sweat off his forehead with his handkerchief. And I'd be saying, Dad, you look like you're in torture. Why are you doing this? And he goes, no, trust me, there's just, a great pleasure to be derived from peppers, And I used to look at it thinking, well, I don't know what's wrong with my dad. And then it kind of just started from there. I ended up having more and more spice in my daily meals, but nothing crazy like what competitors can do around the world. Nothing like that at all. Just normal sort of spice, chili. I used to love going to my local supermarkets trying to discover the hottest sauce I could find. And that was until I found chili festivals, and there you could actually find really incredibly hot sauces. But that's how it kind of started for my dad, really watching him eat chili and thinking, why is he doing that? And my family, the rest of my family, they can't handle hot food at all. My brothers and sisters laugh at me. They actually joke when they come over for dinner saying, you're not going to kill us today, are you? And I say, no, I want you to enjoy the food. So that's how it kind of started with my dad.
One of the things that I really love about what you've been saying this morning, but also in kind of digging deep into the culture that you kind of immersed yourself in, is that there are a lot of people out there who are very much into, craft beer culture, these kind of boutique beers. And it's a great reminder that one of the things that people can really do to kind of get themselves on a new adventure in life is to find these little things that bring them joy and understand that there are whole cultures built around it. You mentioned earlier the idea of it's really about meeting people and finding other people that have this passion for it. And it just sounds like that the more people play, the more people win, in that they get involved with this and they start coming up and bringing their own ideas to this about how they can put these kind of peppers and chilies and hot sauces into other foods as well. That must be the biggest joy. I mean, it just sounds like this is really about getting to know people who share a love of this and making new friends. It really sounds like that's the real I mean, I know you want to win 100 in a row, 97 and undefeated, but at the end of the day, you really are about liking people. This is the kind of thing you want to do if you want to get a chance to meet people, right?
Absolutely spot on. I mean, I can't even tell you how perfectly you summed that up. It is all about the environment you're in. You're getting all these communities together, people together from different backgrounds. Doesn't matter what your political beliefs are, doesn't matter what your religion is. You're all getting together for the love of capsaicin. So you like spicy stuff, you get together, your families get involved, the kids love it. You come and watch a show. The shows are absolutely thrilling to watch, by the way. There's people like biting your nails. It's just so exciting, the chili eating competitions. But around that, what sort of comes together, you've got these hot sauce producers who pour their love and heart into making these wonderful artisanal hot sauces that you could never even dream of getting in a supermarket, and you get to try. So people come to festivals and they get to taste everything before they buy. And then there's the pepper growers. You wouldn't even know the kind of peppers that are out there. You know, people are creating them in their back garden and all that sort of stuff. There's so much love and passion that goes into it all. And then obviously you've got the sporting side of it. So it's like any other hobby. You know, you go cycling, you play tennis. It's a hobby, you know. People get really obsessed with it, and people want to travel all over the world. I was in Italy. We had 3 Americans, 1 Australian, 1 South African. You know, people were traveling from all different parts of Europe as well to come to this competition in Italy. And all of us were united there just through the love of peppers, which is pretty exciting. And Lethal Fire is what's done that. That's got people from all over different parts of the world coming together in one big group, at different parts of the world, and promoting the chili and the growers, the hot sauce makers, and the festival organizers.
Okay, I want to. There's a lot more going on here than just this wonderful woman eating peppers. So the League of Fire calls their competitors chili athletes, and that made me smile and chuckle when I first saw it. But then it really made me think, because there's a lot going on here. There's a real physical, there's mental and physical and visualization. There's got to be, mind over matter, a lot going on here. So I want to ask you, what's harder, the physical burn or the mental game of pushing past it? And how does that pertain to you actually being seen as an athlete in the challenges here?
How do you get in shape?
And she's in shape, by the way.
Thank you very much. Well, absolutely, everybody has their own kind of technique, okay? Personally, whenever I do a competition, never really train, because I actually don't like the flavor of extreme super hots. I think they overpower everything. But there are people out there who are connoisseurs that absolutely love it, they enjoy it. I like kind of medium chilies like Thai, bird's eye. But I know competitors who take this so seriously. Before going into competition, they will train for weeks, and that will mean sourcing hot peppers from all different growers across America, across the world, and they eat them every single day, like adding a bit extra every time, so they build up a little bit of a tolerance, they get used to the peppers, and then they perform better in a competition, whereas someone as a newbie who might go into a competition has one pepper and they might panic so much from the pain that they will quit. So these guys do try to train, and it's a pretty serious sport now, because there's a lot riding on it. You've not only got your local road matches that we're doing, like in Houston, for instance, in Terre Haute, in Pittsburgh. You've also got then the America's Championship, which is like an incredible title to have, and then you've got, it works up. So you've got the Intercontinental title, where you go up against champions from all different continents. And then the epitome is the world title, where you go head-to-head with one other person who's considered the best chili eater. So this is a massive sport that people build themselves up to take part. it's a very serious thing, and you know, it's interesting. People do train really hard, and just before a competition, I had the privilege of being with the contestants, and it's so interesting to see how everyone acts differently. You know, some people are all about the peppers, other people are about sort of meditating. The girl from South Africa, Chile girl about Cape Town, amazing lady Tanya, she was like all about meditating and stuff. So it's interesting how people do different things, how they tackle being in a competitive environment when it comes to super hot peppers, because it does feel like you're being punched, but with peppers, you know. And it's all about mental fortitude as much as how much you can handle the heat.
Punched with peppers. Hey Jim, they're commenting over in the chat. So you know that people can comment on YouTube. We can be heard on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, all streaming platforms, as well as our website. But specifically over on YouTube, a couple people are commenting and said, at League of Fire, by one are commenting. They're getting in the chat and saying, shout out to the UK Chili Queen. That's you. But Trucker Bosun said that his son would be really good at this. He said he doesn't even think his son has taste buds. He said he uses 7-pot Douglas peppers in his chili. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound great. And so League of Fire, by the way, says, let's get him signed up. I don't know what you think about other people getting involved on this, but want to let you know what's going on over there.
Oh my God, so absolutely. We have people that we've discovered through League of Fire who've never been involved in the chili community, never tasted a hot sauce, never done a super hot pepper. They come and take part in one of our competitions because sometimes our competitions do go viral on YouTube and stuff, and then you get lots of new people coming in saying, oh, well, I could do that, I could win this. And it's really absolutely wonderful because you're kind of increasing the whole sort of pool of people who are coming into the chili community. And we have discovered people through that who are so good at eating super hot peppers or who can handle the heat so well. Some of them, you know, it's questionable. We don't know for certain, but some of them may not even have the taste receptors to feel the capsaicin heat. So it's every day we are discovering new situations and new people who can handle heat like no other. So whereas you may have a sports person who's been competing for 5 years, going around all over the world competing, taking part in these contests, someone might come along and just, you know, blow them out of the water, just being their first contest. You just never know, and that's why it's so exciting.
It is, and I wanted to ask you a question because, you know, I've actually eaten a couple of hot peppers in my day, too. Were there any in regards to the taste and the initial impact? Because people don't understand that some things have a very different kick to them. Has there ever been anything where at first you thought, that's pretty manageable, and then slowly but surely, what is one that surprised you with its kick, where its kick came late or came in a way that you weren't expecting that really threw you? And that can be for good or for bad.
Well, the 7-pot Primo pepper, it actually tastes really nice when you first take the first little bite, right? And you get fooled into this false sense of security. You think, wow, this pepper is actually really delicious. And that's when it blows your mind because then it attacks your tongue, the receptors in your tongue, and then all your brain starts like going into overdrive, trying to combat like, what the hell is this on my tongue? And then the pain gets intense and it builds up, and you feel like you're being attacked in your throat and you know, as it goes down your chest and everything. So, you know, it's one of those that it just takes you by surprise. And funnily enough, one of your commenters on YouTube, when they said about the 7-pot Zoogler, the reason it's called the 7-pot is because one pepper supposedly can heat up 7 pots of chili. So it's a really strong pepper. And that's how it got its name. Yes, exactly. And then this is created by Crow Primo, and it's officially the hottest pepper you can actually get your hands on. There's other peppers that exist, but they're not readily available to the normal public. So this is the pepper at 1.79 million Scoville heat units that anyone in the world can get their hands on, and it blows your mind. And there's varieties to it. There's the chocolate 7-pot Primo. There's all different kind of creations, and people do crosses. And it's an actual science behind it, which is also really interesting when it comes to pepper growing.
That is insane. That's the being able to heat 7 pots of chilies. That kind of blew my mind. But it's the being prepared for that. It's being prepared for knowing what you're about to eat that kind of lands with me, because if you don't know you're about to bite, there's a big difference, correct me if I'm wrong, in knowing what you're about to bite into and accidentally biting into something. I think of my dad, by the way, who I know wasabi is different than peppers, but my dad sat down at a table one day, took a chip and dipped it in guacamole and ate it, and then quickly realized it wasn't guacamole, it was wasabi, and he like fell over and lost it. But that's the same kind of thing here, right? Would you agree that if you're prepared, you can get through it more than if you're not prepared, or is that not real?
No, I completely think that you've got to. No, obviously, when the first time I ever did a super hot pepper, which is the Trinidad scorpion, I had no idea what I was, having in my mouth, and then suffering. I was like, what? I've never experienced anything like that. But as time goes by and gradually you experience more and more peppers, you do mentally and physically, you think, wow, like I know what's coming. So definitely if somebody comes in and they get hit by the shock factor of a super hot, never having experienced it before, will definitely be a big shock to the system.
Although I do want to add for our listeners, if anytime anybody offers you anything called a Trinidad scorpion pepper, you might have expectations of severe pain are going to follow. I mean, it would be one thing if it was called the My Little Pony pepper. You might be actually surprised at what happens afterwards. But that's the truth of it. I wanted to ask you in regards to your own diet, though. We talked about some of the stuff you like on a daily basis. What is your idea of a wonderful meal, though? I mean, outside of the competition, if you're sitting down to have a great meal with friends, what is your go-to comfort food?
So I'm an absolute foodie at heart, and for me, traveling around the world doing these competitions and festivals and all that sort of stuff, I think a lot of it about this is trying different foods. So when I was in America, for instance, I actually learned about Southern comfort foods. So there was the shrimp and grits. Absolutely love it, right? So then I come back, this is my thing, anywhere I go in the world, I try something that I love, I have to come back and recreate it. So I came back and I was thinking, I'm going to do shrimp and grits now. So I kind of picked up some tips online and speaking to a couple of friends. And then I made the dish. And what I do then is just add a bit of hot sauce. So I'll pick a hot sauce that I feel would go well with the dish. And I'd add a couple of drops just to sort of, just add a bit of heat to it. But I really like the idea of having food anywhere I go. It's a bit like salt, because my taste buds are a little bit. For some reason, I'm a super taster. As they discovered on BBC, I was doing a documentary. So for me, I need extra salt, extra garlic, extra chili, just to kind of really taste the food and all that. So whenever I have mild to medium food, I always have to add a bit of salt. And it feels so rude because, obviously you can't do that when you go to a restaurant and things like that. You have to try it first. So I kind of do that with chilies as well. I'll definitely show the etiquette of trying the food first, and then if I feel yes, can do it with a bit of heat, I'll have some kind of super hot pepper powder or some kind of hot sauce with me, add that to the food, and that's my idea of a brilliant dish. But I'll never overpower it. So I don't want to take away the flavor or the actual intention of what the dish is supposed to be like.
Well, and I will tell you as well, Late for Work, that's a handle over there commenting in the chat. They say that League of Fire, which you're with, they say this is an awesome gateway to a fun and beautiful community that can give you an adrenaline rush right from your home. So to keep it interesting when you're still at home. And speaking of keeping it interesting, now we know what kind of food you like. We have a couple more minutes here. I want people to understand you as a whole. Do you have another line of work or an additional passion or something that completes your whole package, or are you full-time pepper lady?
Well, I'm an interior. Well, I actually studied engineering at university, would you believe it? And then I did property developing. I'm an interior designer, and I absolutely love that part of my life. But since eating peppers and trying to sort of create League of Fire, it's become pretty much a full-time job, and it demands that kind of time off me, because not only am I sort of communicating with people and setting up these events all over the world, not just in Europe or in my time zone, but also in America and Australia. So I'm pretty much out most of the time, 16 to 18 hours communicating with people all over the world. And it's become a passion, and it's kind of pretty much, I'm obsessed about it. So it's become a full-time thing for me now. Late for Work, great people. They're the ones who are putting on the Blaze for the Brave, our main legal fire event in America, where we have not only the America's Championship, the World Title Championship for the first time in America after 5 years, having gone and done the circuit all over different parts of the world, and as well as the Gettysburg Road Belt Match. This is all happening on the 11th and the 12th of October.
Shahina Wasim, I can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here. Guys, don't forget also that a lot of peppers and a lot of spices actually are great salt substitutes and add a lot more flavor, and that can help your health as well. It's been great having you here. You're welcome back anytime. Go defend that undefeated belt of yours, and you're welcome back anytime. Another new best friend for Lindsay. Thank you, dear.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Head on over to leagueoffire.com to find out more. To find out more on the beautiful Shahina, head on over to ukchiliqueen.com. Trust me, you're going to want to head over to ukchiliqueen.com and find out more about her. Coming up next, it's your country and Western music news, because, Jim, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Herder.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back, boys and girls and kids and drivers and animals and anybody who is able to receive this message. Aliens, are we broadcasting on it? Wherever you're receiving this.
Zebulon 5!
Take me to your leader. Take me to your leader. Actually, my husband and daughter and I watched Elio last night.
Don't tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. I'm watching it tonight.
It's so good.
Okay, good.
Oh, we didn't get to finish it because it was past her bedtime, so we're finishing it tonight. We put Freya to bed last night. And then I said to Seamus, I'm like, I kind of want to finish it. He's like, you can't finish it without her.
God, you savage woman.
I know. Anyway, welcome back to Country and Western Music News, because all kinds, we celebrate both kinds on this show. Both kinds.
I thought there might be a way, actually. I have a really funny idea because of the delay.
All kinds. On this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
Oh.
All kinds.
Okay.
Oh, just great. All right.
Everything's great. It's all happening. Okay, I do have some really interesting stories in here, but unfortunately, Jim, I have to start out with one that is really, really, really bummed me out yesterday. The Nashville music community is reeling from the loss yesterday of Brett James. He's a wildly celebrated songwriter here in Nashville. He's the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame inductee, and he died yesterday in a small engine airplane crash, Jim. He was only 57 years old. The National Songwriters Hall of Fame is who announced Brett James's passing. He is credited, Jim, with writing or co-writing hundreds of songs. He's appeared on over 500 songs to put that into perspective, Jim. He wrote Jesus Take the Wheel for Carrie Underwood, which is obviously everybody knows that. Really put her on the map. He wrote When the Sun Comes Down from Kenny Chesney. If I listed, if you like country music, you know every song this man has written. Let me put it that way. He's one of 3 people that were killed in this small plane crash in North Carolina, according to multiple people close to him. His songwriting has earned him recognition as one of Nashville's most talented, sought-after, respected, I will say, songwriters. He was in a Cirrus SR-22T, which crashed in a field in Franklin, North Carolina, around 3 p.m. yesterday, according to the FAA. Now, we hear that the plane left out of Nashville here and was registered to Brett James himself, but we don't have any other details, and also don't know yet who the other 2 are. I'm nervous to hear that part come out, Jim. The Macon County Sheriff's Office told ABC News, they're the affiliate in Asheville, that the crash happened on a property right adjacent to the Iodia, I think that's how it's pronounced, Valley Elementary School, but that students and staff of the school were all safe, which is wonderful to hear. But, Jim, for more than 20 years, Brett James, he's been known primarily as a songwriter for other artists, but he's got an amazing voice. Jim, he's also a member of my church and sings at my church and the band there. And anytime he'd get up and perform, it was like my favorite day when he'd step on stage. I'm like, oh, I know this is going to be a good one, because he has no ego. Everyone who knows him would say he has no ego, and you can tell when he performs he has no ego, and yet is one of the biggest songwriters here. But he has such a connection when he performs, and he has said actually in previous interviews that his goal was always to write songs that connected people on an emotional level. He's kind of always been credited as saying if there's not emotion behind, and including fun, like When the Sun Goes Down by Kenny Chesney, that's like, it's fun, but you emote something of nostalgia and of good times, of better times. And Jim, I sat last night and was just reading through everybody's postings, everybody, in shock on Instagram, and what everyone was saying. And this one stood out to me pretty cool from a friend, Matresa Berg. So she wrote the iconic Strawberry Wine, of course, and she said, I'm remembering the good-looking kid that came to town and got a record deal. Then he went back to Oklahoma to finish med school. Well, after getting the record deal, then he went back to Oklahoma to finish med school. She said, we were all puzzled but admired by that spirit. Turns out he was an amazing songwriter more than anything. I'm so glad we got to write so many great songs together, and I got to know him. Sweet guy, talented, whip smart. I love that part, whip smart. Jim, I was thinking about this with our first guest today, with Maggie from the band Magnolia Boulevard, as they were talking about the songs they've written through the loss of their band member and other loss in the world. And it's funny, I didn't know Brett James well, but it's a different kind of feeling. I'm not. It's a feeling when someone in your community passes, someone that does what you do, and that you create in similar circles. There's something that happens, and I guess, I don't know, Jim, I don't know what it is, if it's because it's close to home or makes you realize your own mortality. I also think that I'm not necessarily sad for him. He did so much greatness in the world, and I know he's in a wonderful place now, but it's the people you leave behind. He does have a family and such a huge community, and it's just such a strange thing, Jim, when somebody dies who does what you do, I guess is the way I'll put it. It's a strange feeling.
It's interesting, Lindsay, because I want to put it in a selfish perspective, meaning what have we been cheated of? We often talk about,
exactly,
the idea of what has left the world. We have been cheated of at least, given the way he led his life in regards to the way he took care of himself. He was a man who was in good shape. He was a man who, took care of himself. You could just see it. 25 years of songs are now gone. There are 25 years of songs that we will never, ever hear. And that's what's so crucial, and that's what really lands here. For all of you guys listening, when Chadwick Boseman died, the guy who played Black Panther, we just lost Robert Redford. One of the things that struck me when Boseman died is I thought about all the movies that Robert Redford made after he turned 43 and realized that Boseman would never do that because Boseman passed away at 43. I want you all to think about Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, songwriters of that caliber, and think about the music that they created after they were 57. Think about, and I don't mean like the albums they cut. Think about the songs that Christopherson and Willie Nelson, and we could go on, and Marcus Hummon and David Malloy. Think about the songs that were written after their 57th year on the planet, and think about what is not going to happen for the next 25 years. There's a Shakespearean line that is called "The Great Gap in Our Feast." That there's a great gap in our feast, that there is a table, a buffet that we are sitting at, and someone has taken a guest away, the life of the party, and removed 3 dishes that they always brought for us, and that is no longer there. And I hate to say it, he is fine, meaning he has, as we love to say, Lindsay, there's a group of people with guitars waiting for him. It's us that are poorer. It is us that have lost something. He is headed towards the wintry shore with bonfires and music. We're the ones who are sad.
Well, thanks for making it worse. No, I'm kidding. I mean, you're right. You're
No,
right. It's you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You know, and I grieve for all these people. I grieve for people who love this kind of music and love this kind of world that he created. And one more thing, I'm going to make it worse, but if you look at the people he wrote songs for, think about not just his music, but think about the 10 to 15 people that would have recorded his songs at some point and the hits that they won't be giving us. Let that land. I'm sorry. I know. I want people to understand the full impact of what happens when a genuine creative leaves us. You know, forget about a personality and stardom and people throwing chairs off balconies. This is something different. Exactly. This is something incredibly different. This means that we will never hear some of our favorite people sing amazing lyrics like that again. That's it. I'll start crying again.
Well, and here's just a final note to sort of wrap up. You know, I love a hashtag balance, and Brett James was the epitome of that. Point being, I already told you he sang at my church, but he also, he wrote songs like True Believer for Darius Rucker and Blessed for Martina McBride. So you know the kind of sentiment he has behind his songs. But then he also wrote Cowboy Casanova for Carrie Underwood, and he also wrote American Rodeo and Bottoms Up so he wrote these fun songs too, but it always had heart. Even if it was a fun song, it wasn't a throwaway. It was a fun song that gave you pure joy and nostalgia, and or a song that had emotional depth and spirituality to it. So I would encourage everyone listening today, trust me, do yourself a favor, Google Brett James. Unfortunately, you will get a very sad story, but you will also go Google the list of songs that he's written. And most importantly here, don't just listen to the songs he wrote for other people. Listen to his music, because I want to remind you that the songwriters are usually artists themselves, and his voice is so good and just brings so much peace to the world. So I believe he was an angel and now is an angel. So rest in peace, Brett James, and just massive condolences go out to his entire family. Okay, moving on. So this is so ridiculous, James. I'm calling you. You're in trouble, James. So last night, I told you that I was going to go to the Ryman to see Casey Musgraves last night. Now, I did not end up going, and there's a reason. So what happened was my friend invited me. You know, I don't go out a lot, but my friend invited me a couple days ago, said, do you want to go to the Ryman to hear Casey Musgraves play? And I was like, yes, absolutely. That's something I'd want to see. And then a couple days, or 2 days before, she goes, hey, I found out it's actually not a Casey Musgraves concert. It's Casey and Paul Stamens, he's a global leader in mushrooms and fungi. as it
Wow,
pertains
chicka,
to
wow,
mental
wow.
health, as it pertains to mental health and creativity. So she said, actually, what I found out is it's a conversation between Casey and Paul, and then Casey's going to sing after it. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm happy to go listen to the conversation and then hear Casey sing. And then yesterday afternoon, she texted me. She goes, okay, I found out it doesn't look like the Casey's singing. It's just going to be them talking. And I was like, I can probably watch that back on YouTube. I'll stay home. So what happened, though, she ended up going anyway. She was so curious. My friend went anyway and took her 7-year-old with her. Here's what happened. So this is from the words of my friend leaving the Ryman last night. She texted me and she's like, oh my God. So she said they come out at the beginning of the show and they say at the Ryman, at the Mother Church, they come out and announce there will be no music tonight. And everyone started booing. What I'm getting at is this is a marketing miss. Wait for it. So everyone at the Ryman starts booing. And then people get up and start walking out and leaving and throwing things. Now, the prices of these tickets were ridiculous. They were $200 a piece for these
Wow,
tickets.
chicka, what?
Exactly. My friend got them for free, but they're $200 a piece. And she said when she got them, it's implied that you would be hearing Casey perform, which you would think for $200. So she said it was terrible. She said that there were people that were there that were drunk and disgruntled because think about it. It's downtown Nashville. People go out. You go out and you drink before a concert. That's what a lot of people do down there. So people are now, and I know some people that were playing downtown prior to the show, and they were performing Casey Musgraves songs to get people riled up for the Casey Musgraves show. That's what downtown Nashville does. It gets you ready for the show. So now you have people drunk, hyped up, ready for a Casey Musgraves concert, and then it doesn't happen. She's like, actually, I'm just going to talk to this scientist about mushrooms. What? She said there were little girls crying. There were moms and parents who had spent money and taken their kids out that night or like a whole deal. She said that the security guards were having to like escort people out and they were screaming. They were saying, I knew this was going to happen. Holy crap. This is a PR nightmare for both the Ryman and Casey Musgraves. I don't even know what to say how this was such a mess up.
Nobody. This isn't. Look, if Aaron Rodgers was going to go talk about shrooms, I could totally understand people not thinking that he was going to play a football game.
Well, yeah, he's not going to throw a ball at my head.
I understand that. Ladies and gents, if you're telling me I got to pay two big ones, it ain't to see Casey Musgrave talk or serve as an MC. There is no universe in which, like, well, you were warned, you understood. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Hey, by the way, we're bringing John Lennon back from the dead. We're going to bring him back from the dead, and what he's going to talk about is paint by numbers canvases.
Exactly.
What in the mother of sweet pearl are you talking about? I mean, it's got to be this. Hey, man, this isn't a marketing failure. This is a moral failure. I mean, this is a moral failure. I mean, there are people. You know what's going to happen to the people who put this together? There is no wintry shore waiting for them. They will not have anybody lighting bonfires for them. And they'll be like, well, why do I got to sneak in this back way? Because you screwed up the Casey Musgraves thing. And
it's got Casey all over it, too, I will say. Like, knowing what I know about Casey, here's the thing. It's her prerogative to do what she wants on stage with her show. So now that being said, she's been very public about the fact that she doesn't smoke weed anymore. She doesn't drink, but mushrooms are a real big part of her journey, said in both ways. And so that's one thing if you want to get on stage and talk about something that's really important to you. I actually think that'd be really cool if you're like, I'm going to start the show out having a conversation to talk to you about the inspiration of this record. That's got We Should Write all over it. That's cool. I'm here for that. However, you got to sing.
Shameless plug.
Yeah, of course. However, you got to sing. You can't be known as a singer and put your name on a concert ticket at the mother church of concert halls in the world and then not sing. Like, bring out your guitar and do one song, Casey. You don't have to bring a band. I mean, she should have been noodling with the guitar, as Kevin posted on We Should Write. You can hear the episode now. Noodling with the guitar, underscoring
Shameless
her
plug, too.
conversation. Underscore the conversation, and then this is a misfire. I have yet to find a news story about it, which is also funny. I'm very curious to see what the PR comes out on this behind both Casey and the Ryman.
Oh my God, there is probably some PR agents who have manned the phone like ferocious beasts who are trying to keep this story from bubbling up to the surface. Like, look, I'll give you an exclusive interview with Casey. She'll come in here and talk to you for 17 hours if you just don't run with this thing. Promise me you won't. Too late. It's out there. You're out there. It's all coming for you. It's all coming for you. What an absolute. It's the opposite of fan service. It is like fan disservice. It's like fan disrespect. It's like, let's go. Hey, Casey, we're really thinking about ways we can alienate your entire fan base. I know. I'll talk about mushrooms all night. Go on.
Oh, my God. Okay. I've got two more stories I want to dive into. We do have Trucking with OOIDA coming up next today, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We had Ashley and Scott on with us earlier today, which, by the way, such a neat thing to finally get to talk to them one-on-one and dive into what they're doing. They're such a joy and bring so much insight to our programming and our platform as well. So what will they be talking about today at 11 o'clock, Jim?
The truck leasing task force turned up story after story of truck drivers being victimized by predatory lease purchase agreements. Blech. A new bill in Congress, by the way, would ensure that others don't suffer the same fate. Colin Long and Bryce Mungen, two great guys of OOIDA's Washington, D.C. office, are going to be filling Scott and Ashley in. Plus, you've got a lot of time for yourself on the road. Jim Hill, technical support specialist for an app called Libby, explains how its audiobooks can fill up your cab with sound and entertainment on just about any topic you want for free. And that's all Scott and Ashley, who will be immediately after this on Trucking with OOIDA. Big shout out to them for being on today. Lindsay, go on.
Gladly. Okay, I find this interesting too, Jim. So normally this wouldn't have stood out to me, but actually because of trucking, this made even more sense to me from a logistics standpoint, and a potential nightmare that they sidestepped, but also left a lot of people bummed out. So there's a festival called it's called the Iron Hills Country Music Festival, Jim, and they've canceled it. It's in Birmingham. It was supposed to be in Birmingham, Alabama, but announced yesterday, about 3 weeks before the event was set to debut, that they would be canceling it. So they say due to rising costs and lower than expected ticket sales, we have to cancel the show. Now, they are refunding everybody's ticket who bought one. But here's what's interesting. This show is coming up in October 12th, so less than a month away. It's a lineup, it was supposed to be a lineup, Jim, of more than 20 acts. And the names on these 20 acts, Jim, they're not little. We've got Travis Tritt, the Turnpike Troubadours, Chase Rice, Ryan Bingham and the Texas Gentlemen, Midland, and Jody Messina, to name a few. I know all these acts, and it's strange to me that a country festival with those kind of names in Alabama, of all places, didn't make it. Obviously, it says a lot about the State of the Union, so to speak. But they said, and I quote, "The difficult decision was made after it became clear that the festival would be unable to deliver the quality experience that fans deserve." Okay. The combination of increased production costs and softer than expected demand made the event financially and operationally impossible to move forward with this year. And Jim, I'll let you comment here, but first I want to note that the same people that were putting this on have also, it's the same brainchild as the organizers of something called Furnace Fest, which is a 3-day event also in Birmingham that showcases like heavy rock, thrash, punk, and metal. That one's doing just fine. This one didn't work, and I'm curious why. They also have a hip hop festival that they're going to postpone. They're going to move till later. It seems to me that's a hip hop festival. It seems to me they're trying to do too much as opposed to focus on the one thing, continue to make the one thing grow, and things got convoluted. But Jim, as you know, and as our drivers know, from a logistical standpoint, there's so much that went into planning this to now cancel it 3 weeks before, which probably saved them some face and money, but also cost a lot in also money and reputation and time.
I'm going to ask you, do me a favor while I'm talking. I want you to put your hand up when I'm starting to exceed my time. I'm not being funny, so that you can get to the other stuff you have to get to here, because there's something going on here. First of all, that is a PR disaster, but that's not a moral failure. Okay. No, she just put her hand up, by the way. Yeah. No, but that's a PR disaster, that it's not a moral failure, meaning that they screwed this up from a marketing and PR standpoint. It might be a reflection of the economy as well, Lindsay, but I want to kind of begin with the premise that they screwed this up marketing-wise. They screwed this up from a PR place. It's not a moral disaster. This is the exact opposite of a moral disaster, because from a moral standpoint, it sounds like, in regards to the refunds and the arrangements they're making to try to do this, that they're trying to make amends or rectify the mistake they put themselves in. Big difference. The wintry shore could still be a possibility for these people. That being said, the marketing disaster here is, if it's not just a mere matter of sheer economics, that people simply can't afford it. The marketing disaster is that, we are beginning to discover there's so much content out there, so many concerts, so many events, so many wonderful things to do, because there's a big demand, as we were talking with the journalist earlier on this week. We talked with Audrey about this, the idea that there are kids out there who really want to get out there and see stuff. They want to get out there in the action. You have to get, I didn't know, look, I don't follow a lot of this stuff, but there's been some stuff coming up that I've been aware of, because, man, it's been in my feed, it's been in the music magazines that I read, the entertainment magazines that I read. I didn't hear any of this. None of this came by my desk. I would not be surprised if they did not calculate right in regards to getting their signal out through the noise, if that makes any sense. Because it's the first time I'm hearing about it is when they couldn't get enough people to go to it. And that might be an economic situation, but it also might be the beginning of how do we talk about ways of making sure that on the ground people know you're doing a thing so they can buy tickets for the thing. I wonder how many people even like.
Jim, sorry to interrupt, but there's nothing worse than having a really great product and nobody knowing about it.
Well, exactly. And by the way, we're wrestling with that right now. Full disclosure, because we run so cheap, we're actually able to kind of figure out ways now moving forward where we can course correct. But when you have a one-off, one-time only event, and you got to make sure that the marketing for it, if you haven't already an established brand, if it's not like, Coachella or Lollapalooza or Jazz Fest,
which took a long time to become the thing
exactly
that everybody knows. Yeah.
Exactly. Spot on. If you don't do that work in the beginning of it, the marketing almost has to supersede everything. You got to tell people have to believe that your new thing, when it comes to a venue or an event, is the frickin' place to be. And I didn't know nothing about this thing, never heard of it until it crossed my desk, for this segment here. That's it. And it might be a PR. Now, maybe it's an economic sign. Who knows? Maybe people went, I'd love to do what I can't. I'd love to do what I can't. But it sounds as much like a marketing
failure. Yeah, but not
everybody.
As anything else. Yeah, that wouldn't be the entire audience saying that. And I'm going to reach out to my friend is Jody Messina, who's on the bill. My friend is her guitar player. I'm going to reach out to him, Troy, just to ask. I love getting the insider scoop, like even having the insider scoop of a friend at the Ryman last night. I want to know what the entertainers camps are saying around it, and if this is a one-off thing for the show, for the festival specifically in Birmingham, or if this is something that's happening from the entertainer perspective at festivals in general, because that will be interesting to know, I think, as well.
Is something afoot, or is just a one-off of bad planning and bad publicity? We'll find out. You'll find out.
We'll find out. You know what? I have a couple other stories, but I'm going to save, because these other two stories I have, they're going to invoke deep conversation. So we're going to come back to them next week. And I'm going to end here on, because this is also fascinating to me, a little piece of Today in Country Music History, Jim. I'm sure you know about this. I did not, but this feels like something you would be like, of course, doesn't everybody know about that? But today, on this day in 1973, country rock singer and songwriter, at the time, 26-year-old Graham Parsons, formerly of the Byrds and then the Flying Burrito Brothers, of course, he died under mysterious conditions in Joshua Tree, California. Now, his death was attributed to heart failure, but later was officially announced as a drug overdose. A drug overdose in Joshua Tree? Who could imagine? Anyway, his coffin was stolen by two of his associates, and their manager, Phil Kaufman and Michael Martin, that's who it was stolen by, and a former roadie for the Byrds. And his coffin was taken up to Cap Rock in the California desert, where it was set alight a.k.a. set on fire, in accordance to Graham Parsons' wishes. The two were later arrested by police. Jim, is this something you've heard about? Oh, we lost Jim. All right, we lost Jim. Well, anyway, I didn't know. Dre, have you heard of Dre? Have you been to Joshua Tree?
I'm coming.
Chance? I'm curious because it feels like a place you'd go.
And here's what all right, now they can hear me. Everybody can hear me. That's somewhere I always wanted to go to. And my friend had his birthday a couple years ago. Had it all planned. I was going to go. I had a tent. I had all the other necessities you need for going to Joshua Tree. Yeah, like pants, certain pants you got to wear there, and shoes. Yeah,
water.
Yeah, water, lots of water. Bring your own water bottle. The particular water, I couldn't go. Something came up, but then my buddy sent me pictures and videos, and he was like, I really wish you were there because I need a voice of reason.
Yeah, I could see that. Joshua Tree's kind of like Burning Man for me. It's something I just need to go do and experience once, just to know I did it, to see it with my own eyes.
That was going to be the same thing because the one person I would go to Burning Man went because she's one of my childhood friends, but she's that type of person where it's just like, I'll try things, but if I don't feel 100% or something's not right about the vibe, I'm not going to do it. And she's an acro enthusiast, so she went with this whole acro group, and she sent me videos, and I'll have to talk to you about that later. But yeah, we'll just go.
Let's go. Oh, my gosh. Let's go. We are doing that for sure. Well, I didn't know that, so that whole story is fascinating to me. But anyway, shout out Graham Parsons.
Yep.
A legend, obviously, a legend both in music and just as a human in general. I think it's how cool, though, I'll end on this, that his band, his bandmates, his manager, his people knew him so well that they're like, I know what he wanted. He did not want to be buried. He wanted his story to be told. We're stealing it. We're burning him. We're burning him over in the California desert up at Cap Rock, baby. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Well, that is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Happiest National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We can't do what we do if you don't do what you do. And I mean by we, not only radio, but the world. So thank you for what you're doing. We see you. We hear you. That's what this show is about. Have the best weekend. Trucking with the Wida coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Ashley and Scott are digging into it. Trucking with the Wida. Let's go, baby.
There was an era when truckers were out there alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change
Is he
all
just
of
fully
that.
gone?
As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and
I
of
was about to
course,
say, 'cause he didn't
friendship.
just lose feet,
And if
he
you
just
miss
lost,
those
like,
days,
his
Radio
phone and
Nemo's got something
dropped
for
off
you.
of there, then he got
Nemo's
on
Night
there.
Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at
we
his
don't need
very
him.
best every Monday
All right, hold
night
on one
at 7
second.
in
Let
the
me
Center
check
on
everything real
iHeart,
quick.
Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America
Yeah,
Radio.
yeah.
So
Not
head
too-
on over to
No, go ahead.
RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat.
Yeah,
Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides
I'll be back.
free
I'm gonna
health
go
and
stop.
wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without SIGs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Every time I hear
I'm doing
that,
great. How are you?
Doing just fine. We've got a lot to get to today. Here in just a few moments, we're going to connect with Colin Long and Bryce Mungen of OIDA's Washington, D.C. office to talk about, yes, another new bill in Congress. This one, however, has a lot of promise, I think. It's dedicated to predatory lease purchase agreements. The boys are fired up, Colin and Bryce, about this.
How we like them.
This is coming on the heels, of course, of that truck leasing task force and their findings about just how predatory the lease purchase business model is. We heard from so many people over the course of those meetings of their work who were victimized after entering lease purchase agreements. This bill would go a long way toward making sure that others don't fall victim as well. So very encouraging development there. Colin and Bryce, as I said, fired up about this. They're going to tell us all about it. Then we're going to talk audiobooks.
Yeah,
Ashley.
we're talking audiobooks with Jim Hill, who is with the Libby app, a free app that allows you to listen to audiobooks, a library in your pocket, if you could call it.
Library in your pocket. I like that.
We'll find out how it works, what kind of books are available, and how it could help on some of those long hauls.
My daughter's always on her phone.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time she's reading books on Libby.
Good for her.
Yeah, better than other things she could be doing for sure. I was talking about that bill about predatory lease purchase agreements, which some might argue is a form of theft. What isn't up for debate is that cargo theft is theft, Ashley. I don't know if you knew that.
It most certainly is.
It is so rampant these days. We talk about it all the time. And in the spirit of finding out, A, just how bad it is, and B, what can be done about it, the Department of Transportation is asking people to reach out to them and provide some information and advice. Formally, this is called a request for information. And what the DOT is looking for here is information from state, city, local agencies, law enforcement, truckers, shippers, receivers, basically anybody involved in the supply chain on any number of levels. The spirit of this is to provide ideas and strategies for coming together to reduce cargo theft and strengthen supply chain security. The comment period runs for 30 days. We've got bills in Congress dedicated to this issue as well. So people have been sounding the alarm for a while now. Hopefully this is going to bear some fruit over time.
Yeah, and this is an issue because I have an example of it.
Yeah.
A huge cargo bust to tell you about. Authorities in California have recovered $1.4 million worth of stolen electronics from suspected crime groups. This was all done with some help from Overhaul, which is a cargo security and risk management platform. The company's team had contacted law enforcement to help locate and retrieve the stolen goods in Compton this week. Police were able to arrest 8 suspects and seize additional illegal items. Apparently, there was a truckload of computers stolen from a yard in San Bernardino County, California. Overhaul had contacted authorities after a shipment monitoring device detected unusual movement of a load that was scheduled to depart later that morning, which is an interesting device. Showed that it was headed to Los Angeles County, so they were able to contact law enforcement. Police were able to locate the trailer with stolen goods, AK-47, AK-15, high-capacity magazines, and about 2 pounds of methamphetamine were found. And so Overhaul, giving some advice to really check to see, who the carriers are, the shippers, and just obviously be safe out there.
Yeah, we should reach out to Danny Ramone. We've talked to him before at Overhaul about this, and this thing in particular would be interesting to find out more. Let's look ahead to next week for a moment here, Ashley. The Guilty by Association Truck Show, GBAT's kicking off Thursday in Joplin, Missouri. Lots going on. Anybody who's been there will tell you it's a great time. And instead of me describing what's going to happen over that 3-day event, let's do one better and get Brian Martin of 4 State Trucks and Chrome Shop Mafia, the boss man, to tell us about it.
It's a county fair. It's not much short of a small county fair. So we park trucks all day Wednesday, register and park trucks. We park trucks all day Thursday, and then we cut off truck registration for those that want to enter Friday at noon. Now, it's a no-cost show. There's no cost to enter your truck, and you're going to get a goodie bag, a commemorative plaque, meal tickets, VIP seating at all the events. It's really a customer appreciation event. Whether you're a current customer or you've never been here and you want to be a customer someday, come up here and spend the weekend with us, and we're going to try our best to win you over in a weekend. But Thursday night, we're going to have the Demo Derby. It's a lot of fun, and that's Thursday night. Friday, we're going to have stuff going on all day long. And the great thing about GBATs and what my mission was from day one, there's a lot of great shows out there, and especially back in the day, that have things that truck owners like to do. There was virtually nothing, and I mean nothing, for the wife, the nephew, the kids, the granddad to do. So we have stuff going on all day long, big rig burnouts, all kinds of booths and exhibits and showings and things all day long on Friday and Saturday. So there's stuff for the whole family. And then you get to Friday night, we're going to have a motocross stunt show where they're doing the mile-high, full flips, everything like that. we got a quad, a four-wheeler this year, and there's not many people in the world that can do full 360-degree flips midair on a quad. So I'm really excited to see that. That'll be new for this year. Then we have the pro pulling team here. We're going to have pickups, tractors, and semis, a big truck and tractor pull on Friday night. We're going to cap that off with fireworks that would rival some city 4th of July fireworks. You get into Saturday, big rig burnouts, food trucks, all kinds of stuff going on for the kids that day. Then you get into really the entity that really gave GBATs a purpose many years ago. We signed up with Special Olympics to where they can host their world's largest convoy for Joplin, Missouri. That event is held in conjunction with GBATs. I mean, what a perfect mesh. You know, you got 600 or 700, 800 trucks here, and it's a fundraiser for Special Olympics. So really proud at the way our truckers come out and support both financially and in participation in the world's largest convoy for Special Olympics. We have been many years, not every year, but either the record-holding number of trucks for Special Olympics, and several years we've got the largest donation revenue-wise for the Special Olympics convoy. So we'll see what this year holds. But we'll get into our awards ceremony. Then we'll do our Special Olympics convoy where usually about 400, 500 trucks will leave this exit, and we'll all journey through town with people lining the sidewalk, you know, watching the trucks go by. And we'll park downtown 4 wide. We take over a big 5-lane street, and we'll park all the convoy trucks down there. We'll have our Truckers Light Show. And then we'll have big-time music entertainment. We've got Chad Cook Band from Houston opening up for Colin Ray. I mean, you know all of his songs from the 90s. And then we'll wrap up the show Saturday night kind of in downtown Joplin under the street lights with 2 city parks either side of that 5-lane street. And then, you know, it's over till 2027.
I was going to say,
once
is that
we
all?
get through Colin, once we get Colin Ray off the stage, boys, that's it until 2 years from now.
I'll be there next week. If you see me wandering around, say hi.
For sure.
We'd love to talk with you. Again, coming up next, Colin and Bryce of OID's Washington, D.C. office talking about that bill about predatory lease purchase agreements. Over the past several years, we've seen the conversation about lease purchase programs ramp up a bit, headlined by the Truck Leasing Task Force, which pointed out several glaring problems with the business model. And now, a new bill in Congress aims to take action. Joining us with the details is Colin Long, OIDA Director of Government Affairs, and Bryce Mungin, OIDA Director of Legislative Affairs. Gentlemen, good to see you.
Thank you. Hello.
And happy Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Yes, absolutely glad to be talking about this on Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Yeah, and this is something that has truck drivers obviously in mind here. The bill we're talking about is called the Predatory Truck Leasing Prevention Act. Again, it has truckers at front of mind here, truckers that get taken advantage of specifically by predatory lease purchase agreements. Let's start, I think, with some backstory here on who's behind this bill and, more importantly, what it would do, again, obviously, if it became law.
Congresswoman Julia Brownlee, she's from California, is leading on this legislation, and it's really straightforward. What it would do is implement the top recommendation from the Truck Leasing Task Force report to ban the use of these predatory truck leasing schemes. So we're very excited that she's running with this. We're very excited that it's happening during Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Yeah. Colin, your initial reaction to this bill when you saw it?
I mean, my first thought is it's proof positive to truckers that incremental success is indeed success here in Washington. Nothing happens quickly, and I think a lot of folks remember that in the last highway bill, a working group was created to analyze these types of lease-to-own schemes and determine ways to properly address them to benefit drivers. Now here we have the fruits of those labors, which we were certainly active members in those working groups, trying to make sure that Congress took the threat of predatory lease-to-own schemes seriously. And now we have action. We have tangible legislation being introduced where folks can show their support for truckers by getting on board and saying enough is enough with these predatory lease-to-own schemes.
We have seen over the years a number of not-so-great task forces that have come through and done work or not done the right kind of work, I think it's safe to say. The truck leasing task force. So this was, I think, at least from my perspective, one of the more fruitful and really productive task forces that was out there. They came into this kind of with differing opinions on the business model. They came away with a consensus, essentially saying that this business model is horrible, it's predatory, it takes advantage of people, it's destroying livelihoods, and so on and so forth. So this is really the first step, I think, in getting to where we are now. But that seems like it played the biggest role in kind of pushing this legislation forward. Is that right, Bryce?
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right, given that most of the time when there's a task force or a report that's required, it takes years to get done. It's never quite conclusive, and you're left with something where maybe you can get someone to introduce a bill, and it never really goes anywhere. But we feel like with what you said, that it's so conclusive, consensus recommendations that there's so much to point to, and you don't have to put a whole bunch of qualifications of what you're talking about. I think what was really one of the most damning things for these agreements is that the task force found no evidence, and I'm quoting, no evidence that lease purchase agreements were an important means for drivers to achieve truck ownership. And they say that all the comments and all the data that they saw suggest that these are designed to ensure the failure of the drivers who use these. So when you've got those kind of conclusions, it makes it much easier to put this bill forward and try and pick up some support for it.
Yeah. Colin, your thoughts there? Yeah.
I'm just going to add, I like that you used the term consensus, Scott, because we've seen other working groups, to your point, that were authorized by the same bill as this one, start to muddy the waters about what consensus looks like, to have predetermined results come out of their reporting. And I think this one, there's no funny business going on because a lot of these recommendations were unanimous. Everyone who was participating in the panel agreed the federal government needs to step in and put in some sort of security barrier to make sure drivers aren't being taken advantage of by these predatory lease-to-own schemes. So as much frustration as we've had with other working groups that Congress authorized on trucking issues, this is one where we're saying, way to go, guys. You delivered in a unanimous way, which certainly strengthens our hand when we start to move the focus to the legislative side to get stuff done.
Well, and that's my question too, Colin, when looking at this issue, because, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I hadn't really seen a lot of discussion on the legislative level about this issue until this bill. Was this something that was even on the radars of lawmakers? I know you obviously have brought it up to them here and there, but largely speaking, Colin, was this something that legislators were even aware of as being a problem before this?
The right ones, and I'm going to go a little bit behind the scenes and inside baseball here, but we were lobbying the Transportation Committee during the drafting of the last highway bill to take steps to remedy this problem that's been existing in our industry for years, and we got to the right ones. I mean, Chairman Peter DeFazio at the time was like, "Yeah, I get it. I can't believe this is happening. Let's create a working group to come up with some sort of consensus opinion on how to actually address this down the road." And now here we are. So it doesn't necessarily take everyone to agree that steps need to be taken to address the problem, but it's a good first step. And now is the time where we do need everyone to agree that we have these results, these unanimous recommendations that we need to get rid of predatory lease-to-own schemes. We need members from both parties and from both chambers of Congress to agree and to co-sponsor this legislation and say, yes, this should be a priority, and we're standing with truckers at this time.
And Bryce, you got a good feeling for these things. To Colin's point, this is something that would be a no-brainer for being bipartisan, right? Because you've got people being taken advantage of, and it's clearly predatory in the way it's conducted out there. Is this something that you think is going to resonate with lawmakers on Capitol Hill?
I think that it will, but to kind of your last question and last discussion, I think there's some education and outreach that we have to do with this. I know that there's education and outreach that we have to do with this, and that's so much of what we're doing, but also so much of what we are hoping our members and truckers at large will do. Because, as we know, there's just so many issues on Capitol Hill. And not only are there so many issues, it's, some of these start to sound the same, or your members and their staff might not be exactly sure what each specific issue is about, and they might kind of run together. So I think this is especially one where it's important for truckers to talk about their experience with this, or what they know other drivers' experience with this is, and share that these are just not good deals at all. These are not ever anything that ever work out for drivers. So I believe we can get to a place where this will be a bipartisan bill, but I do think there is more education and outreach that we'll need to do compared to some of the other issues where, truck parking, we've got, broad-based support. The lawmakers are familiar with the issue.
If I may, Scott.
Yeah, you may.
Sure. There's always someone on the opposite end of an argument, and that's certainly going to be the case with this. And I think one of the problems we had, and I'm not thinking of this as a very large problem, don't get me wrong, but during the working group, all of the recommendations were unanimous, because you know what, the people who take advantage of truckers through predatory lease-to-own schemes aren't going to come in front of a working group and argue for the continuance of that type of a program. They can do that on Capitol Hill. It won't be public record. We won't necessarily know who they're talking to, who they're trying to prevent from supporting this bill. So I think what's really going to be interesting is, where do a lot of the carriers who offer these types of schemes come down on this, and who represents them in Washington, and where do they come down on this, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So once this bill gets introduced, I think we'll have a much clearer idea of what potential opposition there's going to be against this, and where it's specifically coming from. But we welcome those fights, because we think we have the high road on this one.
That just blows my mind, and I know it probably shouldn't, knowing what I know about the world and what I know about Washington, D.C., but
and trucking.
Yeah, and I mean, how do you make that case, I suppose, to a lawmaker that, hey, we've got to keep this model around because of this and that? I don't even understand what that argument would be. I know what the end goal would be with that. It's the people making the money off of these people that they're taking advantage of. But
yeah,
and you've got to think about those things, I suppose, too, when you're kind of crafting your conversations with these folks.
We always do, and I think it goes back to what Bryce quoted from the final report, where there's basically no redeeming value to these things. They always chew up and spit out drivers. I think that's going to be our most compelling argument, and I frankly would like to hear how folks on the other side of the argument respond to those recommendations and those results from the reporting.
And I think that's an important point. It's tough to know exactly what they're going to say, but I think there's probably going to be some element of, this is going to infringe on truckers' ability to be independent and carriers who want to offer independent drivers. And we know that's not true. That's why we have the report here to show it's not true. But, maybe they'll come up with something else, but the best I can imagine is that they'll try to portray this as, limiting drivers and limiting a trucker's ability to start their own small business. And I think that's going to be especially important as we talk about this to lawmakers and we message this bill, is that we are not touching your traditional owner-operator lease agreement. We're not getting into that at all. We're only talking about the agreements where basically the carrier owns this truck and the driver is driving that truck and paying that same carrier for the right to keep using that truck. So it's not getting at the broader owner-operator model or anything else. We are truly going after these bad predatory schemes. So that's the one thing we're prepared for. Obviously, we'll see what else they might come up with, but that's the one thing I would anticipate we see.
And Scott, you've got us on a roll now. There's other organizations operating here in Washington who like to claim that they represent the independent worker in trucking, and that they have small business trucking's best interest at heart. And I think we've done a good job here in Washington defining ourselves as the true defenders of independent contractors, of small business truckers, of owner-operators. And I think that will really come to bear as we start to talk about this bill and start to generate support for that. I think a lot of folks on Capitol Hill just will trust OOIDA, knowing that we are the ones who are really out there every day fighting for the small business trucker and the owner-operator and the independent contractor in trucking. So
yeah,
we'll see. But I think we've got good footing, like I said.
Well, and to take that a step further, and I think you both mentioned this earlier, and it's worth emphasizing that if you watched those Zoom meetings with the truck leasing task force, they had people who had been taken advantage of. I think they had a listening session I think it was Matt's a couple years ago too, and
Mm-hmm.
so many people came up to the microphone to just tell what happened to them. And you cannot listen to one of those people explain the hoops they had to jump through and, what they were left with at the end, which was very little, if not nothing. You can't walk away from that and think that this model is working. So to your point, both of you, I think, made this. You guys can have conversations on Capitol Hill all day, but if lawmakers are getting those phone calls from people who were victimized, and that's the right word, I think, for a lot of these lease purchase agreements that were victimized by these folks, to tell them what happened, that's going to be incredibly impactful for the way this conversation goes. And I know that that's a soapbox that you both stand on all the time about reaching out to your lawmakers, but in this case, it really, really could make a huge difference.
Yes, absolutely. And I'd say this case is even more important for anyone who's listening and can speak to this. It's important to reach out to your lawmaker because, unlike with truck parking or speed limiters or something where it affects everybody, this is fewer drivers who have experience with this. So if this is something that you know about and you can speak to, reaching out to your representative would be incredibly important and incredibly helpful. Because, again, this is a trucking issue, certainly, but it really is a constituent issue. If you're talking to your lawmaker about how you were taken advantage of in one of these agreements, there's a lot more to the story than just our regular trucking issues. So I think you're right. There's a good opportunity to help get lawmakers on board here.
Yeah. Colin, do you want to add anything there?
No, I'm just fired up. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm so happy that we have gone from just the conceptual idea of knocking these things out to getting the authorization for a working group to analyze them, to having a report that has unanimous support for banning these things, to now legislation being introduced in the House that will do so. I mean, it's a bit of pride for our office, certainly, because it's not often that we see things go from start to finish over a long legislative process, but we're getting closer and closer to that reality. And I just need to remind folks, having a bill introduced doesn't mean the fight is done. We still have a lot of work to do. We got to get this thing included into a highway bill that would hopefully be signed into law by the end of the next year. So we still have a lot of work to do, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and we're going to keep pushing forward because we really want to get this done. I think it goes back to my initial point. I mean, we've been doing this for years, and having that light at the end of the tunnel is a good motivator, and I hope it's motivating for all the folks who have been taken advantage of to speak up for themselves and make sure that other truckers aren't going to be taken advantage of by the same type of system.
Yeah. And can I ask you this, Colin, because we see a lot of bills sometimes that address issues, maybe don't go quite far enough, or they think that they're addressing an issue and it gets addressed, but it doesn't really solve the problem. This particular bill would get there, would get us there, right? This would essentially solve the problem we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's a sure deal. It
Sure,
would still require a lot of activity over FMCSA. But, I mean, with those recommendations, those unanimous recommendations to fall back on as a foundation, I think this one will really nip the problem in the bud.
Yeah. You're both fired up. You should be. Again, this is a win. To your point, Colin, this is not a win. The war is not won here, but this is certainly a step in the right direction here toward fixing this problem that affects so many people out there. And, it's a human being issue ultimately because people are being taken advantage of. But it's great to have this on Truck Driver Appreciation Week. It's great to have you both on the show. Final thoughts here before we let you go, again, in the spirit of Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And we'll start with you, Bryce.
Yeah, no, we really are, again, excited to be talking about this on Truck Driver Appreciation Week. And I think it's a great opportunity for members, lawmakers to think a little bit more about what truck drivers do, not just this week, but every week, week in, week out. So we're always excited and always happy to be up here on Capitol Hill representing our members and folks driving truck for a living. So we're just really excited that this was able to come together on this week.
Colin, you're fired up. Run through that wall for us.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think bravo to OOIDA for constantly showing their appreciation for drivers by taking the lead on issues like this. I mean, look at the most consequential pieces of legislation that have been introduced over the last few years for a trucker's life. They've all got OOIDA's fingerprints on them, and this is just the latest piece of evidence that when it comes to appreciating drivers, no one in D.C. does it more than OOIDA, because we're the ones that are here representing you day in and day out. We don't have other masters. I mean, we are committed to pursuing policies that improve the lives and the success and the safety of drivers, and I hope that is shown not only this week but throughout the year to all of our members.
Amen to that. Yeah, thanks to both of you for your time, first of all, and second of all, for all your work, again, on this issue and other issues that are out there that are impacting truck drivers on a positive, everyday level. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your time.
Yep, absolutely.
That was Colin Long and Bryce Mungin of OIDA's Washington, D.C. office there talking about that bill. Again, fightingfortruckers.com is the place to go to reach out to your representatives to get them on board as well. We're going to take a short break here, but when we come back, we're going to be talking audiobooks with Jim Hill of Libby. A lot of great information there to help you out and keep you company out on the road right after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. As truck drivers, you spend a lot of time in the cab by yourself, and, well, listening to music probably passes the time. I'm sure having something else to fill the silence is welcomed. Audiobooks have been around for decades now, but accessing them has never been easier. To talk to us about that, Jim Hill joins us on the line. He is a technical support specialist with Libby. Jim, how's it going?
Going okay, Ashley. Thank you so much. And a big hello to all of your listeners out there.
Yes. For those who are unaware, what is the Libby app?
So the Libby app is essentially a digital library collection. And your own library will have their own individual collection. We've got books, audiobooks, and magazines.
And how long has the app been around?
We are at, I do believe we first started it maybe about 10 years ago. I'm going to double check on that information for you, and I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, okay. Talk to me about like the process of, obviously downloading the app, but what's the process of borrowing a book? I mean, it's essentially like an online library, right?
Yeah, yes. So you'll need your library card, and I recommend going to your local library, making sure that they do partner with us. So you get your card. You'll then download the Libby app. We're both on the Apple App Store and the Google App Store. You will download the app. You sign in with your card, and then you'll have access to your library's digital collection. We have a search function, so you'll be able to find your books, and we have one-tap borrowing, basically. And because they're digital, no late fees at all.
Do you, and I know you've got an extensive collection of books, and I know this because my daughter actually uses Libby, and she reads most of her books through the app there.
Right.
You've also got the audiobook aspect as well. How many, and this is maybe a tough question because a number might be really big here, but in terms of selection, how many audiobooks in particular are available out there for users of the Libby app?
So the overall number is very large. We're talking in the several thousands. But the size that they'll be able to, the amount that your listeners will be able to access will all depend on their local library, because all of our partners have their own individual collection. But with audiobooks, because they're getting so popular, we find that the popularity of audiobooks and ebooks are pretty even, with audiobooks probably a little more popular. So several libraries do have, they have thousands of audiobooks. And it, again, depends on where your listeners have their cards.
And would you say you have the majority of libraries, or is that something that Libby works at getting more libraries on board?
We are always working at getting more libraries on board. But we also, I would say, we have a good chunk of the libraries in the U.S. Are currently signed up with Libby. I can get a more precise number for you later.
And the benefit of this app, and I think we should maybe emphasize this, is that there are audiobooks available on your, Apple Books and Google and whatever, whatever platforms are out there. Yeah. There are a lot of those options out there. And they do have some free options, obviously, for audiobooks, but a lot of those are, require you to pony up a little bit of money. The best thing about this app, well, maybe not the best thing, but one of the best things about this app is that it's totally free. And I think we should emphasize that, right, Jim?
Yes. There are definitely several amazing things about Libby, but definitely got to be top three, maybe even top two, has got to be that we charge nothing. Since it's your library card, it's just like you're going to your library and you're taking out a physical audiobook, except you're doing it through the app. So, if you don't pay your library at all, except, whatever late fees you have for the physical media, aside from those, and again, there's no late fees or anything. But yes, so we charge nothing.
And, you mentioned you have to have a library card for this. I've used Libby for years now, and I've never actually physically stepped into the library because you can get a card online. I do want to make that known as well because, yeah, of course, with truck drivers, they
may not be home.
They may not be home to do that.
They may not be home, exactly, precisely. So yes, we actually I get a bunch of users where, there might be something where I have to ask them to go talk to their library, and they'll be like, well, I've never actually talked to anybody in my library. And so it's like we have a ton of users where it's all just online for them. So your listeners will certainly not be alone in that.
That's interesting you talk about that, because I think getting feedback from customers, obviously for an app or for any app, I guess for that matter, is valuable as you work out the kinks and kind of figure out what works and what doesn't work. You mentioned that the audiobook offering has been around for about 10 years now or so. What input have you gotten over the years that has kind of helped you craft what the app is today? Does it look pretty much the same as it did 10 or so years ago, or have you made improvements over the years?
So we initially, Overdrive had its own app called the Overdrive app. And we acquired the Libby app probably, again, I'll need to double check my numbers, but I want to say about 8 or 9 years ago maybe. And so that was part of it. We preferred the way Libby integrated the listening experience and the reading experience, and the simplicity with which you were able to borrow things. So from there, we obviously would take lots of user feedback, and we are constantly doing that. We're compiling that, and our tech support team, we intake both feedback and problems. So we're able to kind of compile that, get that together. We send our stuff to our developers. They know then what people want in the app, essentially. So we are always, we are transparent when we put out the updates, especially when it's something that we know for sure our users want.
Yeah.
And of course, for our listeners, the majority of them would be truck drivers. Talk to me about how beneficial something like this could be for them.
Yeah, so fun story. I actually used to drive a cargo van. I did that for about 5 years. So I know a little bit. I never had my CDL, so I don't know exactly everything your listeners have gone through, but I do have an inkling of what it's like to work on the road. And I'll tell you what was great about Libby was how easy it was to find the books. When you search a book, we have several filters you can apply to your searches. So, for example, if you're about to start your day, you've got 12 hours ahead of you, you can go into the Libby app and you can find a book that is available right then, because we have a filter for books that are available right now that you can borrow. And with that filter, you can also filter according to genre, general age of audience, and whether or not the book is the first in a series. So let's say you want to jump into, we'll go ahead and say the Game of Thrones series. You'll be able to find the first book, Game of Thrones, by using that filter. Now, with that said, I think the thing that will probably interest your listeners most is that you can also look, you can apply a filter. You can find an audiobook according to its duration. So again, let's say you have about a 12-hour day ahead of you. You want to find an audiobook that's somewhere around 9 to 11 hours, depending on whatever else you have to get done.
Yeah.
You can find specifically an audiobook that is about that length. And again, you apply that with your other filters, with the search according to genre, general age, and whether or not it's actually available. After a little bit of, monkeying around with all the filters, you can find the perfect audiobook for you for that day.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Especially, yeah.
One thing I know that I've learned to do over the years, because a lot of the popular audiobooks and books that you can read on a Kindle, they usually are borrowed. Now, you can put holds on things, and I've gotten into the habit of, getting a list of 4 or 5 that I really want to read, putting a hold on all of them, and then they do pop up once they're available, right?
Correct. So yeah, the best way to think about it, even though these are digital titles, the way our circulation works is much closer to being in a physical library. So we do have, for our more popular books, there might be a little bit of a waiting list. So that's, again, what's nice about that Available Now feature is, let's say you want to read the new Stephen King book. There's a wait list on it. He's very popular, but you really want to read some Stephen King now. You can use the Available Now filter, and while you're waiting for Never Flinch, his new book, you discover that Salem's Lot is available. You go ahead and borrow Salem's Lot. Listen to that while you're waiting for his new book.
What do you know what some of the top audiobooks are that people download or that libraries want to acquire?
Yes, I can especially tell. It's funny. We do have like the official numbers on that, but I will also say the way I can tell is by the titles that come in through the emails. Obviously with more people borrowing books, there might be, the occasional issue here and there. But anyways, especially this year, I think some of the stuff that's been popular, Frida McFadden, her books tend to be, I think, are the most borrowed at this moment. She's if you haven't heard of her, she's a mystery and thriller writer. I do think she's what people in the industry call like a book talk author, meaning she's very popular on TikTok. And that's kind of bled out into the mainstream. And so we get, I definitely hear from a lot of users about her. Another couple books that have been popular, Project Hail Mary by Andy Weir.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember the movie The Martian.
Yep.
Same author.
There's a movie coming out next year, right?
The movie coming out next year. Exactly. And hey, actually talking about authors who have adaptations coming out, that Netflix TV show that's about to come out Thursday, Murder Club?
Right, yeah.
So that's based on a series of books by Richard Osman. He has become very popular, especially amongst our users.
It's funny you mentioned Frida McFadden. My library, for some reason, has none of her books. How does somebody, which is so odd to me, because
you're looking for it, but you can't find it
I'm looking for it, but they don't
Yeah.
have them. So is there? Can you do something about that?
Calling in a favor?
Yeah.
So I will say, I will be able to talk about the overall thing, but with Frida McFadden, one of the issues with getting her regular books, her ebooks, is that her books, I do believe, are Amazon exclusive, but her audiobooks are available through other platforms.
Okay.
That said, I do appreciate you asking about what the process of recommending a book to your library is, because there's, a couple different things you can do. So earlier I was mentioning, how we have, a good search feature with several filters. Well, again, since every library has their own individual digital collection in Libby, there may not be a book that comes up. So again, I'm going to use I apologize for using Stephen King again. He's one of my faves, and obviously someone that everybody knows about.
Yep.
But let's say I'm looking for one of his books. My library doesn't have it. We'll go ahead and say Pet Sematary. So my local library doesn't have a digital copy of it. What I can do then is use a feature that some, but not all of our partners use. So I'll have to put that qualifier on there. But several of our partners use a feature called Deep Search. So let's say I look up Pet Sematary by Stephen King. I want to find the audiobook specifically. I have the audiobook filter set up. And the title doesn't show up. And I'm getting less than 100 results. You're unable to find the book. You go towards the bottom of the screen, you'll see a button that says Deep Search. Click on that. That'll bring up titles that your library does not own, but that we do have available to our partners. So you will then be able to use what we call a Notify Me tag. And this is one way we have our users sort their titles, or by using tags. And you can actually look and you'll see there's a tag symbol that is attached to all of our titles. So you'll use a Notify Me tag. You click on that, and that will notify your library of your interest in that book. So they'll have a list that says, several people want to buy Pet Sematary, or want to read Pet Sematary. We should buy a copy of that. At the same time, once they do that, once they bought that copy, you will then get a notification that it's available. So if you're not finding a book that you want, you do the deep search, click on the Notify Me tag, notifies your library that it's available. Now, of course, we don't have everything. There's no such thing as the library collection that has every single book. And certainly that's true for us as it is for any other company. And if you don't find something, we do recommend contacting one of our partners. And that's one of the nice things about Libby, is that we work very closely with our librarians. We love our librarians and the work they do. And we do encourage our users to reach out to them if there's something they can't find on our app.
since you started. What you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a CAT scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a CAT scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
We're talking about audiobooks with Jim Hill from Libby. Jim, you'd mentioned something earlier about, Frida McFadden being popular on Book Talk. Have you noticed in your time, working at Libby, there's kind of more of a surge, a popularity of reading? And I don't know if TikTok has anything to do with that, but I definitely noticed there seems to be more popularity around that.
I would agree, and, it certainly does seem to be that social media is one of the drivers of that. We get a lot of first-time users. We get people in who they're not even certain what the first steps are. So we're definitely finding that people are just now starting to get their toes in the water. And we absolutely love the first-time users. We love our long-term readers. We love our first-time readers. I do believe, unfortunately, the pandemic a few years ago, COVID-19 was one of the drivers of that. Because, people were shut up at home. They needed entertainment, and we certainly saw a huge period of growth there.
Yeah.
I'm sure one thing you've noticed over the years, and I'm sure you've run into people, I know my husband's one of them. He's like, I hate reading. I can't stand reading. But audiobooks really offer, that on a different level. Do you hear that a lot?
That's a good question, though. Does it count as a book?
I think it does.
That's like the debate, right?
Yeah,
I've seen that
what
debate.
is it, Goodreads? Yeah, does it count?
Does it
What do you
count?
think, Jim?
Jim, you're the final decider here.
As I am 100% team, it counts.
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
So there's a couple different things here. There are studies that have come out that show that it's the sciencey stuff. It's not the biosciencey stuff I don't totally know about, so don't quote me on all of it. But I do know there are studies out that have done like brain mapping, and they've discovered that the same areas of the brain that kind of light up or get stimulated by books, same areas get stimulated by an audiobook.
Nice.
And let's be honest, you're still getting a lot of the same things out. You might be learning new words, getting other edification as well. And of course, the tradition of, somebody telling you a story goes back to the start of time.
Oh, yeah.
The start of people as a species. We have always liked to, sit around a fire and tell a good story.
Before the written word. Way before the written word ever
Way before
existed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, the audiobook is just part of a tradition that goes back thousands of years.
You are swimming in audiobooks, I think, just by nature of your job there.
Yes.
Are you listening to a lot of audiobooks even in your spare time, or is it kind of like someone who works at the Oscar Mayer factory that they never want to eat a hot dog ever again? I'm guessing you kind of fall on the side of you are listening to them pretty much all the time and you enjoy it. But
yeah. All the time. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody here, the great thing about Overdrive, we are all book lovers, both ebook and audiobooks. We are lovers even off the clock. You know, where that doesn't tamp down our passion. We go out, you know, I'm coming in listening to an audiobook. I go out listening to an audiobook. I'm washing my dishes. I'm listening to an audiobook. You know, I got the audiobook going while I'm sitting on my porch, you know, maybe doing a crossword or playing a game on my phone.
While you're
sleeping. I've got audiobooks going all the time when I'm sleeping.
Now,
actually, I'll tell you what, another feature, you bring up the sleeping, another feature that might interest your listeners.
Yeah.
Let's say, you know, they're at a Pilot or Flying J, you know, they're going to be in the parking lot for the night. That's where they're posting up. They're having difficulty getting to sleep. We have a sleep timer in our audiobook player. So you set that up and it'll automatically pause for when, you know, whenever you think you're going to fall asleep. You wake up the next morning, you know, figure out real quick, where was I? Rewind from there and keep listening for the rest of the day.
Nice.
What are you listening to right now, Jim? What's on your
on
your phone?
So I was a little worried you all were going to ask me that because I listen to and read weird books.
Hey, we like weird. Yeah, weird's good.
So I'll say, you know, we're about to get to October. So in the office here, we've been starting to set up our desks to decorate for October. And I've been accused of cheating because everybody says, Jim, your desk is decorated for Halloween all year round. And I can't necessarily disagree.
That explains the Stephen King.
Exactly. Exactly. So I will say what I'm listening to right now, and this is probably one of the weirdest and most depressing audiobooks I've ever listened to. It's called You Weren't Meant to Be Human by Andrew Joseph White. If you're looking for a good time, I wouldn't recommend listening to the book.
Okay. Yeah.
But I will say a book I had finished just before that I really, really like. That is, you know, still again a horror book, but definitely much easier to listen to. And I think several of your listeners will like it because there's a lot of like, you know, American and Native American folklore wrapped up into it. And that's The Buffalo Hunter by Stephen Graham Jones.
Okay.
He's a Native American author himself. It's a vampire book, but he infuses it with a lot of Native American folklore. So there's skinwalkers in it as well, and a lot of stuff about being on the American prairie. And it's great in audiobook form. There's 3 different authors, and the story itself has like several layers to it. There's the one core story in the middle, and then there's another story kind of going on around it with another character. Then you've got another layer on top of that, and that's kind of an author that's interacting with all 3 of the stories on different levels.
Wow, sounds interesting.
So I definitely recommend that book. It's a good, especially as we're getting you know, into Halloween season. It's a good spooky book.
What was the name again, Jim? One more time.
It's the Buffalo Hunter by Stephen Graham Jones.
Gotcha. All right,
It's the guy who hunts the people who hunt buffalo.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting.
Wow.
Interesting concept.
Jim, we're almost out of time, but I wanted to kind of ask you about this and make note of it. I am someone who loves biographies, and a lot of the times, not all the times, but it's the author who's reading the book, right? Like celebrity
that's a key to a good an audiobook,
which
right?
is
who's reading it.
Absolutely. And one of the nice things about Libby is you can even search by the narrator. If there's a certain narrator you like, so again, I'm going with the Stephen King thing. Yeah. One of his frequent narrators is Will Patton. I don't know if you recognize the name.
Remember the Titans?
But yeah, he was Remember the Titans. That's exactly. That's always the example I use. Everybody knows exactly who I'm talking about. He reads Stephen King's books exceptionally well. So whenever I see his name, even if it's not a King book, I know that's a book I need to listen to just because I love his voice.
Has he been in a Stephen King movie? Do we know? I have to check
I
IMDb.
would have to,
You would have to think he would,
double
right?
check
You would
that.
think,
Yeah,
yeah.
just a random thought.
If he was, I think it was Green Mile.
Oh,
but
yes.
I don't
Yeah.
recall exactly.
Yep, he was in that, I believe. I believe you're right. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow. Well,
Absolutely.
Jim, I could sit here and talk about books all day, but
Yes.
unfortunately, we are out of time. But I very much appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thanks both of you so much. Greatly appreciate it. And a big thanks to all of your listeners.
Yes, that was about the Libby app, which is very easy to find and coming from me, very easy to use as well.
And that means something.
It does mean something. It
There
does.
it
Yeah.
is.
No, definitely enjoyable. So, yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Stay safe and have a great day. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.